has to be rotation. If it is rotating, it has to be awfully accurate. Well, how do you prove that? What demonstration proves that? Show me a gyro on a rotating plate. Show me the alignment of the gyro with the rotating plate.
That's what's happening inside of the.
No,
the
I'm asking you to
video.
demonstrate your premise.
I think that's what I'm doing with these videos. Is that there's that these housings are rotating independently of the gyroscope itself.
Incredibly accurate setup in his basement. Get it?
Yeah, but I mean, if you watch the video,
like it rotates. It looks like it moves back and forth.
You can watch this video.
Which would cause a spinning object to process one way or another with the lift or incline or decline. That's due to momentum.
It's something you could probably do if you.
No, sorry. Listen to what Mike just said. Just because Mike just told you a confounding variable that is not being accounted for here.
Yeah, momentum.
Sorry, I'm slow between two things.
So the table moves. It inclines one way than the other. It tosses it left and right. Obviously, due to the forces created through the shift, that's going to cause it to process.
The ship? The
shift. Shift.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the table just shifts. It rocks back and forth and moves up and down.
In the video that I just posted?
It doesn't rotate.
In the video that I just posted?
What other video are we talking about?
I just dropped it at 49 minutes past the hour.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the video. I know where it is, but would I be addressing some video I didn't get of yours?
Let's see. This is another one.
He just sent me a follow-up I reposted.
Oh, my Lord. He's going to just keep repeating himself like that changes something.
Well, if you get tired of him, Darth Ninja Clone has more questions.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, it's not really like a debate question, but it's just kind of a question for anyone to answer. Like, let's say like commercial space flight becomes a thing, if that's a thing, if it's fake, real, whatever. And
when it does, holler at me.
Okay, yeah. So continuing, let's say like a flat earther does go on a commercial space flight and sees that the Earth is curved. What then? Like, will you guys all?
Oh my Lord, man! What do you think? What then?
Space has been debunked. Can't go there.
Yeah. So plain and simple, it hasn't happened. You're doing a what if. That doesn't prove shit. It's just
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just
the implication is you wouldn't believe it in the face of actual proof. That's the implication. But nobody hears that stupid, so we're not even gonna honor that with an answer. And
I've already answered this question in a different form. Correct?
I don't remember.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a poor attempt to mischaracterize us. By the way, NASA's told us that we would see colonies on the moon by 1978, and they have been promising that every 5 to 10 years. So,
right,
you're welcome to believe whatever the fuck you
want. Verizon Galactic still owes me some damn money.
Yeah, but if it happens and I don't know, like way later.
Well, then Verizon won't owe me money if it happens.
What do you mean, like in 150 years, bud?
I don't know.
You said way later.
They said for the last 4 generations that space flight would be commercial within 20 years. Here we are 80 years later, and they're telling you the same fucking bullshit.
I don't know. Next 20 years could be it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what every generation said. That's logical. That's a logical inference from the example.
They just keep on dangling that carrot in front of the starving masses yearning to be fucking fed with a little bit of fucking knowledge of what is real. But the fact is, you're being given everything. Yeah, everything right here.
And you don't test it. You don't question it. You sure don't look at it with the standard. You apply a greater standard to evidence for flat Earth than you do for your entire model.
Yeah, it's
Go
kind of
ahead,
like
Trace.
you came out of a abusive relationship because you're like, no, he's not gonna do this. He wouldn't do this. He's gonna be nice eventually. He's gonna eventually take me where I want to go. No, bitch, he's lying.
You saying Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah.
He now identifies with his captors. They got my best interest at heart. They've kept me safe and my parents safe. Fuck all the times government's been caught lying to get us into war, and how many
They told me
people
the ham
died
sandwich
over
was going to
that.
get me, and they gave me the mayonnaise, and now I've got the mayonnaise in me.
And the swine. I too have the same problem, and I'm addicted to the swine.
I was talking about COVID.
Oh, well, I ain't got no COVID in me, so you're one up on me.
No, mayonnaise. It's a vaccine.
Oh, gotta have that sauce.
Now you're on the inside. Now you're on my inner circle.
See, they just take advantage of what they know children need. A security blanket.
Infantilize them and then give them what you think kids need.
Yep. So long as they keep following you. How they go as far to tell this generation they're smarter than the last generation. They learn more under Common Core. Common Core in the 10th grade than we learned in college, which is the most idiotic shit I've ever heard in my life. And easily dissuade with any Common Core child who's, you can graduate, I don't give a fuck. It's Common Core. The curriculum is devolved.
Yeah, it's going downhill fast.
It hasn't increased. There's no way in hell you're smarter than your parents. Not through experience and not through education.
Who, me?
No, this generation. You're the wise old man with experience, old man.
Thank you. I know so much.
Me has known me. If it was my mom, it'd be me should know me. That's just wise old man or wise old woman. In OG.
I don't know what you're saying, but I like the way it sounds with a little bit of like corn on the cob.
That's Indian corn. That's Indian corn, yeah. Me should know me.
Oh, is there another kind of corn other than Indian corn?
Not in the nation.
Not in any nation.
Yeah, that shit's GMO, yo. That's fake corn. It's got no more nutrient than that plastic corn in your fake fruit dish and your fake vegetable dish that you put on the table all year long. I had
some Tatanka jerky the other day.
Was it good?
So I just posted, or I had Creation Bear. He posted a couple more videos. So both of these other ones are also people who use these mechanical gyroscopes, and they also found 15 degrees per hour. So if they're wrong,
does the jar rotate? Does the jar rotate?
So like if they're wrong, if these if these gyroscopes are faulty,
if you're
why
wrong
are they all faulty
your
in the
premise,
same way? Why are they all faulty in 15 degrees per hour? Exactly.
They're not. Listen, it doesn't happen 100% of the time. The ideal that it is, you can't demonstrate.
I think that these videos, like these are
even
three separate experiments
admitted that
use totally different methods, totally different gyroscopes, and they all get 15 degrees per hour.
I use a gyroscopic theodolite to find true north, right? You know how many attempts it takes me to actually get true north?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. This guy has like a big jar that he puts it in to isolate it from air currents and stuff.
Oh, I know. I mean, do you understand what I'm talking about? Using a gyroscopic theodolite to find true north. You get 30 to 50 faults before you get one that says, "Yup, that's true north."
Sure.
So to say they do the exact same thing every time to a man who's for 20 years in survey has used them and knows damn well they don't, it just sounds ludicrous to me. In application, it's a good premise, but in application, it's just not true.
In this experiment, if you can call it that, what is your independent variable?
I think we're just going to go in circles on this one.
Let's go in circles. What's your independent variable?
My independent variable is whether or not the gyroscope is on.
So the gyroscope is causing the Earth's movement?
When you
is
take
your assertion?
When you take a test, so like, would you say a medical test is like an experiment?
No.
It's not. What's an example of an experiment?
It depends on the test.
So what's an example of like a good experiment, one that works?
One that follows the scientific method.
Sure. Just give me an example of like an experiment that you think properly follows the scientific method.
Not Cavendish.
Sure. Just something, anything.
Boiling water.
Like specifically what what is the, in boiling water, what is the experiment, or what is the independent and dependent?
Heat and water boiling.
Yeah, I'm just looking for like, I'm trying to understand what you mean by experiment.
So you give it enough heat, you say, I predict that if I give it enough heat, when it comes to 185 degrees, it'll boil. Then you'll have a control where you don't do anything and nothing boils. Then you'll have another one where you add heat all the way up to 185 and it boils, but you'll have another one where you only get it to 165 and it doesn't boil. So you've then shown heat to be the cause at a certain rate, a certain temperature of heat to be the cause under our current atmospheric conditions, because we know that it's only true at sea level.
Right, but it's not. So you manipulate the heat, but it's the nature of water that decides when it gets boiling, right?
No.
I mean, you don't manipulate the nature of water. You don't manipulate the boiling point of water, right?
No, that's some semantical bullshit that nobody's ever covered in the heat experiment.
Well, like,
no, it's a direct input. Listen, the water doesn't choose. Does the water choose when the heat turns on? Does the water choose at what temperature it boils? No. I already told you what dictates the temperature at what it'll boil. Atmospheric pressure.
But we don't manipulate the atmospheric pressure.
Oh, we do. At sea level, it boils at 185. But when you go into the mountains, above sea level at a different atmospheric pressure, takes more heat. So yes, we do.
But do we manipulate the nature of water?
In nature, the water doesn't change anything. Yeah, we are manipulating the nature of the water. Through boiling water, we can turn it from a state of liquid to a state of gas. Those are states of matter. And its natural state of matter is liquid. So we've manipulated its natural state. Yes. The answer is yes to your question. But if you had a mind that covered all the variables, you would know this. You just want to say the assertion from the get-go. This proves that rotates, but you don't want to build the bridge in between everything. That's all you're hearing. I'm hearing is apologetics for, I don't want to have to prove my cause. I just want to assert it because somebody else told it to me. They accept it. A lot of people accept it. So you just have to accept it. And that's all fallacious logic, faulty reasoning. None of it it's all illogical. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think I've tried to.
That comes into common sense.
Build it
common
up.
sense isn't common. Yeah, you're trying to build it up by repeating it.
So
it's just not true. In natural science, you manipulate the cause You observe the effect through manipulation,
So
and this
let's
is the
say-
process of proving the cause.
Let's say you don't know the boiling point of water,
let me
right?
just, before you go on, I want to add one thing, because all three of your videos have different time. They all take the drift 15 degrees for different times. None of them are the same. None of them drift 15 degrees an hour. So you kind of shot yourself in the legs there.
What I guess I'll have to look. I'll have to look at them, but
You didn't watch them?
No, you didn't watch
no, I've
any
been trying to find him on the fly
He's
here.
one
So
of those guys. He's one of them guys. He's gonna give us stuff he ain't even read or watch.
And I need you to go and at least study what a scientific experiment is. What are the constituent parts and how they are involved with each other.
I've been looking at at the thing that Drace posted, the experiment basics things.
Which is what you disagreed with us on and then agreed with us.
Yes, and I've been
because you agreed, you are incorrect in your assertion. Turning the gyroscope on and off is the independent variable, and you should be able to see that. But your cognitive dissonance, has not allowed you to.
This isn't a psychology paper. So this isn't this thing that he posted isn't a psychology paper. So experiments that you do in psychology, right? The independent variable is the manipulated variable. But the thing that you manipulate, it isn't the nature of psychology. Like psychology experiments, when they study how people react to different stimuli, they're trying to find out what the natural human reactions are. They don't, they
don't already know their conclusion, right? I get what you're saying. They don't already know their conclusion, such as your gyroscope premise. You asserting that the conclusion should be the precession is caused by the movement of the Earth.
Yes, well, but I think that there's good reason to think that if we see precession of something that we know is staying fixed in space, if we see precession of something that is staying fixed in space, then we have good reason to say that it's the thing underneath it moving.
Problem is, it should only be fixed in space when it's working. When it's not working, it could drift. And so you assuming that any drift means it's drifting, that means that the Earth is turning, is just absurd.
I mean, why is there consistent drift in all of these experiments? Why is
there isn't consistent?
Sorry, I mean over time, not okay. I think at different places on the globe.
There's no consistency. So part of the scientific method is repeat your experiment to make sure your data is repeatable.
Why would...
There's a reason why no other glober in the past 5 years has tried to ever argue for mechanical gyroscopes or using these videos, because they know for a fact that this is a very absurd argument. So I don't understand how you can still be stuck on it.
There's plenty of dumb globers. You know that.
Yeah, you're one of them.
Yeah. You're using an argument. Well, that's the problem. That's what makes
we all came from that dumb side.
I know.
You don't even understand what the variables are.
Yourself.
You assert one cause, then you pick something else to be your independent variable. So if the cause of the precession is the rotation of Earth, then that's your independent variable. Rotation of Earth. That's the one you need to manipulate so you can prove that it actually causes what we see. You can't say starting the gyro up because then starting the gyro up becomes the cause for your deviation, and it's no longer true, your assertion that it's the rotation of Earth, because you just proved it was the starting of the gyro.
The natural science, the nature of the universe, is what decides what the relationship between the dependent and independent variables are. That's what a scientific experiment is.
That doesn't address what I just said. You manipulate variables to display cause and effect. You don't change it. You select it. You don't go through saying, well, this would be the thing, but I'm doing natural, so I'm going to make this the thing. No, that's not how it works. In science, your cause, in your hypotheses, your cause is the independent variable. That's all there is to it when you get to experimentation. If you go from the Earth causes rotational drift in a gyroscope, then you go to experiment, your cause has already been denoted in your hypotheses. So it's automatically your independent variable.
For water boiling, like
Heat.
you manipulate the heat, right? But you don't manipulate the boiling point of water. You don't change the
No,
natural
we're
boiling point of
demonstrating
water.
the cause of the boiling point. Heat.
But if let's say you were doing an experiment to find the boiling point of water, to find out what it is.
If you want to manipulate the boiling point, you manipulate the pressure of the system.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Sure, but let's say you wanted to find the boiling point at a
Atmospheric
specific atmospheric
You
pressure.
keep increasing.
If
You keep
you add
increasing heat because heat is the cause of boiling.
One atmospheric compressor will indicate 1 degree's difference in boiling point.
Yeah. But let's say your experiment, you're just trying to find out.
Just a second. Essentially, we changed the experiment, so now fire or heat is maintained as a control variable as a constant, and you change the pressure. So then you wiggle the pressure, and that's your independent.
So in water boiling, let's say you're just experimenting with at a single atmospheric pressure, at a single altitude, and you don't change that. You just want to find out what the boiling point of water at that altitude is. You manipulate the heat, but you don't manipulate the actual nature of the water.
Nobody said we did. Nobody says we had to manipulate the nature of the water.
But that's why I'm saying, like, the thing that we manipulate is not causing the thing.
When we say, yes, it is. When we say heat is the cause, that's the independent variable, and that's why we manipulate it. We show that at different varying temperatures in the control that it doesn't boil. And then we show at a certain temp, it does boil. To prove temperature is the cause of the boiling. The boiling is dependent. It's dependent on the cause. The cause is independent of the dependent. Because it's just the cause. It's not the effect. They're separate. Independent and dependent. Cause and effect.
Honestly, you're not getting by now. I don't think you ever.
I could say the same about you.
Go ahead. Say it.
Well, I haven't seen one citation for a varying method or varying definitions of independent and dependent variables.
Which I
have seen definitions of dependent and independent variable being posted. I can only assume you didn't read them. If you're being lazy in this argument, then maybe you were lazy in school. That'd be a logical inference now, wouldn't it?
I was pretty lazy in school, but I did get through it. So
you lived then?
What?
You lived?
I did live. I am still alive.
I think that's pretty self-evident.
Yeah.
Stately.
Yeah, you know why he said you probably did poorly in school?
Why?
Because your behavior as a parent.
My behavior is... Oh, because
a parent.
My behavior as a parent.
I don't know if you suffer from attention disorders or something like that.
No, I definitely do.
You seem to kick off everything except for what you know is a core belief by constant indoctrination since kindergarten. Probably before kindergarten.
Yeah. What if the indoctrination is right, though? What if it's right?
What if they loved you?
What if it's not?
What if it's not?
Do you think?
Yeah, that's the part that's the part you refuse to even contemplate.
Do you live in the United States?
I do.
Do you think Columbus discovered America?
No, there were some people before him.
No, he invaded America. He didn't discover it.
Oh, calm down.
And them other people...
Who were the people before him?
They came friendly and they traded with us and bartered. Even took some of our women for their wives.
You weren't there.
Some Vikings, I think.
I didn't have to be.
who think that
Who were
there's
the people
Vikings.
before them?
I
You're talking
think
about
there
the
were some-
voyages of Eric the Red. Yeah.
He
But
means
who
the
think
were
there was
before
also,
dinosaurs.
Eric the Red?
He means the dinosaurs.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I think that some people actually think that Mansa Musa in Africa actually made a voyage there as well.
500 family groups already living there when
Oh,
it was
yeah.
supposedly
Yes.
discovered. So it was
Yes.
not discovered.
Very,
It was
very
found.
true. Very, very good point.
Right? And actually, that's what discovery means, is a new find.
That's very true. It's
A lot of people have
yeah.
discovery as something different, right? However, you cannot discover something as being new if somebody else has already discovered
What
it.
the fuck does this have to do with the fucking what we were talking about, or the price of tea?
Well, I was just gonna say, the indoctrination of the United States states that you are free.
Or any other fucking country, Joshua. Stop
You're not
with the
free.
fucking pounding on the bullshit.
What's your
Jesus
family?
fucking Christ.
Well,
Deuce Volt.
I think I need to watch these videos before I talk anymore.
No, I meant it as its literal statement.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would recommend you do that. You take some time, watch some
Yes, I will.
videos. look at
It
stuff.
was a bad move to post them without watching them.
Be aware that there's a lot of anti-flat Earth content on YouTube.
Oh, I'm aware.
They are. I call them a sister organization to Antifa, because that's basically they have almost the same spelling, but they are just people who make mistakes, a lot of mistakes, trying to justify their beliefs. They are not reflecting the mainstream views or understanding of how things work. So keep that in mind. If you try to think YouTube is a valid source, or like you find a guy on YouTube who's telling you stuff, that's not a valid citation.
I might try it. I might try this experiment. I think I could probably make it work. Or sorry, I'll try this bullshit.
I can make a mechanical gyroscope drift by unbalancing it. Does that mean the Earth is rotating?
If I'm able to get a gyroscope to be totally isolated from the forces around it, then I can see whether or not it precesses and calculate the expected precession.
Your premise would automatically be invalidated because you aren't isolating it.
If I was able to isolate it fully
from the forces,
from forces that would otherwise cause it to precess.
How do you know?
You mean like Earth's rotation? How are you going to stop that? If that's your conclusion.
The Earth's rotation isn't like a force causing it to precess. Earth's rotation it would be the rotation of the housing, but we just want the housing to be separate from the rotation of the actual gyroscope, and that's the difficult part.
That is a force.
Sure. So we want the housing to have no force on the actual gyroscope.
Inertial.
The inertial is the wheel of the gyroscope. Is the inertial part.
You are doing an experiment to prove a premise that you've already had a conclusion on, and not looking.
But if the experiment proves it false, if I isolate it to the best of my ability, and it doesn't precess by however much it's predicted, depending on my latitude and the direction it's facing, and if it doesn't prove that, then I'll be wrong, and I'll come back here on my hands and knees.
Okay. Well, some of the experiments you posted did not have that, right?
I mean, I need to watch them still. I think that the direction that they're facing and the latitude you're at is going to have an influence on how much the rotation should impact the gyroscope. But I need to watch the videos, and I also need to go to sleep soon.
You need to not just watch YouTube videos. You need to read.
I need to do it myself if I really care.
Work, because you can really get fooled by some bullshit online. So Double
Yeah,
check everything, get a
if
working gyroscope, and then no.
if I like actually have balls, then I'll do it myself. And I am encouraged by this conversation to try it. So. All right. Well, I need to go to sleep. This was fun. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Good night.
Have a good night.
But essentially, if the gyroscope is working, it's not drifting, mechanical that is. If it's drifting, it's not rigid in space and therefore unbalanced and inaccurate. It's not working as a gyroscope.
I had him on the ropes, and you ruined it, Drace. You know that, right? Because I had him saying that all gyroscopes drift.
Yeah, but you were also making us sound like we believe all the gyroscopes drift.
I'm not making anybody. I'm speaking for myself, and I wasn't saying that all gyroscopes drift. I'm getting him to say that all of the gyroscopes drift. If they don't, then it's not fucking working. The way he's saying it's working.
Yeah. Well, he did kind of agree to that. But you're right, it should have been showcased more. And I stepped on your tail.
It's okay. I understand, because it sounded like I was being an idiot, but I was leading it to tell me that I was an idiot, or saying, well, if they're all not working that way, then it's not fucking drifting, or it's not rotating. But I understand you putting your hand out in front of the precipice, saying, don't jump off. Get it. Michael. 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 Cool.
Another funny thing is if the gyroscope is rigid in space and we're shooting through this galaxy at what millions of miles an hour, that's crazy. The gyroscope should be moving at like insane speeds.
It should be careening from here to there because it's going in 4 different directions.
Yeah.
That's why I never understood about the Foucault pendulum. Like, how come it's only detecting that one direction? When all the other ones are so much faster than just that one direction.
Yeah, it's just funny to me, especially because they can't actually get it to drift like that without applying some external force to keep it going back and forth. So
An electromagnet.
Yeah, so it can swing long enough to show any drift. So the electromagnet also has to drift at the perfect rate so that it can continue to push it back and forth. So the electromagnet could just as well be causing the drift.
Oh, it does, because all electromagnets have a toroidal bubble that they produce, right? So it's going to have a rotation involved. When you turn on that magnet, it's going to rotate the field itself. So it's slightly pushing it in a rotation as it's pushing it away. But they'll never talk about that. What's that?
It's just real bad. Not to mention, like, the whole contraption is then hung from the ceiling, and the ceiling is supposed to be spinning with everything else, pulling the thing with it. So, like, why is it not hanging to the side? It should be constantly, like, hanging to the, like, different sides based on the weird motions of the globe all around, and, like, orbiting and shooting through all this stuff. It just doesn't make sense.
Does not.
Instead they want to, like, hyper focus on, like, one aspect, and, like, if I just exclude everything else and I imagine that this is showing what I wanted to show, then it proves me right. No, you're just imagining what you see. It's kind of like affirming the consequent, or where you're like, I see that, like, this woman is wearing green, so therefore, like, the Earth is a globe because I see a woman wearing green. So
it's completely confirming the consequence. They're always drawing the conclusion before they even have the hypothesis.
yeah, if the Earth is a globe, then I would see women wearing green. I see women wearing green, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Easy peasy.
That's essentially what he was trying to spin the other thing into. Like, if the Earth is a globe, like, gyroscopes would deviate. Like, I found a YouTube video that shows, like, a faulty gyroscope deviating. That means that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, by the way, hi Lakalu.
Lua locked back to you.
What'd you say, Orion? What'd you say to me? Say it to my face.
Lua locked back to you.
Luka Lakalu.
And I thought it was really bad when he was trying to argue that maybe the brainwashing is good for us.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He didn't even try to argue that it was brainwashing. Like he would.
How did he never get the independent variable? Was that just complete cognitive dissonance?
I don't know, man. I thought it was hilarious when he flip-flopped that. When he was like, like the dependent variable is the cause and blah blah. I posted the thing and he was like, I read it. Yep, this is what I said. I get tired of them sometimes, but sometimes it's just funny.
How can you get tired of them?
Because I think there's hope. Like for a minute, like I'm like, oh, he's sounding like maybe like he's not retarded. He might not be retarded, and then he just betrays all of my hope and shatters my dreams. And I'm like, okay.
That's the thing, though, is you know he's not retarded. He's in a state
I know.
of emotional distress.
Yeah,
he's trying to make this work.
Well, I would say he's retarded concerning education. He's behind. He's.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I think he's in a state of psychological distress. Period.
Well, if he were educated in logic and reason, he wouldn't be having these same problems. He would be able to at least admit that there's a problem.
That he doesn't know. Yeah, I agree.
Well, when someone's lying to you,
I agree with you as well.
When someone's lying to you and you know it, and you're trying to find out the good reason why they're doing it to justify it before you even know, like that is a psychological issue.
Yeah, and these people are lied to from. We've all been lied to since time immemorial.
I mean, I've done it before.
Yeah,
I've done it quite often in my life.
We also tried to like approach it from different angles, try to be nice and try to like spell it out for him, but like some people just aren't ready to get it. Some people just have something else psychologically stopping them from being able to accept it, being able to look at it. So, yeah.
Our parents believe this. Our teachers believe this. Everybody we know, loved, and trusted believed this.
It's been so long. Do we even know if it was deception from the beginning or not?
Well, it wasn't their deception. They inherited it just like we did.
I know, that's what I mean. Do we know if it started with deception or it started with idiocy?
No, I think it clearly started with deception. If you look back, at previous civilizations, they believed what we believe now, based on just pure observation.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I'm just kind of wondering out loud.
Yeah, I can totally forgive. Like, they were lied to. We were lied to. We need to show them a little bit of consideration for that. I agree, but to persist in error is diabolical. That is a quote. I forget by whom, but for me, it kind of personifies when you're stuck in this rut. It's not helping you. It's not helping anyone.
Right.
And that's why I wanted him to just take a little break, look at these things, and compare, like what the official story says to what he thinks and what other crazy people on YouTube claim.
Right. But understand he's spending his time here, his precious time. He's not trying to convince us. He's psychologically scraping the bottom of the barrel for the last degree of semblance of what he thinks the world is about him.
Yeah, he's trying to grasp straws to hold his worldview together.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's just because he wants to be a spaceman.
I mean, I get it. I did the same thing. I was right there with the Globers. First week of watching flat Earth stuff, I was like, gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction, gravity, refraction. And then I was like, I'm gonna tell Eric DeBay all about gravity refraction. And I'm gonna show him the experiments and stuff because I know people who like work in these fields and know all about gravity refraction. So that didn't work well. They don't agree. Yeah.
What's
So
funny is you think every, like, back then, before you really figured it out, you think that they just don't know, that they've never heard what you're about to say, but heard it all.
Yeah. I thought that. I thought everybody was like, you haven't heard gravity refraction, man. It's the answer to your prayers. And the more I tried to understand it, the more I was like, "Fuck, I'm supposed to believe this? Okay. And what about this?" And then I would get contradicting answers from the astrophysicist and the robotic engineer, and I'd be like, So this guy he told me this. Newton says this. And the astrophysicist would just laugh at me, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." And I'm like, "That was the robotic engineer who said that." And he's like, "Oh, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about." And then I would be like, "He's calling you an idiot because of this and this and this." I would just translate between them, so they really hate each other now.
You fucking poisoned the well.
I was just transmitting what they were trying to tell me, and they were contradicting each other. I really wanted to believe in the ball, man.
Yeah, I remember holding my head in my hands and going outside and just being amazed at what I saw, because it was fresh, it was new, changed the world I lived
in. Yeah. What I oftentimes talk about is the wonder that comes with it. It's almost reminiscent of when you were a child. I remember in school when they showed me the world map and how everything was explored, and there was no places to explore, and everything was almost figured out. We just have this super complex math that apparently no one's supposed to understand. So you don't need to worry about that. And I was like, why do people not fall off the ball? And she was like, it's gravity. It's super complicated. You don't understand. That's the only thing we don't like have fully figured out, or some stuff like that. Like, it was all. They gave you the impression as a child that there was nothing to explore. Everything was known. So it killed that wonderment. But when I realized that they were lying about this, I walk outside and it's just like, I'm looking at the sky and wondering. I'm looking at like the horizon and wondering. And it took me months of just going through that, like where I was just like, how does the world work? And trying to model the world. So I understand a lot of people who come in here and just want to understand how the world is, and they ask for our model. But we're not gonna make the same mistakes and fall into the same traps. So we would rather not know and just figure out what it is, instead of just making assumptions and fooling ourselves. Because that's how you really fool yourselves. You fool yourselves by having this strong belief in something that clouds your judgment.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of destroys your worldview, destroys everything you know.
Well, when you thought that the heliocentric model was true, right, and you would imagine this vastness of space, what were you actually considering? Was it all about how it worked, or was it where is the creator in all this?
No, I was convinced there was no creator.
Right,
And
and I was convinced that the creator was so far away that, it's like I was just insignificant in his eyes.
couldn't hear you. Yeah, no, I was there was no creator. And as soon as I saw it as flat, there's no other answer but a creation.
I guess I'm
And then-
lucky because I didn't need this for the creator, but I think I would if I hadn't found the creator before this, I don't think I would have understood it, just because it was through the creator that I realized how egocentric I was, and I see that those same traits and those same fallacies and ways of thinking in the most ardent globe believers. So I understand kind of where they're coming from, but at the same time, I understand that there's only one way out of that hole, and that's like you gotta face the hard truth. You can't just run away from it, because that's what they do. That's what I used to do. So I understand where they're coming from, but it's not gonna help them, and coddling it just makes it worse.
Yeah, and for me, it brought the creator, it brought the creator much closer, and made me far more important to him. Like we are indeed the apple of his eye.
Well, I went from no creator to a creator, and I think that's a pretty good place.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's obvious that we are more connected to him in many more ways that they don't even allow in the heliocentric model. There's no room for it.
I did used to hold that belief once, that because I believed in the globe, and before I found the creator, I was like wavering, like, is he real? Isn't he real? I thought maybe he couldn't listen to us, couldn't see us because of the whole heliocentric madness, like, because we were just a tiny speck of nothingness in this whole cosmos. So I get that as well. I had that.
On an average planet, rotating around or parading around a average star and an average galaxy. Everything they tell you is it makes you feel more and more insignificant by the degree.
Especially if you're a space buff like me, because I really loved space. It was like where my wonder went. And if you look at the sizes of the suns, and they're like, our sun is the smallest. We're the tiniest of the tiniest.
Hold on. That's not the way they say it. They say that the way the heliocentric religion goes, they say that our sun, our star, is at the 30% mark, meaning that 2/3 of the types out there are larger and 1/3 are smaller. But you're kind of close.
Oh, well, yeah, you're probably right. I'm not citing anything specific here. Just videos I've seen of size comparisons to our system, supposedly, where we're made out to be these tiny, tiny, tiny dust mites, essentially. If aliens came from as they preach from other places, they would be gigantic, essentially.
They are.
I thought it was really strange, the idea of people, claiming, like Christians, like, saying that, or any religious person believing that they live on a planet in space, and that the vacuum of space is that big and vast, and then still thinking that God exists. I always thought it was just a strange thing, because I was like thinking to myself, well, okay, if God created this big bang or whatever, and all this vast space, what's with all the space between stars and planets? It just seems like an unnecessary large bunch of nothing for nothing, But now that I realize it's all just a fairy tale, it's like, oh, well, that makes sense. It's just a fairy tale.
Yeah. When I finally found the creator, I thought maybe, and I thought it was still on a ball. I thought maybe, like, it's just because he's omniscient and omnipresent. Therefore, even if it's so sparse and all over the place, and which is a tiny speck, he would still know everything and know everyone. So that's how I made that excuse. But it's not. It's still just within the fantasy. You're just trying to paint within the picture you've been given.
The next time you ever hear or see somebody look up in the sky and say, "Oh, it seems like a big waste of space," make sure to let them know they're not looking in the vacuum of space.
I'm pretty sure it's not a waste of space. I'm pretty sure the creator knew what he was creating.
Well, they just don't know they're in a fish tank.
Or maybe they do. If they did, they'd probably initiate some kind of military operation and call it Operation Fishbowl.
That's crazy talk.
Well,
I'm joking. All right, I'm gonna head to bed. You guys have a good night. God bless.
Good night, man. Always fun to have you here.
Thank you. I feel the same about you, Drace.
I'm trying to speak more. I'm trying to take part, not be such an asshole.
Asshole.
Since when are you an asshole?
I think you're pretty nice.
I can be.
I always think this.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Jim 66%. I would like someone to explain gravity pockets. Are they only on the ISS, in the ISS shower stall? Gravity pockets, they actually claim that the ISS is still within the Earth's supposed gravity, but they claim that the ISS is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour, roughly, and constantly falling around the globe, sideways. And so, because it's constantly falling, it's having the same effect as a vomit comet, and that just doesn't make a lot of sense. There have been guys who astronauts who claimed, I don't know what you're talking about the shower stall personally, but there's this guy who claimed he encountered pockets of microgravity in the ISS, but he's actually claims he's also a magician and claims that this was a magic trick and he was just lying to the audience. So that's his words. So you can believe him or if you want, but I'm not. Then we have even more. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say I seen a video where one of them dropped. I think probably a lot of people seen that video where they dropped a screw or something, and they dropped a little beach ball. And I'm pretty sure that's their official thing is that there's microgravity or gravity pockets. Which I guess that's two different things, isn't it?
Yeah, I have the bolt where it drops it. The above is they had a mock ISS inside an airplane, zero-G plane, and it was pretty obvious that they're using it for some of the older footage. If you look during 1990s, they used mostly that and used really obvious cuts, so it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, some of the.
Sorry.
I was going to say some of the videos you could hear the jet. You could hear the jet engines. It's pretty obvious, like you said. It's
yeah.
It's awful what they want us to.
Yeah, you're right. During that time, it was very obvious because that's the technology they were using. Now they're using a little bit more high technology, basically augmented virtual reality, and this is the same thing the TV shows use to fake being on the ISS. So this is this is nothing new. And this kind of technology comes with its own problems, where things accidentally fade in and out, but it also allows you to layer out things like harnesses. So they used it for that in movies a lot, but you can see still they're hanging on harnesses, though it's pretty obvious. And this, for instance, this always kills it for me. Like, this was shown to children, and people were supposed to believe this is on the ISS.
Yeah, that's like the Alan Shepard footage. I'm pretty sure that's the footage where they show like a bunch of stars that looks like Christmas lights, and the moon looks like it's made out of some kind of, it's like some kind of plaster or something. And it's totally ridiculous. I'm pretty sure. I think that's the Alan Shepard trip around the Earth or whatever. It's obvious that it's the technology back then. It was very poor, and people probably believed that back then. But now you look at it, and anybody that sees that Alan Shepard footage, they say, "Oh, that's ridiculous looking." But but they believe what's going on now. I don't get it. If you catch them in one lie, how can they just go on accepting it? I don't get that.
Yeah, a lot of it's pretty blatant. And we have a few of them now who've come out and admitted that it's flat, and it's not curved, and it was faked. And even Buzz Aldrin pretty much came out and said it recently on a TV show, and then before that, kind of admitted it to a child, and like it's getting pretty blatant, and they don't have a lot to hide behind. 24 people supposedly, or something along those lines, supposedly went to the moon and saw the Earth as a ball, but they all traveled through the Van Allen radiation belts, which supposedly have lethal radiation and would kill any human going through there, and that's why we can't go back to the moon right now, because they haven't solved those problems yet, so they couldn't have gone there.
Yeah, it's like they want to keep distracting us with, with fairy tales and, like the Shatner thing. I mean, I've seen the video how hard that thing hit. If you watch it enough, you could, they cut away right when I was getting ready to hit, but you could still see how hard that thing hit. There's no way if those people would have been in like some kind of a race, like racing outfits or some kind of, something that protected their bodies, but I don't think they were. None of them had helmets on. That thing hit the ground so hard. I couldn't believe that. And they just come out and they're gonna swig champagne and hug all them honeys that was walking around. It's ridiculous. But that's what they are. They're professional liars,
Yeah, what you gonna do, man? It's like Copernicus's theory. They keep telling us, for instance, that we know the globe's been known for 2,000 years, but Copernicus's theory wasn't accepted. Like, even after his death, 60 years after his death, only 15 astronomers in all of Europe even talked about it. So that's all. Like the rest were like, nah, that's dumb. So they got nothing. And even worse is if you look at old newspapers from like 100 years ago, they're like talking about how people are getting sued for teaching the globe in schools, and like that means that wasn't allowed. That means that wasn't something that was accepted at that time. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and they're trying to basically gaslight the world with just reframing, spinning everything with fallacies. It's just really annoying.
Yeah, I think they gaslit our entire history, the world history. I think it's gaslit. Like I've been looking into some of this, man. Like you look into the World's Fairs back in, and just search some pictures. Just man, it's just amazing how.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, like the thing over in Europe, where it was the Crystal Palace. Man, it's incredible. The trees inside, and they said there was one in Buffalo that he could fly an airplane in. I mean, come on. The man, just the amount of manpower and stuff that would take to build.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that. John Levi said it. Oh, go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, I just wanted to compound on what you're saying, because the amazing thing is there happened a bunch of these fairs and a bunch of these buildings that were constructed, but then deconstructed or burned and made to disappear over the years now. So we're losing a lot of that history as it's being destroyed.
Yeah, and everything modern, I don't know, probably since the Victorian times, it seems like that's been built. It's sort of garbagey, It's I don't know. I think there's a word for it. Like they built stuff in Russia that looks, it looks kind of mundane and depressing. And it's almost like they did that on purpose to try to, I can't remember what the word is for it, but how everything's the same. Maybe that's the thing, that they want everybody to think the same and think nobody has more than others. But like even say they'll build like a new school nowadays. It looks like a prison or something. It's just there's no character at all.
Yeah, well, the KGB has already admitted they aimed for demoralization, so that all makes sense.
Yeah, it's crazy what's going on. And you try to talk to some people about it, but they think that a book, there could be no laws in books, but it's just, that's how they indoctrinated people back in, with books, and then they probably just flipped their lids when they got radio and TV. They were like, oh, this is going to be, look how fast the indoctrination went after all that,
It's
also light speeds.
It's also 2 to 3% of all books are online, and people are under the impression that all of human knowledge is online. So what they actually only have access to is just a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction, and it's been carefully selected to give an impression.
Yeah, and you can imagine like how the are now. It probably how they come over information.
Yeah, just like we're going through massive censoring on Amazon, where books are being refused to be sold. So that's a semi-silent book burning, where they exclude those books from the general circulation, and they've been doing this for years. This is nothing new. They're just doing it digitally now.
I just received the Klaus Schwab book. Just got it today. I haven't had a chance to really look through it too much, but you would think that something like that they kind of wouldn't let out almost in a way. It kind of seems, it kind of makes me wonder why they would let that out in a way.
Give them time. Give them time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's readily available. I mean, it was hard to get through the library, but it just seems strange. And it come out in 2020. How long? I don't know. I'm
So
not
as
really
far,
looking forward to reading it.
which book is it that you're referring to?
The Klaus Schwab's book, the Great Reset. I mean, just all that, pretty much them spelling out, what they want to do. It's insane.
It's not like they're
I
even
guess some
hiding
people.
it. Just look at Agenda
Yeah,
2030. Yeah,
Yeah.
Agenda 2020. I forget what it was, but Agenda 2040 or 30. I'm all over the place now. It's real late.
I think you're right. I
7
think it
a.m.
is.
I
Yeah, it's
should go to sleep.
2030. Yeah.
Well, they have different ones. They have Agenda 2021, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2042. They have different ones, but they have goals that they want to meet within that span of time. But all of the, like referring back to all the different buildings in, across the world, across the earth, being similar, it comes from like the knowledge of like the builders, the Freemasons. They understand the sacred geometry. They understand the sacred shapes. So if you look into it, and I haven't read a lot of it, I've just recently started looking into this, like how they incorporate it into their buildings. But according to their understanding, like whether it's true or not, I don't know. And the fact that they try to hide it, leads me to think that it is true, but it's knowledge they don't want us to understand, or they don't want us to have. But if you build a building and it's like the sacred geometry, if you put like certain dimensions in it, then the inner portion of the building and the outer portion of the building, like if the dimensions are correct, then it will vibrate at a certain frequency. I don't know how true it is, but anyway, it has a lot to do. Everything comes down to vibration, frequency, and energy, just like Tesla said. We don't, if we understood it better, and that's the knowledge that, they keep from us, that they don't focus on it. And if we understood it better, then we could better understand, how to combat them at their level, on their level.
I read some Russian research on resonant cavity, something else. I can't remember for the life of me the last part of it. But it was basically looking at how I was trying to figure out how bees could fly, and looking at the different effects of the geometry of how beehives and wasp hives have different effects on humans, which seems to be due to the geometry. So they started testing out a bunch of different geometric shapes on like the effects of plant growth and other things, and found that like plants, for instance, grow faster and taller if they have a pyramidal structure around them, and all sorts of weird stuff like that. And this dovetails into the I forget what he's called right now. It's too late. The bug Russian scientist who was like a beetle guy, expert in beetles and insects, and he noticed that some really fat beetles could fly even though they're technically too heavy to be able to fly. So he got a bunch of their wings and collected them together and made a platform that could fly, supposedly. But there's a lot of weird things concerning resonant cavities and frequencies, and similar to how Tesla showed that all matter has a certain frequency that corresponds to it, and if you hit that frequency, you can make it resonate and vibrate.
Right, and if you resonate on, like I was just talking to MJ about this a few minutes ago, or a little while ago. And I was looking for the video and I couldn't find it. And maybe there's some other individuals in here that have seen it and know which one I'm talking about. And maybe they could find it. It might be in my other server. I don't know. But it's where a farmer used frequency and he found out which frequency, I don't know if it's parasites or worms, but it was in a crop, right? And they didn't want to use pesticides. So they, he determined, like he experimented with different frequencies and he found the frequency that resonated with that particular organism. And when he hit the land, the crop with it, it killed all of those particular parasites in the crop, right? Because it resonated on that frequency. And it's like you can, okay, so some frequencies are harmonious with one another. And it's just like, that's how you shatter glass, because you resonate with the same frequency. When you hit it with a frequency that resonates with it, then you'll destroy it and it'll shatter. And it's like, so organisms are the same way. So if you do, so think about us, you know? Yeah.
Considering how many parasites and stuff mankind currently has, that could be a potential great health benefit for us.
Yeah, because, and that was another thing that we were discussing, and this is what I was getting ready to get into up there with MJ. But I came back down here, so I'd be glad to discuss it with you guys. More minds, the merrier. But like these videos that they're releasing on like so-called healing frequencies, like, okay, who can verify that they are? How can, see, this is what I don't get. How could one frequency universally be a healing frequency for everyone, right, across the board, when we all vibrate at a different frequency? So
that would be solved through the parasite.
Yeah, so maybe it's the organisms within us that are making us ill. Maybe it's just that one frequency that resonates with that one organism, and it destroys that. So you improve, your health improves because you destroy that parasite that is making you ill. However, when it comes to each individual being, we all vibrate at different frequencies. So if it's going to be harmonious with us, like, it would be different with each individual.
Well, it's not about the harmony with the rest of the vibrations. It's just about matching the specific vibration and causing a resonance. So as that resonance builds, the vibration builds within the organism. So that would just cause them to die over time.
I think this is just my little theory, but I think the cathedrals were used to heal, and then some people started equating that to some like other being possibly, but it might not have been another being. It might have just been, the antique tech back then possibly doing it. And they definitely want to cover stuff like that up, with the way modern medicine is now. They don't want nobody fixing themselves.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you had certain knowledge and then you implement things that seem to where people don't understand, you have an effect. The people don't understand what caused the effect, and then you attribute that cause to a supernatural occurrence, and you want the people to believe that you are in tune with God, right? And that they need to, obey you and go by like certain, if they want to have like certain cultural constructs and control their minds, then you can convince them that these effects are caused from a supernatural occurrence when it's well understood. I want to say scientific, but I don't know how scientific some of it is. But the ones who understand, I mean, it probably is scientific, with their understanding. But they understand the mechanism by which they're doing it. Right, but the people don't. So if you do that and you cause that effect, you can convince the people that your God is God, right, of the universe.
Right. Yeah. I guess if you heal somebody, then it's just like the guy's going around pushing people in the face. It's like of course that's all pretty funny baloney, but I think there was
Yeah.
I think there was something to that, like before. I think maybe and that's what it was used to control people. Like, oh, you don't want to make it bad, or you need to give us money, or whatever. You need to give us your kids or something. Who knows? Who knows what went on?
There's
But
also another
yeah,
solution to the televangelist's healing, and that's through hypnosis. People have actually managed to heal, uh, in one case, blindness and other weird stuff. Uh, just because belief is a very powerful thing, and the placebo effect can actually have real natural healing, just because your body is capable of healing. But we put limiters on ourselves with our own negative thoughts and beliefs.
yeah. I think the opposite is true too. With they call it the nocebo effect. I think that's very powerful. I think that's what's making people people are getting a little sniffle. I mean, I hate to bring up Mr. Skiba, God rest his, but you go in those places, and they see a big name like that, and they know what was going on, and it's a shame. Like my mom, she's been she just got a head cold there, and she's freaking out about it, crying. It's like she's 70 some years old. You get sick and you get better, but now it's like they implanted this thing, and it's definitely affected people.
Yeah,
The
it literally is making people more sick, and that's like, we have the numbers that show that the placebo effect and the nocebo effect is proportionally having effect, and that's why we need to account for that when we do any kind of testing of any kind of drugs. That's why we need double blinds.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far off in the weeds on that subject, but yeah, it's crazy. I don't know if I was just listening on here, if it was somewhere else where Germany was going to ban people from coming in stores. Like, they were going to allow that. I think in a certain state, I guess they call it Hesse or Hesse or something. I'm not, I'm from West Virginia here. I'm not, Are you ever in Europe or somewhere?
Yeah, I'm in Iceland.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Huh? Yeah, that's worlds apart. I'm right there in the little northern panhandle of West Virginia, little town called Wheeling.
Yeah, he's got a head.
Land of the free.
He's got a head start heading north to the north, to the center.
Yeah, sure does. Yeah. I mean, things really ain't too bad around here, but crime. The only thing I've really noticed is it seems like drugs and crime's gotten worse, but I think that's probably it's probably like that just about everywhere else. But I mean, on a much larger scale in these bigger cities, I can imagine it's probably worse. But I've noticed a lot of people are acting different now. Though people aren't as friendly as they used to be. It's odd.
How have the drugs gotten worse? Do they not get you high anymore?
Yeah, actually, yeah. There's a lot of there's a lot of fake stuff going around. Like, people either fake stuff or stuff with fentanyl in it. Just about every street drug around here, they say that, even marijuana, they say that they're putting fentanyl in it or on it. Everything.
So it's like, you can't use drugs without using fentanyl.
It's a pretty depressed area here. It's the Rust Belt or whatever you want to call it.
Only in a world where drugs are illegal. Is that true?
Yeah, that's very true. Yep. And I don't know how it gets in here, if it gets imported, and you know.
Yeah, that only happens if it's illegal. If it were legal, you'd be like, no, I'm not buying that. I want this. I'm buying that.
Yeah. And then they saw all this weird stuff in the head shops now. It's, you could buy this thing. It's supposed to be like Adderall, but it's not really. Or you could buy this lean. I don't know if you know what lean is, but you could buy this legal lean, and yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, my whole country is like 250,000 people roughly.
350.
350 now?
Yeah, it's been 300.
What?
It's always been 300.
Okay, 300. I'm way too sleepy right now to make any arguments. 7 a.m. and I'm still awake just because you guys are fun.
I'm working right now. I probably have to plug my phone in here and get some other stuff done. But I've listened a lot, and I listened on YouTube a lot before I joined, and I really like it's nice to hear the debates and stuff, and I appreciate all you guys.
Same, man. I just like to point out that there's nothing wrong with being wrong from time to time, and just admitting that. And I don't know why it's such a problem for some people who come in here.
I think people think that they're geniuses. I don't know.
Yeah, there's something wrong in the ego there, because I make mistakes all the time, and I love being pointed out. Oh, you made a mistake, because that means I can fix something. I can improve. I can memorize that aspect a little bit more. I can do something. You don't have to be dumb. You don't have to be retarded. You can just catch up. Just because someone's running ahead of you doesn't mean you have to just slow down even further.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's people that are hard-headed. I mean, I've known some people that are hard-headed that were smart with certain things, but when it comes to learning something new, they wouldn't even consider certain things, And I think that's a sign of ignorance, hard-headedness.
That's kind of what really bugs me the most. Is when someone shows a glimmer of intelligence, and you're like, oh, I have hope for this guy. He might actually get it. But then that stubbornness, that ego comes in where they're like, but I'm not actually going to look at what you're saying, because right now I just want to hold on to the straw. I think that validates my globe. Even though the straw he's clutching doesn't actually invalidate everything else that we have shown him that destroys his globe. So it's not valid. I just really hope some of them can go home, lie in their bed holding the straw, and just think about it. This straw doesn't make any sense. It's not actually answering the issue that there's no curve. They measured no curve. I need to find the curve, not just hold on to this I see the stars argument.
Yeah, I've been trying to work on my mother. She's 70 something, and she said that when she was a kid, she says she's seen Sputnik flying around several times. Evidently they in grade school, I guess, it flew around and they went outside and watched it. I think I've told that story on here before, but it was 250 to, I don't know exactly how far. It was various elevations, I do believe, but it was only as big as a ball. It was only as big as a beach ball. You're going to see that. You wouldn't see it a mile away, but she still believes it. We seen Sputnik, yeah, but I tried to tell her. I said, look at a plane. I said, look, there's an airplane. It's 5 miles up. You could barely see it. You're not going to see a beach ball at 250 miles. Come on,
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Angular resolution of that ball would be too small. It wouldn't have any way to If I remember correctly, it was just a metal ball with feelers coming out of the back of it, and all it did was beep. That's the whole function of it was beep, and it had no lights. So if they saw a light in the sky, that wasn't Sputnik.
Yeah, I think probably it was on the radio or something, and it was hyped up. That's probably what it was. It was probably hyped up on local radio or local media, saying, "Oh, it's going to be outside at this time. Everybody go out and look." And something, who knows what it was.
Then you just fly a spy plane with a spotlight facing down and really high, and they're like, "Oh my God, you see that light flying above? Yep, that's Sputnik."
Yep.
It's a good opportunity to test the U2.
Exactly.
Wasn't that one of the original thing with NASA that they were using the U2 and got caught, and they decided to put NASA on the side of it or something? I can't remember that whole story, but
Well, one got shot down over Russia.
That's what it was.
And I think I don't remember the first name, but his last name was Powers or something, the name of the pilot. That we traded like some spy or something to get him back. But yeah.
Oh, that's the official story, but he knows what was going on. One of the think that the Cold War, how it was. They used to do drills and people would duck underneath their desk. Like that's going to save you. That was indoctrination. For little kids. Terrible.
For the nuclear bombs, you duck, roll, and cover.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, you're going to duck underneath your little desk. It's going to save you. That's to make people scared. That's what it's all about.
Funny thing is, it would probably be actually safe because model explosions aren't that big.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
They are on Star Wars.
Well, they look big. It's all a matter of perspective.
Hey, I just thought of something I was always wanting to ask. Of course, it might just be something that we just see. Or yesterday, I was on my way to work and walking across. There's a big open space here, and it's dark. And I seen a shooting star, probably better than I've seen it. Used to see. I mean, I used to see them all the time, but I haven't seen one in years. Last night, I seen one pretty good. It looked like it was close. Like I could see the sparks coming off of it. It looked like it was close. I don't know what you guys, what your thoughts are now, if it's something. I never really did hear, like, Dave Weiss, he says, well, it's just a light that's glancing off the glass or whatever. Who knows what it is?
Well, I would be interested in finding out.
Where I used to live, I worked steady afternoon shift, and I rode this ridge all the way home. It was about 15 miles. I rode this ridge top all the way out to my place. But I was looking at the western sky most of the time, kind of up, and I used to see them all the time. But I haven't seen them 4 or 5, maybe 6 years now. And then like I said, last night, I seen one that had a big tail on it. It was huge. It was cool looking.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean by clusters, because like over the last 4 or 5 years here in Oregon, I've only gone to the eastern part of Oregon, the desert of Oregon, twice. And of the 2 times I've gone there, the last time I went there, I could see the stars, which was recently, but I didn't see any shooting stars. But 2 or 3 years ago, or I guess a little longer than that, 2017, when I went back there the last time, on my way out to Central Oregon, my brother and I in the car, we were amazed how we saw 3 at least, but I think it might have been 4 in total, but 3 at least shooting stars. And we were just surprised that we were, seeing so many all in one stretch of road, all in about an hour or so.
Yeah, yeah, it makes you wonder what's going on. And I tell you what, that before this was probably 2013, 2012, somewhere around there.
What happened? Did you drop out or what?
Yeah, it looked like it was just about the same distance away as the moon. And it was kind of bright too. Like I said, it looked like sparks coming off of it, like welding sparks almost.
I don't hear you. I think you're muted or something.
Good morning. Nobody here.
Yeah, I'm here. Just, I don't know what I'm doing. Just doing work and listening.
What you working on?
I just do 3D models in 3D software.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I know a lot about perspective and orthographic and all types of stuff.
Mm.
What are you doing? Just woke up?
I just woke up. Is that like AutoCAD?
I use Blender. It's like a free one.
Blender. Yeah, I know. Well, AutoCAD is free also. You can find this.
Yeah, that's for very like more engineering and very specific to the millimeter. Well, Blender's a bit more creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do like 3D characters for games or?
Nah, for 3D printing.
Oh, for 3D printing.
Yeah, but I have done a few characters and animations and all the bone setups, and textures and lighting, and it just goes on and on.
Yeah. And who pays for this? If you don't mind me asking.
Me, it's just I just get a cheap printer and just all cheap stuff.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you write this program only for yourself, yeah.
No, I just use Blender to create a model, and then I run it through the 3D printer software to get it all ready for the printer, and then push the button.
Yeah. To generate the G code.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same like the CNC machines.
Yeah, pretty much. With CNC, that don't they like carve out wood and metal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make one, but like a desktop CNC. But
Sorry.
I want to make a desktop CNC.
All right.
I was looking. I want to make a very high precision model, and to do that, you need to use harmonic gearbox. They looked at the prices in China. Even in China, they don't come that cheap. It's about $300 for one. They mostly use them in robotics. Yeah.
So sorry, the kettle was boiling.
Mm.
Yeah, all types of weird stuff you can do. Yeah, robotics, CNC.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff. So I guess that helped me with understanding perspective, because most people don't know the difference between perspective and orthographic.
3D modeling. Yes.
Yeah, I'm switching between the two all day.
You can
Anyway.
literally sculpt a globe with almost 4,000 miles radius.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. That it's just, yeah, because I think it only does up to like 10,000 meters or something. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I have to. Yeah, I really want to do it because I want to do the stars. If I can replicate the stars on a, in my 3D program.
I see.
But yeah.
Well, in AutoCAD, I think you can do like bigger models and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. I think AutoCAD. Yeah, you can go up to
technical
5,000.
But but you can maybe like do a ratio.
Yeah.
I don't know, instead of 6,000 kilometers, to have like 600. But the size of buildings and people, you're going in the micron and nanometer levels. So yeah.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. Just shrink everything.
Yeah.
Which I've seen a few people already do it, and what's one guy? He does a flat surface, and like when something goes off into the distance, it gets smaller, but it doesn't go below the horizon. But then as soon as he introduces a atmosphere, then it does. Yeah, on the flat surface, it goes below the horizon. So.
Oh, so these guys who wrote the program software, they know the laws of light propagation and perspective.
I guess so. I don't know.
They had to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can change the perspective. It's got like a little slider button, so you can go,
yeah,
so increase your angle view or decrease it and all that fun stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Has there been any flat tests lately? Anything with lasers or long distance?
Yeah. I was looking a few days ago at the laser test video, and I was thinking like shooting it into a mirror so you can see it coming back also. you know
Sorry, was that a mirror test?
No, I was thinking as I was watching some how they were using heliographs back in the days. I was thinking of a long distance laser test observation, but your target will be a very distant mirror, and
Yeah.
to see it coming back, the laser, that will be something.
Oh yeah, I've got this one. What is it? It's I got that one. And then what's the other one?
Oh man. Yeah.
So the first one was about 80 feet missing curvature. The second one, 20 feet. I've got another one that says it's 150 feet.
Yeah, but this is using mirrors to see sunlight, Yeah.
Yeah. Are you talking about shooting a laser at it and get the laser to reflect back?
Yes. Yes.
I think this one was done in Italy, 18 miles, 155 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So to give you an example of what 150 feet looks like, it looks something like this.
I don't know, there's like 50 meters.
Yeah, so that tower is roughly 150 feet, and the people give you a little example, like how small the people are.
Yeah.
Now the other one I'd love to do is at the LIGO. It's pretty much LIGO is like a massive tube, straight tube.
Yeah.
And it's got a canal next to it. So LIGO goes for 4 kilometers. And I'll get a picture.
If they find you're a flat earther, they won't allow you 1 kilometer in the radius of LIGO.
Yeah, I know. I reckon you'd have to like pretend to be from some organization and, blah, blah, blah. And we're here to do some test or something. But yeah, see how the pipe runs along next to the water? I don't know if you can see the live, the voice text.
One moment. Yeah. It's a water canal. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and it's next to the pipe. It's pretty much like a massive straight ruler. So pretty much in theory, the pipe should be straight and the water next to it should be slightly curving, to the Earth's curve. So what you would have to do is measure from the water to the pipe. So use the water as your datum and measure the height of the pipe from the beginning, middle, and end. And because that would cut out refraction.
Yeah. You're right.
But so I think 4 kilometers is like a meter of curvature, it should be, or something.
I can look up the chart. I have a table with those numbers.
So, because isn't LIGO a tube? It's a vacuum tube with the laser pointing down it or something. So it has to be like dead straight.
Yeah, if it's curved, you won't see it at the other end.
Yeah.
Looking for that table. I have so many memes and gifs and
Yeah, 4 kilometers long. I think that's like 2.5 miles or something, or 3 miles.
yeah. Yeah, there it is.
All right, so say 6 feet then to be conservative.
3 miles, 6 feet. Yeah. Oh.
6 feet, yes. Yeah.
2 meters. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like 2.5 miles or something. I think like
Yeah.
4 kilometers. So I think it's like, a meter and a half. But either way,
1.5 meter. Yeah, roughly. It's above 1 meter.
yeah. So I reckon whoever.
That should be very measurable.
Yeah, definitely. So, and you'd need a laser level.
Yeah.
So all you need is 3 measurements at the beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah. You can make drive like a small boat on the water,
Yeah.
with a rangefinder shooting at that pipe.
Yeah.
So,
There have to be one guy. Yeah, a big guy on the pipe and a guy in the water with a boat.
Yeah.
And yeah, the guy on the pipe would set the laser level like just under the pipe, and then the guy in the boat would get his get that stick out and get a measurement on his laser level. And
yeah,
but it'd be good like if someone lives near that, if they could try somehow, I know if they know someone like because it have to be maintenance done on it. It have to be some kind of maintenance team to.
But how the hell do they detect those gravity waves? How do they know that?
I don't know. There's a video on it on YouTube, and the guy's like they're measuring a vibration that's like 1,000th smaller than your hair.
Yeah. I know they are going in the nanometer. And that's not like smaller than your hair. That is very small. It's like 1 millimeter split into a million,
Ah, shit. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like
crazy
they could get
small.
like it's like a plane could be going over past like 20 kilometers away, and it would pick it up. Like yeah, they just got a machine that.
watching a ant flying at normal commercial airplanes altitude, like you're watching at an ant, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid because when they made the big announcement, how like they found gravity waves, it was because they had got. I know they've got a couple of them now, but yeah, they all picked up the same reading. But it's like, man, it's like someone could have just put that reading in there, like.
Yeah. I think they. What year was it when they made these claims? When did they first start this LIGO experiment? I don't remember. But I know I've seen it right in that year. And it was after Eric Dubay released his Flat Earth video.
Sorry, so I was just getting some tea.
No problem. I was wondering, I think, as far as I remember, they ran this experiment after Eric Dubay's Flat Earth video. And I think it's a crazy struggle to reinforce the gravity theory, the LIGO experiment.
So to reinforce
the gravity theory, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much just no curvature, no gravity.
I know, but they had to come up with something to show us, like, hey, we did an experiment and look,
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
They've got to fabricate evidence.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because you're talking like millions and billions of dollars to to do these crazy weird experiments. Massive facilities, heaps of employees. Like,
Yeah. And I don't know what's the point of this LIGO laser, but it doesn't serve any. I don't know. They produce nothing.
that's
Not
it.
even a
it's not
stupid
feeding or clothing
prototype.
people.
Yeah. I see nothing coming from it except nice stories,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I don't see them contributing, like making a better battery, making a better engine, making a better propeller or whatever, nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's it. It's like the people, they were on great salaries and they're getting paid good to do all that.
Oh my God, yeah.
And they don't want to give that up. Like,
yeah. And they are paid those good salaries for their whole lifetime. They will
Yeah,
get
so
retired. They will get retired from there.
yeah, so they'll defend it. You know, they're like, "Oh no, we need to research more. We need more research."
Yeah. We have a laser in Romania also, the biggest laser in the world, most powerful.
Wait, we do? That I didn't know.
And that one also. It's a dead project. It leads to nowhere. They built it and now they don't even know why they built it, if they needed it. Yeah. Ten petawatts laser. When they turn that shit on, it's like um, theoretically, it's taking so much energy that's like 10% of the sun output.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot of energy which we are paying for, you know.
And what does this laser even do?
Nothing.
Oh, just there.
They just show to students, you know, hey, look, yeah, we have a powerful laser. We can burn pretty much everything, yeah. And that's
And
it.
that's kind of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But yeah, that thing, when you turn it on, that's the energy is gonna be taking from the grid, you know, the energy grid. Yeah. We do have nuclear power plants and stuff.
Yeah, we do. Just so some places. It's not as often as at the other countries, but we do.
It's a project which relates to CERN. It was supposed to do something for CERN to help and stuff like that, but
So there it is. The Earth from outer space. Do you believe this is a real, live recording? Do you believe? How about now? Does this make it more believable? Ask yourself.
Is this real? Do you believe? Is this real?
Let's try this another way.
Breaking news. NASA finally did it. They finally did it. They're finally live streaming the Earth spinning from outer space. The world is celebrating. This one will go down in history. Convinced?
Well, if you didn't fall for that, then why would you fall for this? Maybe you just never paid attention. When you do pay attention, you start to notice things. Are you paying attention? Did you know that starting at the end of 2015 through 2017, Flat Earth was one of the top searched terms in the USA, let alone the world? While most of you were falling for the political charades, the rest of us were trying to discover the true nature about our world.
My name is ODD TV. I'm a local rapper here in Denver, Colorado.
I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live in America.
I've been rapping for 20 years, just like anyone else. When you're a kid and you're really into music, you're into making music, every kid looks in that mirror and fantasizes about being famous. And because I like to make my own music, I just decided, screw it. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and start talking in videos.
There has never been one experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion. When you try to find the curvature of the Earth, it's nowhere to be found. Unless you're looking at footage from GoPro cameras that have fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, or NASA propaganda.
Started making the videos in 2014, early 2015. Started getting noticed. You're living in a world where there's fake people faking events on TV in order to move agendas forward with the Earth being flat. I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There was videos everywhere. There was videos of people doing science, putting balloons up with a camera that doesn't have a fisheye lens on it, like a GoPro lens, a wide angle lens. And they were using these cameras that didn't have those. The horizon rose to eye level, which would be impossible on a ball that would be falling away from you as you rose up. There's people putting out top 10 NASA hoax videos, debunking the moon landing, picking apart NASA just left and right. It was awesome. Awesome time for YouTube between 2015 and 17.
Even Google mentioned it during their commercial. Do you remember this? Why would Google be promoting this?
As a joke?
As a joke? No. We know why. They were panicking. Panicking because the platform they purchased 10 years ago was collapsing with truth. The powers that be would not allow that.
As we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So instead of deleting all of the millions of videos we have made, They simply decided to bring in their puppets to reiterate the agenda at stake.
We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
The Earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help?
Can you please help? When you stand on the shoulders of those who came before, you might just see far enough to realize the Earth isn't flat.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round. Second is here.
This float celebrates flat Earth theory that is spreading ironically around the
world and its possible roundness.
Spinning.
Now they are talking about it. They want you to search for it, because they already changed their algorithm to be set up in their favor.
What is this trash?
None of this tells you our side of the story. These are all videos they put together, so you can watch and learn nothing. Nothing that any of us would show you. Like here, have you ever seen a time lapse of the sun? Does it look like the Earth is rotating backwards and the sun is still? Or does it look like our sun is simply moving across our sky, traveling away from your perspective? Again, but with some inversion. You can clearly see the sun, not only decreasing its size, but heading towards its next destination with a slight turn before it disappears from your line of sight. While Google would make sure when you type in flat Earth that nothing like this would ever pop up, many agree the science regarding our sun is far from settled.
We're told that the sun is a massive ball of burning gas 93 million miles away. But if that were true, then all the light that arrives here would be parallel because it's so far away. And it has to be parallel because one of the most often cited supposed globe proofs is Eratosthenes' experiment between Alexandria and Syene, by which he calculated the size of the Earth. For that calculation to be accurate, the light must come down parallel. The only problem is that that's not what we see. If you go out on a sunny day with broken cloud, what you'll see is that light comes down at angles, diverging angles. And that means that we can follow those light rays back to the source and triangulate the sun's height above the Earth, proving that the sun isn't millions of miles away. But we can also perform physical experiments that prove that these crepuscular rays, as they're called, can only be recreated with a light source that is small and close.
It doesn't take a genius to understand that the further the light source goes up, the more the sun rays would spread out and become parallel. The reason you'd even think that the sun...
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it be sunny all the time? I mean, have they ever even thought about it?
Well, if you'd let me finish, the reason you'd even think the sun would be visible from anywhere on Earth is because of the images they have shown you. No one promoting this bull stands for truth. You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball 93 million miles away.
You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball.
While we keep experimenting to try and figure out what the sun actually is, and how close it could be. With a local hotspot, it should be easy to comprehend that the sun is small and close to you.
To put that in perspective, imagine a table 2 meters wide in a completely dark room. And you're holding a small but very bright light bulb, 3.4 millimeters across. And you are holding it about 31 centimeters above the table. What you'd see is a circular pool of light directly on the table, beneath the light bulb. But on the other side of the table, it would be in darkness. Now, it seems to our mind that if you were on the other side of the table, you would see the light because it's, above the table. But that's not true, because on that part of the table, it's in darkness, meaning that the light isn't physically reaching that part of the tabletop.
Your senses are correct.
We're also told that the sun sets because as the Earth rotates us away from the sun, it's actually obscured by the physical curvature of the Earth. That's not what we see.
What we see is a local sun that is taking its local light with it. What happened to the horizon glowing across half of the world? Most sunsets are already fading through pollution, dander, chemtrails, and fog. Plus, refraction will always make the sun seem like it's going down, as well as your perspective.
It would appear to sink down in your field of view. That's perspective. The further away you get from it, the lower it will appear. It doesn't physically change its height, it just appears that way to your eyes, until eventually it will disappear behind the horizon formed by your eye's vanishing point. Your eye has an angular resolution of 0.2 degrees, and anything at that height will disappear beyond the limit of your sight. Many times we can see time-lapse footage of the sun that shows it getting smaller as it moves away from us. Now, that's not always the case, since the sun is travelling around the North Pole. The closer you are to the north, the less you'll see the size change. But from locations beyond the equator, you'll absolutely see the sun's size change. And that could never ever happen if the sun was 93 million miles away. You wouldn't see the sun change at all.
Our eyes cannot see farther than what they were designed to see. But that is no reason to keep them closed.
There's also an effect that occurs under certain conditions called atmospheric lensing, where the sheer amount of atmosphere, as well as the rain between you and the sun, acts like a lens and a prism, magnifying it greatly, which leads to another observational proof that the sun setting is an optical effect. At such times, when the sun is setting over the sea, and it seems as though it's half hidden by the horizon, then you can zoom in with a high-powered zoom camera and see that it's actually still above the horizon. It's just an optical illusion.
Pay attention to the sun rays here. This alone proves our local sun, and so do these shadows. So what about the moon? We all witness the moon only illuminating the local clouds around it. That is because it is also a local light, but one with opposite effects from the sun. As we can all agree, shade from the sun is cooler than direct sunlight. But did you know the moon's shade is actually warmer than direct moonlight? The moon produces cold light, something the science priests must have forgotten to teach us all about in school. Not only that, but at times we can see stars through the moon, proving it is not some solid rock 238,900 miles away. In the 60s, true science regarding the moon was the shadow band topic of its era.
I consider myself to be an ordinary, humble person who wants to serve mankind with what man has striven for from the beginning of consciousness, with truth and understanding of the world.
Well, now, one thing, you have a theory about the moon, and we expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory?
Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is plasma, cosmic plasma. Gravitational theories are out, and a new concept of the cosmos and of its laws has to be evolved. This fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
What will be the result if you're proved to be correct in your theories?
The result will be profound and decisive. Because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it.
But the Americans and Russians are thinking of landing men on it.
Well, that will never happen.
People actually believe they walked on the moon, talked with Nixon, played golf, drove a car, and planted a flag.
If you really believe that Neil Armstrong took the first step, then why do you give any credit to the cameraman already there waiting for him?
These guys were all U.S. military men coerced into acting. They wanted the money and power that came with the deal, of course. The problem was, they were terrible actors. They couldn't even pretend to be excited, knowing they were lying to the world. But the show had to go on. Michael Collins and Neil Armstrong rarely spoke in public about it, but there was one man not shy about lying to your face. The spokesperson for the Apollo deception.
It's my pleasure to present Colonel Edwin Aldrin.
No handshake, hug, smile. Their facial expressions are similar to those experiencing constipation, not celebrating an accomplishment.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great sense of pride as an American and with humility as a human being that I say to you today what no men have been privileged to say before. We walked on the moon.
I mean, they couldn't pay them enough to look up and smile? Society has always debated these planned Apollo events since day one, never imagining then that almost 50 years later, they haven't had the balls to fake another.
As a tattooer, I talk to hundreds of people a month, and people are actually really starting to wake up with everything that's going on right now. I mean, people are sick of the lies. This is the biggest deception ever. The globe, the spinning ball globe, is the biggest deception. If NASA was legit, literally all they would have to do is one thing. Take one of their satellites, zoom in on someone in Australia, upside down, driving a car. Or in the ocean, swimming, upside down. That's all they would have to do, just zoom in. But they won't do it, they'll never do it. We have the footage of them in the space capsule, still in Earth orbit, covering up a small section of the window so you can see through the circle and making that look like that was the Earth. And this is a joke. I mean, how do people think this is real? I think it's hilarious that NASA will straight up tell you we destroyed the technology to go to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
But they destroyed the technology and they can't go back. It's ridiculous. There's an interview with Buzz Aldrin, actually, where he's being interviewed by a little girl. Her question was,
why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
After 50 years of lying to humanity and perpetrating this giant fraud, he's sick of the lie, and his conscience, he had a moment of humility, and his conscience wouldn't let him lie to this little 8-year-old girl. This silly globe model with water magically attached to it, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, and rocketing through the universe at 500,000 miles an hour is just the goofiest, silly thing that I've ever heard in my life. They want you to think you're a monkey man, a purposeless accident created by nothing, that exploded from a big bang that was created not by scientists, by a priest, mind you, while they steal $58 million a day in taxpayers' money to show you cartoons. CGI. They just have to show you enough of Hollywood and magic tricks and for you to believe the nonsense. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads. It's all filmed here on Earth. Outer space is a fantasy. The Earth is a stationary plane Google bubbles in space, you can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous. When I saw it, I was like, this is a joke.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just encourage everyone to look up bubbles in space, hashtag bubbles in space. Thank you very much. How's bubbles in space doing? How's what? Bubbles in space.
Bubbles in space?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
No? You Mr. Kelly?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? You don't remember the question from Tampa about the bubbles in space coming up from the helmets? Yeah, you guys are in an underwater pool, remember? We know. Just remember.
What's up, man? Can you sideline the hashtag bubbles in space?
Hashtag bubbles in space?
Bubbles in space, brother. What's your word on that?
What is that?
Yeah, you were asked that 2 times in the past couple months, actually, about bubbles coming out in the spacewalks.
Oh, you're that guy.
I'm not that guy. I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna write that.
And then,
thank you so much.
There you go.
Astronauts on harnesses as well. Anything to say about that?
Do I have anything to say about it?
Yeah.
I have anything you want me to say about it. What do you want me to say?
Whatever your thoughts are. I just want your honest opinion.
About what?
There's video evidence of guys hanging from harnesses in the International Space Station.
Sir, we need to keep going. There's a very long line. Thank you so much. Can you please step forward? Thank you so much.
How about
please step forward,
selling a book of pictures with taxpayer money? How about that?
Thank you so much.
Taxpayer money?
These were all on taxpayer dime, wasn't it? Not this one, but the picture book.
Come back over here. You know what you can do? You can sell the same pictures yourself because they are public domain. Absolutely.
They should be free to the taxpayers.
They
is
are
what it
free.
is. Why are you selling it for $40?
You can do whatever you want with them.
Well, you're doing it just justice by ripping off the taxpayers.
You know
what you're doing.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Once people start realizing that we've been lied to on a grand scale, everything from the government to our schools, it all just comes crumbling down. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads.
I've seen the International Space Station on YouTube and the astronauts floating about in it while they're orbiting the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour. You can't do that unless you're in outer space.
Practice makes perfect. Give me another
It's
week.
as simple as using a zero-G plane and strapping a harness to their belt. Then, just like Batman movies, they remove the wires using a computer. At times, the manipulation reveals itself. Green screen and blue screen technology cannot always be flawless. How can you keep denying this trickery? Here we see Europe's space agency at NASA's studios using a blue screen with grids. This technology has been used for decades. It works best for 3D and live manipulation. It's funny. Once NASA was caught red-handed, they produced a couple of senseless videos 8 months later, trying to pretend like they always use them for science experiments, knowing damn well it was too late. Why do clowns defend them?
There is no chance you could remove the background.
These people lie to your face in the hope that you will not do your own research. NASA knows that most are too lazy to dig through its massive rabbit hole. Yet, in the meantime, they just love to rub it in your face.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic show. Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. The world's a stage and they're putting on a magic
They steal $52 million per day from American taxpayers just to create a fantasy display of men orbiting their spinning pear-shaped space testicle Earth. Their green screens are awful. When they are live and something glitches, their reactions are always priceless. I'm not sure why you globeheads keep defending all of this. Are you waiting on NASA to finally come forward?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of America. We here at NASA have been lying to you all since the 60s about our projects, operations, and missions into outer space. We have never been higher than lower Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
Every image we have shown you is CGI. Our films are mostly done in an underwater buoyancy facility. We have funneled millions of dollars per day to show you cartoons and false illusions, and we are truly very sorry. We will repay all taxpayers back the trillions of dollars we have stolen. This will be divided evenly between the citizens of America, as well as rebuilding poverty-stricken towns and cities all across America, as this department has finally come to an end.
Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all, Joe had them all, we watch them all the time. I try to remember all the about a neutron star and a superhypernova. Me and Joe were deep into space.
Beyond Venus, 93 million miles from the sun, is Earth. Its great oceans forming the clouds and air currents which warm and irrigate the planet.
I thought I was better than people because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that and wonder, what? This is all cartoons.
And every now and then I think to myself, it's weird that we're not watching any actual footage of space. It's all CGI.
All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to.
Don't we have Hubble? Why don't you point it at the Earth and get some awesome shots of where we live? All the pictures and images from space are CGI. None of them are real.
We haven't gone past that. What are you telling me that that's okay? We could just gloss over that? And they admit that they're all CGI, except for one in 1972, which is fake. They have one picture. They say one is real, 1972. All the rest are CGI. Like, where are the pictures of Earth from space? I want to see a picture. I want to see tens of thousands of them. I want to see the sun over here and the moon over there. People should have posters and all over the world. People should have these epic pictures of the Earth from space with the moon over here and the sun over there and the planets. There's none.
Literally zero. They do sometimes exaggerate, like claiming they used a NASA camera 1.6 million miles away to take this alleged video of the dark side of the moon. It doesn't take a genius to see how undeniably computer-generated this image is, and yet you think we are the moronic ones?
I would rather be thought as a moron for not trusting criminals than a sellout and a traitor for defending them.
The reality is...
The things that come out of your mouth, are you saying something that a defense attorney would say, or are you saying something that a prosecuting attorney would say? When it comes to the government, that criminal, that's like John Gotti, I'm saying that a prosecuting attorney would say, not saying like, we'll prove it, it's a criminal. Without a doubt, whatever's coming from the government, I need the kind of evidence that would shut down a case. If I don't see the evidence, why would I believe it?
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
So you're telling me gravity is strong enough to hold oceans onto it, battling inertia from the spin. So gravity's holding oceans, inertia's trying to pull it out and make it fling. Skyscrapers would fling off the Earth, but this gravity's holding these. It's so strong, it's holding the ocean, but it can't hold a helium balloon. Things that are less dense go up. Things that are more dense go down. Has nothing to do with gravity. Where's gravity at with butterflies?
You would think that if gravity's so strong it's holding skyscrapers down to it, we would be flat on the ground.
There is gravity all the way out to the moon and beyond.
Long before the theory of gravity was a glimmer in Newton's imagination, the natural physics of density and buoyancy already perfectly explained why apples fall down. Objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter.
No gravity necessary.
This is why raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through water. Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface. Because even though a pebble is so small, its mass, relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass, relative to its volume, is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. The natural physics of density and buoyancy was understood and agreed upon for centuries before they changed our textbooks and started NASA.
All our space information is coming from NASA. Wernher von Braun was the director of all 6 moon missions, and he's a Is that not a comic book? That's a comic book.
My fellow Nanos, I am sorry to say I am leaving you to join the elite.
Operation Paperclip.
In the United States of America.
Operation Paperclip. My people in Germany, all they want is freedom and peace.
We want to welcome you to the US of A. We must divert their attention.
I'm going to make so much money. It's crazy. To brainwash a nation, we will need animation.
I want to bring my technology of airplane models.
I want to work with Walt. I want to see the best people. We need to get the indoctrination started. If people believe an airplane can go to the moon, we might be able to do it. To brainwash a nation,
I will need help.
We will need animation. Please bring in help. United States of America. Action.
Oh, jeez, who hired these guys?
Jesus Christ, these guys can't act. Bring it up into an airplane. Dark window.
You just record the Earth from a dark window.
We can do that on the computer after.
People will fall for it. People will fall for it.
People must know.
And the heavens declare the glory of God in his firmament.
Showeth his handiwork.
The people must know.
The people have to know.
We come from this big bang and fluffy puffy pixie fairy dust and unicorn farts, and all of a sudden consciousness just came out of that. No, it was designed. It's not an accident. Everything according to their bogus Darwinian theory of evolution, all of it points to a godless, atheist, demonic, demon-crat lie. NASA is a corporation, and they are the same people who run Disney. In fact, they are very, very similar, because what they do is they entertain people. They're not teaching people. They don't want people to know the truth about the cosmos. They're entertaining them with CGI images. Every image you see, image, not photo, every single one of them, all of those are computer-generated images. They are not photos. Every one you see on Google is a CGI image. It is not a photo. And you can't tell that they are CGI. Either there's 2 things wrong with you. You are either or you are mentally deranged. You do not have control of your own mind. Your mind has been indoctrinated, it has been brainwashed, and you've been duped, and you still believe in Santa Claus and the upside down spinning Santa ball, which the Jesuits invented in 1542. Prior to 1542, every single culture, all our intelligent ancestors will be rolling in their graves knowing that their stupid progeny actually think they live on a spinning globe that people bow down to for their false ideology. Zoom up to Venus, zoom up to Mars, and you will see they are lights. They are stars. Hence all the intelligent pre-Copernican astrologers, Ptolemaic astrologers like myself, taught that all the planets are wandering stars. They are luminous bodies. Just as the Egyptians said, just as the Greeks and the Mayans and the Aztecs said, just as our intelligent ancestors said. If all the stars, as they say, in every constellation are all at different depths by millions of light years, how come for thousands and thousands and thousands of years of hurtling through the sky, there is no distortion, no difference in luminosity of stars? We're supposed to be flying at breakneck speeds through the galaxy, and yet the same boring stars keep turning over our flat, stationary, plain Earth forever and ever and ever and ever. So we are not moving. We're supposed to be traveling at, get this number in your head, 66,600 mile an hour, 666. That's how fast the Earth is orbiting. If you are globe, that's what you are. You are stupid. Stupid beyond your wildest imagination. That's why we have a horizon, because it's horizontal. That's why we have sea level, because the sea is level. It's not curving. You cannot call it sea level. You will call it sea curve. That's why we have tectonic plates and not tectonic bowls, because those tectonic plates are just that, flat plates. Check out the Suez Canal, 120 miles, no curvature. It never overflows, it never drains. And to all those astrologers out there who think they are astrologers teaching heliocentrism, like Laura Eisenhower, the granddaughter of her grandfather, the president of the US, calling herself a heliocentric astrologer, no such thing exists.
From a very young age, wondering why the heck did I land in the Eisenhower family. I was faced with the opportunity to go to Mars. Some people wonder, why the heck didn't you go to Mars? But my intuition told me, from really recalling a youth filled with a lot of insight about what I was here to do, was to not go anywhere.
That is, Laura, you are a false prophet. The line going from the AC to the DC is called the line of the Earth, and it never moves. AC to DC, ascendant to descendant, that's called the line of the Earth, according to the astrologers of ancient, and that never moves, proving that there is no movement of the Earth calculated in any astrological chart reading that you do. You never account the movement or the position of the Earth in relation to any of these planets, because it's that line of the Earth which we call the horizon.
Speaking of horizons, some guy, he filmed a mountain. He was flying over Texas, and he used his camera to film a mountain. This mountain was supposed to be hidden by 35 miles of curvature with the current circumference of the Earth that we're given. Just sitting straight up, he's just right there. It's not hidden by 35 miles of curvature. It's crazy. As soon as flat earthers found out about P900 cameras that are made by Nikon, where they can zoom in times 80, I think, and what's going on is, like, you can see a boat disappear with your naked eye, and that used to be proof alone. That used to be proof for the curvature of the Earth. But now you can watch the boat disappear with your naked eye, and then you could pull up this camera and you could zoom in on the boat that you just watched disappear, and you could bring it right back into full view, perfectly just perfectly visible. It's crazy. There's no camera tricks, there's no illusions involved. Nothing. It's just perfectly back into view. There's flat earth proofs coming out all the time, every other day, it's just a matter of if you can find it or not, if it's gonna surface in the right areas where people can share it. You know, they're trying to censor this stuff nonstop. There's just a mission to keep this stuff buried. I got mad love for all the flat earthers, man. Since day one, everybody's been doing their part, putting in work, and just picking up where they're finding slack, they'll pick it up. You know what I mean? Like, there's no spot in flat earth that is not covered. They're covering their zone, their quadrants, and they're just taking care of business, man. And if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for all of us, we wouldn't be where we're at with this flat earth thing, man. They wouldn't be so scared. They wouldn't be trying to cover it up at every turn and stop it everywhere we look. Each and every single flat earther out there has played their part. And we wouldn't be where we're at if it wasn't for you. We wouldn't be heavily censored. They wouldn't be scared to debate us. They wouldn't be trying to censor us at every turn if it wasn't for you guys and you wonderful women exposing flat earth with all your might, all your power. All the glory to God. What a wonderful world we live on. So beautiful. There's pilots coming out all the time too, and they're attesting to the fact that you can't find any curvature.
Ask any airline pilot what the shape of the Earth is. When they're done laughing at you, they'll tell you it's a sphere.
That's not, no, the ground looks to us like it's standing still.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
Just the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
It's true?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right.
God bless, brother.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Casey, how are you, mate? Pleased to meet you guys. There's no way there's curvature. We're round on flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we? Thank you.
Most pilots know their plane is flying over a plane. A stationary plane. Always a smooth and level flight. We never feel the plane dipping its nose down. We only feel the landing. Which flight route matches reality in your mind? If you chose the left, you may need medical attention. Everything beneath you while flying is level and motionless. Just as expected, flying over a stationary plane. Sometimes it's hard to see far ahead of you, but other times...
You could probably see the Rockies from Kansas.
Wow.
But if it's a clear day, but if it's smoky or hazy, obviously we can't see much.
The world is so generous in its beauty, and you do your best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous.
Silly act or not, you took the words right out of my mouth. Earth is flat and gorgeous, but they trick you to believe something else. Not every pilot instantly connects the dots and keeps quiet. Sometimes it can hit them 25 years later.
Australië. En dat is, want dit ding behoudt zijn stand, dus dit blijft blauw en dit blijft bruin. Het is niet zo dat we opeens omklappen de verkeerde kant op. En dit was voor mij dat ik dacht, oh man, waar heb ik dat nooit eerder gezien na 25 jaar in de cockpit? Dus zo geïndoctrineerd zijn we dus allemaal. Ja, het is toch, het is gewoon heel vervelend. Het is gewoon heel vervelend. Dat je daar al die jaren naar hebt gekeken en dat het kwartje nooit is gevallen. En ook zeg maar, toen ik eenmaal wist dat de aarde plat is, dat je naar buiten kijkt en dat je denkt, waar heb ik nooit gezien hoe plat het eigenlijk is.
Better late than never. Most pilots may have skipped over their training manuals. In their Flight Dynamics Summary, Section 112 explains all you'll need to know about what you're flying over. Heck, the military knows the same thing. NASA admits it as well. In tons of documents available to the public. They just assumed nobody would pay attention.
This comes from the Army Research Laboratory.
This one's from the CIA. There's another one from NASA. This report documents the definitions of linear aircraft model for the rigid aircraft of consistent mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This comes right from our own government. Now I have available 44 documents. Who do I give them to, sir?
You give those to the city clerk, please.
Which is this person here. So what I want is a law that's passed that we can't teach anything about the globe, and we have to teach the truth of how things are.
From the documents to the imagery, they are not flying around a curve heading to outer space. They are flying over a stationary, flat plane. Stop falling for the illusions. Every rocket goes up and then levels out. Most of NASA's rockets launch from Florida and head towards the Bermuda Triangle. Well, besides the occasional... They're not shy about showing the truth in plain sight. 125 alleged miles up, and they show you our level horizon with a local sun. Then quickly switch cameras to their fisheye lens, as if that didn't just happen. You have to pick one. You can't have both. Looks as if their cameras go about as high as most hot air balloons do before they burst. Who do they think they're fooling? But let me guess. You saw the curvature in the images from satellites. The thousands of magical orbiting aluminum tin cans floating in space. It's all animation and games until one comes crashing down on your squad. Many crashed satellites have been reported the world over. And the one thing they all have in common is giant helium balloons attached to them. Of course, satellite technology is real. We get our weather information, communication equipment, and even some internet service from them. Look up Google Loon, for example. It's not that they wouldn't use the magical floating satellites if they could, it's that they don't physically exist, nor does the globe. They have been sending these up one at a time since it all began. I will allow them to explain it.
And he got a patent on that in 1950. And those early balloons were so large, they didn't have any way to launch them, except they actually launched them from aircraft carriers.
Modern scientific ballooning was born. It was also the genesis for NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
The reason for super pressure ballooning is they have absolutely stable altitude, day, night, and it doesn't matter how cold the atmosphere is. They are sealed.
So your shape is always the same, you always displace the same amount of air, and therefore you have the same amount of buoyancy all the time.
This day-to-night altitude stability allows super pressure balloons and the...
Hi, I'm Matt, and this is NASA Now.
NASA's been using balloons for science research for over 30 years. The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow. The standard balloon that I fly is about 660 feet long when it's made. So when it's inflated, it's over 400 feet tall by 440 feet wide. Think of a dome stadium. That's how big my balloons are.
So let me get this straight. It is now public knowledge that they send up satellites on massive helium-filled balloons. As you should know, NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world, for obvious reasons. But the issue with society is that they never critically think. Just think for a second here. If these are sent up to provide the world with all of the important information we need, and I'm sure the entire process is expensive and difficult to accomplish, then please explain to me what in the flat world do these pathetic animations do for you? Do they make you happy inside? Are they so super duper cool that you cannot see past the obvious CGI? The fact of the matter is everything NASA sends up on a balloon simply hovers above our motionless Earth. That is why they rarely speak about orbiting satellites, and of course, they never show footage. Here is some footage of a random evening with a man, the moon, and his Nikon P900. Notice anything floating up there?
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
Another remarkable fact about NASA's balloon launches is that many are launched from Antarctica. Is it because we cannot travel past certain parallels to witness their launches with our own eyes? What else are they hiding from us over there? It would be nice if someone was allowed to truly explore Antarctica again. It sure has been a while since the last guy.
Greetings to you, my young friend.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. An area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the Earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel, and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here?
Is there an edge here?
Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also, water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land, the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there, look up here. Look, everybody, we're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there. More to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
I'm sure a lot of you have heard about my $200,000 Globe Challenge. And up to this point, no one has been successful at completing the challenge. We've had a few clowns here and there that have stepped up to the plate. Here we go. And claimed victory. But at the end of the day, you can't make water stick to the bottom of a ball, much less spinning, okay? You can't show where sea level turns to sea curve. There's no curvature on the x-axis or y-axis.
that stuff is flat.
Here's a fair challenge here for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt and out from behind your screens and your scripts?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles.
So Earth got a little bit wider at its equator than it did pole to pole.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out.
Like spinning pizza dough.
Yeah.
You know, it just gets flat.
If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you.
Wow.
If you shrunk Earth down to the size of a cue ball, it would be one of the smoothest, roundest cue balls ever made. That's how round Earth is. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, where it's like pear-shaped.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's funny, 6 years ago I sent a whole bunch of questions for you to answer. And I notice you haven't answered them. You're not a scientist. You're an actor with a couple of science degrees. There's people with those same qualifications flipping burgers in Burger King.
Well, it's like pear.
So you don't impress me.
Neil Disgrace Tyson, you are a lying Jesuit thug and a deceiver. You are a degenerate from. Good luck to all your lying when you're down in doing favors for. And remember my name when you're in there. Santos Bonacci.
Hey Neil, you talk about pears so much. Why don't you try eating a few, you fat That's actually good.
Hey Neil, if the level and motionless plane is so easily debunked, so easily refuted, then why don't you just debate Eric Dubay?
Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt, out from behind your screens and your scripts,
and debate Eric Dubay? You've heard the name Eric Dubay, but you're scared. You're chicken. You won't debate Eric Dubay because you don't have a script and lines and people telling you what to say. You know you'll get demolished. Why don't you just come on a podcast or any type of show, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe an hour, if you've got the and debate Eric Dubay.
Earth isn't flat.
See how much of a man you are there, Mr. Mic Drop.
Looks like we're gonna have Eric Dubay, he said he's agreed to do it, talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What?
Yes. I had asked you to debate one of them flat earth guys.
No, I don't, I can't, no.
I know. We talked about it and we were gonna have him on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them, so that they can see the round Earth. They're going to be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
And I know that you're not correct. Why the backpedaling, Neil? You already agreed to debate me on Joe Rogan's podcast. The show was scheduled, posted on Joe's site, announced on air twice, and then you suddenly decided that you, quote, don't debate flat earthers. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. Someone at NASA told Neil, we're not going to let you go head to head with Eric Dubay because he'll make you look foolish. Prove me wrong.
The disruption with all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach you, this is a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. $23 billion, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They really can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. It's a pity they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be pimping, you people really need to get on my level.
Flat horizon everywhere. No one seems to notice. No one seems to care. Feel no movement in the air. I see sun rays. I see no curvature. Echoes of the ancients written in our statements. Don't you know that NASA lies? Echoes of the ancients written in our statements. Don't you know that NASA lies? Why do you care? Why do you care? How we gonna get home if we don't know where we are? Where we are? Why do you care? Why do you care? How we gonna get home if we don't know where we are? Where we are? Turn off the bass, turn off the treble. Let me hear you say that it's flat and level. Turn off the bass, turn off the treble. Let me hear you say that it's flat and level. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say. Let me hear you say that it's flat and flat horizon everywhere.
Eric Dubay is the truth. Sean Hibbler, he's a legend. Nobody could make a documentary as good as Sean Hibbler.
Hey guys, anyone there? Hey guys. Hey everyone, anyone there? Just want to talk about the flat earth.
Hello.
Hey man, how are you?
Good. I was watching a movie and I got to sleep.
Oh yeah, I was just watching the live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a Glober?
Nah, you know, I believe in the flat
Okay.
personally.
You believe, yeah. Everyone who's new to Flat Earth or a new
Well,
Flat
that's
Earth,
why I joined it because the name attracted
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
You see, you have to learn Flat Earth because,
Yeah. And I wanted to learn more about the flat earth. That's why I joined the Discord. That's one of the
yeah,
reasons why.
great. How long was that? Like, how long did you join?
I just joined recently after watching the live stream.
Aha. Is
Yeah.
this like couple of days or?
Of watching the live stream, yeah. Pretty
Yeah,
interesting stuff.
nice. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. But you see,
Yeah, I think you guys do a good job.
I'll tell you, Flat Earth is a knowledge,
Is it
and
knowledge?
it's not a belief. Yeah, it's not a belief.
Right.
Uh, we we don't believe the Earth is flat. We know it's
We
flat.
know. I was
Yeah,
just gonna say that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because we measure it, we also see it with our own
Exactly.
eyes,
Like
and
when I
we
look
also,
into the
yeah,
ocean, I don't see a
yeah,
curve. That's one of the
correct,
points you
yeah,
guys that's one of
yeah.
the points you guys brought up as well.
Only if you will be lying to yourself and everyone else, you will say that the horizon is curved, you know.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people are yeah.
Uh,
Some people are weird.
So, yeah, some people do that intentionally,
And I don't know if
deliberately.
they're like trolling or if they're lying to themselves, but I don't see a curve in the horizon personally,
Yeah,
as my eyes work differently.
yeah. Me neither. I mean, there can be maybe sometimes some special phenomena, some sort of distortion, refraction, special weather condition when you probably get to see some sort of curvature into the horizon, but yeah, who knows? Or use of drugs, also can do
Yeah.
that, like curve the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you tell me some some more evidence so I can expand my knowledge on it?
Yeah, what do you know about gravity?
Oh, well, that it
Have you
holds
heard
things down.
anything what we say about gravity?
Nah, I haven't heard anything about gravity. I haven't
Mhm.
caught anything about that.
Yeah, well, gravity is fake also. And the problem with it is that this has been always right in everyone's face. Uh, when you ask people to explain gravity or which gravity they believe in,
Are there
vast
multiple types of
majority,
gravity?
vast
Oh,
majority of them believe in the Newtonian mass attracting mass and the Newtonian laws of motion. You know, you remember this studying at physics, right?
yeah.
Yeah, everyone learned it in school. But when you go to high school, when you grow up a little bit more, um, they teach you Einsteinian relative gravity, which is not mass attracting mass, but it is the bending of space-time. And Einsteinian gravity has superseded and debunked Newtonian gravity and laws of motion. But the problem, you see, there are still people who will say, oh yeah, it is a different kind of gravity, Newtonian and Einstein, but it doesn't debunk or supersede it. It's just like another way of interpreting it, of explaining it, of what it is, or stuff like that. They prefer, they want to stay ignorant and defend their little story, and why Newtonian doesn't work is because quantum mechanics explains it quite very well.
Hey, a quick question on gravity, right?
Yeah,
So obviously
go
gravity
ahead.
holds things down.
Yeah.
And I've heard some people that believe in the flat Earth, they say certain parts of the globe don't exist. Is that true, or because I
I'm
don't really know
sorry.
about that stuff? They
Uh,
say certain parts of the globe don't exist, certain places on the globe,
ah,
or the flat Earth,
um,
and I just don't understand. I just can't wrap my head around it.
yeah. This thing, when you read on the internet, I think you can find some websites where they say that flat earthers don't believe Australia exists.
Yeah,
Is this
exactly.
what you
And
mean? Yeah.
yeah, and I don't know
Well,
if that's true or not.
these are Flat Earth Society mockery,
I thought so.
propaganda, and yeah,
Thought so. Yeah.
ridiculing. It's this kind of people. Uh, They most likely have very high positions in the government, you know, because the Flat Earth Society is a officially registered organization, you know. It has a license to function in the society in USA, you know. It's an organization. And to be honest, I never met anyone from that organization being a member, official member. I never seen one in real life or over internet, you know, on a website or other
Me neither.
than their website and maybe these internet trolls, Simon Dan and other clowns that fight against flat earth knowledge. They don't care about the truth, but they care about the YouTube monetization system. You know, if YouTube pays me, I'm gonna do these kind of videos. You know, yeah. So,
Do you think there are
those are
people on the earth that are there to spread propaganda at the flat Earth? Make it seem like a lie and just mock it?
yeah. Well, Flat Earth Society, this is what it is controlled opposition. You know, so it's people from NASA, it's people from police, from educational system, universities. But I'm telling you, not all the teachers from all the universities know that the earth is flat. Vast majority of them, they don't have a clue about it.
They're uneducated themselves.
Yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen. Well,
Good
it's morning
morning,
for me.
Leo.
Hello. Yeah, I have something to
And
say about
welcome.
that.
Sure, go ahead, say.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that put straw men out there. You know, like if you search for flat Earth on YouTube, you're going to find the you know, like you were talking about Simon Dan videos, just debunk videos. You're not going to find real content like we have here, and so that's why people get the wrong idea about flat earthers. You know, and just like Gebby Get was saying, we don't think Australia doesn't exist. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what the YouTube videos have in them. It's just fake news, fake information.
Yeah, well, you're experiencing a lot of that over in Australia right now, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. You know, because it exists. I'm here. I'm standing on it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even with but they won't even let you travel to another state in Australia now. Kind of.
But if you attribute all that bullshits, you know, what they're saying about flat Earth, you could attribute that, oh, flat Earthers thinking like that. Then, in first place, you will go away and you will say in the first place that these flat Earthers are retards.
Yeah, mocking and ridiculing.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
that's their only feasible weapons.
Yeah, they'll say we deny all science and everything, and we, I mean, they portray people that and like you were saying earlier, BJ, we're not believing in flat Earth. We're knowing what we actually experience.
Of facts, exactly. Yeah, and experiences.
Empirical stuff, yeah. Measurements, observations. What you feel. You don't feel spinning with 1,000 miles an hour, you know. Because that's a supersonic speed.
The centrifugal force, right? Of the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
The centrifugal forces should fling off all the gas molecules.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That
Well,
1,000.
That's covered by the centripetal force, right?
You talk about it
Yeah.
rotating. They say, oh, it's just rotating one revolution every 24 hours, but it's still a large object rotating at the speed of 1,000 miles per hour.
And gravity is the magic that makes up for all of that,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And that's why, when Jebby Jet was asking about the, proof for gravity, there is no scientific evidence that gravity exists.
Yeah. It's just nice stories, and even the
Cavendish is probably
quantum
the best thing as well.
mechanics. Cavendish is like
Cavendish is
a
garbage.
scam. It's a scam.
But I always say, it's just a phrase that I made up. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. There's no gravity necessary.
In the Cavendish experiment, that one where two balls attract each other.
It's good that you said it, like, gravity is not necessary, but at the same time, to kind of bring people to the understanding of, like, you don't have to replace it, but I guess, like, just explaining that, things aren't what they seem. Like gravity, like the force thing, acceleration requires force. Like acceleration requires force. So that's something that you kind of, I feel like, if it could be explained a bit better, saying like the acceleration that you experience isn't due to a force; it's just the rate that things find their equilibrium.
Sure, it took me years to actually wrap my head around it, to be honest, because I wanted a replacement for gravity. I'm thinking like 3 years it took me to really kind of wrap my head around.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah,
crush it.
I mean, I would be lying if I had a fully replacement for it, but I do think that the argument I used to use was gravity. Force requires acceleration requires force. So I knew there was a force because of the acceleration, but things accelerate upwards as well. Things accelerate upwards.
Unicorns. Let's try to replace the unicorns.
Which acceleration are you talking about? That's where I got caught up. It's like acceleration. Are you talking about the 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah,
there is no. Well, terminal velocity is only measured in a natural atmosphere.
What is falling down 9.8? What is falling down?
Nothing is falling at that rate. No.
They're saying the same mass, but if you change the shape, the same mass, it will not fall at the same rate. If I take the paper, 1 gram paper, another sheet of paper, 1 gram, and I leave that paper, what is it? And I take another sheet of paper, put in my hands to how you say when you smash it, make and they have the same weight. They will fall on the same rate. No, the paper what I smash it will fall free.
When you compress,
but it's the same. It's the same material. It's the same mass, and it will not because of shape. Oh, of course.
Yeah, volume.
See, I like
quantity per volume. Yeah.
I like the way who Issa is, right? He puts it. He said gravity is weight. Basically, it's just weight, relative density. You just have weight on Earth. There's no acceleration toward the ground. That they, for practical purposes, I think they use it in physics. But they're really just using a weight calculation, not an acceleration.
Yeah,
in that way.
And actually, I know that when I learned about gravity in physics in 7th grade or 6th grade, I know the physics teacher told me that gravity and magnetism or electromagnetism has nothing in common, and mankind is actually in the pursuit of unification of these formulas, like they did with electricity and magnetism, and they discovered electromagnetism.
Stop saying,
So,
I got to go to work. I got to work out. I got to.
Sorry about that, mate.
I was like, what the hell is that?
Good.
Just
yeah.
Might have been something we needed to hear, but whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So my physics teacher told me that this thing we call gravity, which makes us fall from airplanes or all sorts of stuff, called gravity, we cannot equate it like together with magnetism, electricity, and electrostatics. He
Yeah,
did
gravity
mention all
itself.
these four things,
Right.
and he said you can equate everything together: electrostatics, electricity, magnetism, but you cannot include gravity in this equation because it's something different.
Right.
And
Yeah, exactly. It's outside of what we actually experience.
yeah, and he
It's like
said
curvature of Earth. Nobody experiences that. Nobody
You know,
experiences
when you
gravity
speak
either.
like that, when you say gravity, 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 I always in my mind is but that is never proven. That means we are speaking all the time about something what is doesn't exist, but we are imagining that exists because it's told like that. It's story, you know, and in my mind it's like what is that, you know? We are always we learn that we are pulled like to the center of the air. But what that has we never learned that gravity is a container. But now we are learning also that thing that has something with the gas, with the gases, and gravity has nothing to do with the gases. It never has. But now we had that story that now gravity is doing also. It's not only pulling to the center of the earth. Also, so also doing
holds
all
the air. Yeah.
doing all other stuff we learn in our all in these 5 years. I learned that gravity has at least 20 other functions, not only that mass attracts mass.
Isn't it
Well,
interesting,
imagine
Sasha, to hear them
what
like
Sasha,
dance around how gravity affects the gases and stuff? When you the definition of how gases work, it never mentions
yeah,
gravity.
Helio, you see what Sasha is saying, what he's touching here is that if you equate gravity the same way according to gas pressure gradient, yeah, because they say the gas pressure gradient proves gravity exists. Well, if I go up there where the air is very, very rarefied because gravity doesn't have the force to pull it to create that air pressure, yeah, so
But the
the air
interesting thing is this
escapes
one.
easier. It
You
should
can
be.
you can prove all that in container. You can prove all these things what you are saying in the container.
Gas pressure wouldn't exist without a container, and that's true. But they never. Who has to bring up where the gases come from? We do. Do they think that the gases come from outside of the Earth?
Yeah,
every gas in the on Earth comes from Earth, and most of the like oxygen, nitrogen, all these different gases, they're all produced by the Earth, and then they're utilized through the system. So like the less utilized gases, of course there's going to be a freaking pressure gradient. It has nothing to do with gravity at all.
Yeah, but all these things, if we are somehow like, let's say, but we are moving 66,000 miles per hour through that thing, and all these gases always together with us. That means all these gases also is going 66,000 miles per hour, and we have thermosphere, ionosphere, atmosphere, all these layers of gas, it's also going 66,000 miles per hour. What is gravity is doing here?
I don't know what gravity's doing.
Well, I mean,
That's the question.
in their opinion, it's like it might as well be not moving because
that maybe have kind of force.
Exactly, Helio. It behaves exactly as if it wasn't moving, and that's the mad thing. At the end of the day, I can believe that it is moving, but it behaves exactly as if it isn't. So, what's the point in believing that it is moving?
I know it's insane. Tommy, I remember you back in the day, bro.
Yeah,
fighting against this
shit. I remember, fighting against Globe. I mean, fighting against the Flat Earth. Sorry, as a Glober.
I remember. Yeah. I remember you back in the day, bro.
I remember your voice well because you got that movie voice. You got the best voice in the room. You own this place, don't you?
No. Well, I run the live stream, but no, I don't own this Discord. No, I run the live stream.
Well, you're the man. You're the man, and you got the best voice. And I see the way you're involved in all the conversation, but you never get like that entangled bit with anybody, and you do a good job, man.
Oh no, man. We have a good moderation team and admins, so we try to make this.
I can't agree with that one, but yeah.
What, you don't like some of the moderators?
I hate some of the moderators in here. I hate them.
Oh, then that's good. Then yeah.
they've annoyed me. Yeah, they've annoyed me to passion levels. That they've got under my skin thoroughly. Oh, 1 second. My friend's just dropping off my my back rubber. 1 second. I've got to grab it.
He say his friend's dropping off his back rub? I'm just playing.
Refraction. Okay. Tell me which one. Okay. Doesn't matter. It's
God, I heard an hour-long argument about refraction last night. I was like,
yeah. And then you ask, okay, tell me now which one is extending horizon. And he's posting the web page to me and saying, here it is. And I'm saying, okay, where can you read now where it is written it's extending horizon? No, it's not written
hey, six. Hold on. Freaking mute yourself if you're going to breathe heavy, or just say, speak your mind instead of freaking trolling us. Come on, man.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to troll you. I'm not trolling.
Okay, well, you're just going in the microphone. That's annoying.
No, sorry, bro.
Do you have something to say about flat Earth? I mean, you got some titties on your thing just bouncing around.
Yeah, bro.
All right. So, what do you think about flat Earth? What do you think about flat Earth?
I don't know, bro. It's kind of cool. You know how it's flat, like your mom's chest.
Oh, really?
No, my mom has some big titties. I ain't gonna lie, but
so you're into your mom, bro.
Can you?
No, I'm not into my mom. I'm just saying she has big titties. Whatever.
So you like your mom's tits?
Why are you here? Why are you here?
Wait, why do you like your mom's tits though?
I don't. I'm just saying. You said something.
I reckon you do. No, you're talking about your mom's tits. Why are you talking about your mom's tits? You've been looking at your mom's tits.
What the hell are you?
No, bro. Why are you?
We're talking about
flat
Earth. We're not talking about flat chest. We're talking about flat Earth.
You brought up tits. You brought up your mom's tits.
Guys. Stop,
guys. I'm gonna mute him right now. I mean, I'm just fucking with him because he's an idiot.
Come on, guys.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about let's get back on track, guys.
Yeah, refraction. And then he said, it is there in the web page. And I said, yeah, but where is written? But it's not written anywhere. Yeah, but you said that you have proved that it's some kind of phenomenon extending horizon. It's refraction. Yeah, but which one? I don't know. Okay, let's call that. I said let's call that gravitational looming, or whatever, and let's find who is that guy. And it's easy, because we see horizon extending. That means it must be somebody realized that phenomena. It must be written, explained it, but it is not, and that's the problem. And why is not? Let's what that phenomena could be. Maybe it could be we can see more than we thought.
200 miles.
Hey
Far
guys,
away. For beginning,
does
let's say
homosexuality play a role in the way you see the Earth? Because like, I have a gay friend, and he sees it as round, and then I have a straight friend, and he sees it as flat.
What
the shit is that? What the hell?
Well, it's
Dude, I think you need to broaden.
worldview based on sexuality.
I think you need to broaden your survey wider than just across more than just two people.
It's like my straight friend thinks it's straight, and my gay friend thinks it's round.
Yeah, because that just leaves you like what, a 50-50 chance.
This is not where this discussion starts. What the is going on here today?
Yeah, and he's having such a good conversation before that. I wonder what. Okay, so just get him back on track, Helio.
It's cog dis. We gotta break through it. We gotta break through the cog dis.
I'm not vegan, but water keeps levels.
But hey, the guy who woke me up, because the guy who started the conversation here with me, I'm
That's
curious
Proxy.
if he's still
Proxy,
here.
wasn't it? That was Proxy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You still here, Proxy? He might be taking a piss or something. You know, we had a couple
He
of
was,
trolls. Yeah, he's still in the
very
room.
nice,
He's muted.
well-spoken.
He might be like getting a phone call or going to the bathroom or something. We'll see. But anyway, it's like these freaking trolls come in and think they're funny. Well, they make me laugh because they're so scared of truth that they're just gonna come in here and make some crazy shit up and think that we're gonna actually get triggered by it.
But I wanted to ask him, you wanted to, because I wanted to ask him that this is not a server about mothers and this is what that server. Let's go into let's see what you know. Let's leave now mothers aside,
No, that's funny. But I, no, I get that. I just, I mean, I wasn't lying when I said what I said, but it doesn't matter. It's just,
like you can ask him how evil, how bad you will be now, which kind of words you will use now to prove your ego. To show YouTube how you speak about something what has nothing to do with this server.
yeah, well, he left after I muted him because it's just it didn't really come. I don't know who verified him. VC verified him. He might have been, when you go through the process of VC verification. Okay, well, Proxy turned out to be one of those assholes too.
Yeah, that's very good. After all this, conversation about everything, it's everything black on the edge.
Yeah, I think they probably all came from the same place. Let me do this really quick. We'll put Proxy and Cogdiz. Remember how to do it.
Sorry, I was the verifier.
See if I'm doing this right. Nah, fuck. I don't even know how to do it. I don't even.
They were
very
nice. People. Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, he's in there for 7 days, but you got to disconnect him from the room before the bottle kick in.
Okay, cool. Well, how do I do that?
Just right click and then hit disconnect. Or you can just leave him in here and leave him muted. Once he leaves the room, he'll be incognito.
Okay, cool. You guys got it. Yeah, I'll just leave. If he wants to sit and listen to us take the piss out of him because he's a fucking retard, that's fine. He didn't ask good questions. Well, he asked a couple of good questions, and then we answered those. We answered those questions, and then he comes in here and goes, like, oh, thanks, Proxy. You disproved the flat Earth with your brilliance.
Okay, wait. And that was the proof. Oh, these fucking years for this.
These fucking guys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
Maybe we were so rude because we said that gravity doesn't exist, and that.
Oh yeah, that's definitely why he was so rude, because he does believe that gravity exists.
Yeah.
I mean, that gravity is his god.
Yeah, and now God is not existing anymore, and you know how when you find out that your God is not anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna get offended. You're gonna get offended.
Of course.
Now he deafened him. He deafened himself, but he stayed in here. Fucking idiots. We offended him by challenging his god.
Helios. It's your name.
No, I'm Helio, not Helios.
Yeah, but that's coming from the same God.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with this name. It was like I came in, like when I first came into this conversation, I was like, all right, everyone's using, their. Because when I first started coming into like on Hangouts, back in the day, I was with my real name, on YouTube, which is my original account. I'm like, all right, everybody else is using an alt, and I was like, I'm going to create an account. Then I had the first one that I created was As the World Doesn't Turn, which is, if you want to, that's my Gmail. If you want to contact me, As the World Doesn't Turn at gmail.com. But it's just like, how the fuck are you going to talk to me and call me As the World Doesn't Turn? That would be weird. And it was weird at first. Like, As the World Doesn't Turn. It's like, you just can't say, As the World Doesn't Turn. What do you think about this? It's just too long. It's too long. But it's I still have that email address. That's my Helioskeptic email address.
That means God skeptic.
But anyway, so then it was just like one day it hit me. It was just like I'm a skeptic of the heliocentric model. So that's where I came up with the Helioskeptic name. That was about freaking like over 4 years ago, I think.
Are you nigger?
What am I? Am I a nigger?
Yeah, because after you calling him out, he spit it out like 10 times. I don't know.
Oh, are you asking my skin color?
No, Helio, after this guy, because you said why you are breathing like this, and after that guy, you muted him, then proxy came hit his. I thought maybe, I don't know, maybe you are nigger, and I don't know, maybe they have.
Well, hey, I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas area, so I mean it was just like I don't know why are you asking me that? That's weird. But no, I mean I'm a white guy. I don't know.
I don't care.
I don't care either.
I'm not using that rude name, ever in my life.
Oh no! See, people come in here and just like go nigga. I mean, that's just a troll. I mean, it's an obvious troll and mostly white kid, little freaking spanky white kids, freaking just come in here and freaking do that shit. And it doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't make any sense to them because what we're saying doesn't make sense to them, and they're scared of the truth. That's why they do it. And it's not offensive to any of us because we're not here to troll anyone. We're actually here for information, and we share information back and forth, and no matter where you come from. And so yeah, they can try to freaking spam all they want and freaking troll whatever. And we all live on this earth, if you're curious about origins and history, then this is what we're talking about. So.
Yeah, we can be rude. Let's, for example, like for 2 hours, we can spit it all fucking loud, every one of us against, and let's make like 2 hours. So, but in the end, the question will be this: where is the curvature?
Yeah, exactly. But as long as you're having a good conversation and you're curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and you really have a good conversation, you're welcome here. It's not but once you start becoming rude, then it's just like you're not welcome here anymore.
Yeah, we have something to tell you. If you don't like, if you don't want to agree, nobody wants to kill your beliefs. Stay wherever you want, but this is reality. I'm sorry.
It's still, as far as this platform is still, it's still virtual. It's still virtual, and we can, us as individual like internet participants can create a character, and or at least one we present here on this platform. But for the most part, I try to be mostly honest. As far as the information goes about what I've discovered about Earth and political stuff and how it relates, and we love to talk about this. We have this platform because people that like to talk about this shit come here to talk about it, And so, but if you're rude and disruptive, then you're not welcome. And then people, then they'll freaking, it's like, oh, they kicked us out because we debunked them. Like, no, you were just an asshole. That's why we kicked you out. It's amazing to me is a lot of these anti-flat earthers or like globies, and we're not welcome on the 24/7 server because every time I go in there I debunk them and they just won't accept it. They're fucking delusional. That's not what is happening. It's like in their mind they know the Earth is a globe because that shit's on TV. Everybody knows the Earth is a globe. And the reason the flat earthers, they're over there just in their religious cult, believing the Earth is flat, and so they feel like they have carte blanche to go ahead and fucking just do anything they want to us, and that's not the case here. If you want to have an open discussion, like a real discussion about why we know that the Earth cannot be a globe, get your ass in here and talk about it. But we're not going to give you the freaking dang, what's the fallacy? It's like if they feel like they have power because everyone else believes it. What is it? They appeal to authority fallacy. It's like when people come in here and it's just like, we know the Earth is a globe because everyone else knows it, and then they come in here and they don't really know shit about the globe or the flat Earth. and then they're going to come in here and say, that's when they get triggered and start going, nigga, nigga. It's like, yeah, I told you so. Like, learn about this before you come talk to us, or just
it's not a globe,
or just be respectful and ask us questions, because we can teach you about the globe and the flat Earth. Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's pear-shaped, getting wobbly around the middle of the equator.
Well, it's a little bit larger south of the equator. Well, it's like, no shit, bro. I mean,
show me one picture of that.
Because the path of the sun moves further. Or longer. Well, longer. It's still 24 hours. I see, we're even flat earthers with the AE map, we're kind of stuck in how much research we can do because it's the clock is 24 hours, but it's not actually 24 hours. Kind of strange. I think that over time, the way this has been built, we can't actually study the Earth in the way it should be studied because of this globe nonsense. – 24 hours is good enough for functionality.
Have you guys ever thought that maybe if our creator wanted us to completely understand how everything works, he would have made it way more accessible for everybody?
What do you mean by that? Oh, can you elaborate? What do you mean by that?
Well, just like, okay, so they can only go so high, and they can't take a complete picture of the surface of the Earth in its entirety. So they take strip pictures and they put them together, right? And that's with all their the best technology supposedly that they have, allegedly, right? So if this is true that there's limitations even with the most expensive equipment they have access to of taking pictures of the Earth, then don't you think that's for a reason? Like, as far as like maybe our creator or whoever created us and put us here did that on purpose, like, because we don't need to know everything. It's not meant for us to like know the complete like accurate map of the Earth. Does that make sense?
Even if they could go up and get a better, like a full view, or even close to a full view, they wouldn't show it to us because they want to present it to us as a globe. That's why they give it to us in little strips. And it's the creator it's not the creator that turns you around when you get to the 60th parallel. They've set up the military to do that. I mean, so the creator, it's formed where we could, if we wanted to, if there wasn't people preventing us from doing it, we could explore a lot more than what we can.
Yeah, no. What I'm basically saying is like, I understand what you mean. What I'm saying is that I don't think any person would be able to completely have a breakdown of like the zetetic cosmogony and the way everything completely works down to like exactly perfect. Do you know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but I mean, it's even if you go by the biblical text, and I'm assuming that's what you're referring to, right? The Latter-day Saints with a name like that, and then talking about like, how the creator, if he wanted us to know, but he even, like, it's even written that we should seek these things out, right? It's seek them out and understand the earthly things so that we can then understand the heavenly things.
Yeah. All I'm saying is like, it's how it says, although I see but a poor reflection in the mirror, then we shall see face to face and know as we are fully known. Like, I don't believe any human on this terra firma has a complete working out of everything, so they could give you everything down to the second, as far as a completely accurate model.
You cannot know that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You can believe that that we cannot do that, but maybe we realize that, and because of that we have this situation.
Wait, can you say that
Somebody
again?
knows, let's say like this, that somebody knows everything how look like, but
Yeah,
nobody. Yeah. That means that
that's
some
what I'm
people
saying.
know that this look like, but they will never ever show you, and then they will ever give you opportunity that you get that information.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But
But
if you
I mean,
have
a lot of the stuff they do though is showing us a lot more than they really can do, as far as like, you know, like atom bombs and all the stuff that they say they have. Really, they don't have stuff to that degree, because it's like a bully scare tactic. Basically, they would never show us what they really have, because it's not as extravagant as far as what they make it seem like they have. You control people like that. You know, you don't even need a expensive military or anything. As far as like, if you can launch a full psychological attack, then you have everybody behaving because they're afraid of stuff that's not even real. We can't say that on the radio, babe.
No, I'm saying only because we cannot go down to the 60 degrees south. That means that we don't know. But if we can go and, how to say, if we can more explore with.
Hey, Sasa, check this out. You know, as far as exploring, you know, past the 60th degree south parallel, or even if you got to Antarctica, I mean,
No, I'm not
exploring
saying
south
that
from
either.
there is very, very difficult.
I'm not saying that. Like Admiral Byrd.
Or like Southern Pacific Ocean. I mean, there could be another continent over there that none of the air traffic or boat traffic goes that way. There could be another continent in the South Pacific that we don't even know about.
I'm not saying like that. I'm saying if we are like honest human humanity, and we, let's say, NASA became again now the best, you know, how to say, to use all this our today technology and to try to explore this Antarctica, you know. Yeah, how to say, not we,
Yeah,
not me.
if we had humanity like in the effort, we could probably actually do that. But yeah, I mean, they're trying to keep us from doing it. Yes, that's obvious.
That's what I'm saying. Not let's do me, you, or whoever. That's impossible.
Yeah, it'd be impossible for like individuals, or even if you had 100 people that were involved and they had the money to do it, it'd still be very difficult to do it, because
even if
they'd have to influence different countries and different jurisdictions. Because when you get to Antarctica, there's different parts of Antarctica that are controlled by different countries, and so you'd have to freaking sign contracts, pay shitloads of money, all that kind of stuff.
And no, not that only. When you come there, even if you have all kind of stuff, I don't know, you are not where you will go. You are not prepared for. Maybe you're prepared for 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. But what if?
As far as like going further and further south, if what we're saying is true about Earth, it would have to be a collaborative effort from many different countries to actually explore. You know, something, you know, similar to what they said Admiral Byrd did. But even you know, we could actually do it, but we can't, because they won't let us do it, and they don't want anyone else to do it.
Yeah.
You know,
they want to go to Mars.
Yeah, I mean, Admiral Byrd was the last one that tried to do it, and
I mean, that's what they tell us.
And that was almost, well, I mean, that's what they tell us. I mean, yeah, they could know already. They might have already done it, you know, on secret missions and shit. But we don't know. We're not privy to that information. So
what I'm trying to say is, maybe they don't even know.
Maybe they do, though.
Does that make sense? Huh?
Yeah, sure, but maybe they do. And that's why they don't want us to go past the 60th degree parallel, you know, south.
Yeah, I dropped out earlier, Helio. My mate was dropping off my my massager for my back, like on a rolling thing. But so I dropped out as well because my internet ran out as well.
You are. you do massages?
No, you know the rollers. You get these things that they're like hard rollers, and you can roll on them with your back, so you can give your back massage by rolling.
Oh, you lay it on a table and
yeah.
Oh, I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, it's good, ain't it, man?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So anyway, were you listening?
Briefly.
Okay, cool. Either way, we're talking about Antarctica exploring. So.
Oh yeah, the going down, but the going down certain past a certain degree on the ball.
Right.
Apparently, you can't go down.
That's basically what we're on right now.
Yeah. I remember you saying that. Yeah, I mean, in the day, your Globers always say things like, "Oh, why don't you just go down there then?" It's like,
it's like you first, motherfucker.
Can barely go to Ibiza. Never mind it, and you know what I mean. If I want to go,
It's like, what are you gonna do when you hit the freaking wall? Okay, I'm gonna.
Hey, you know what you tell them when they say to go to the edge?
What?
You tell them get on their knees and give you a blow to the head.
I
Okay.
don't know what you mean by that. I always say you first. It's like if you're curious about why I think there might be something beyond Antarctica or something. I mean, it's just like you show me because you're actually distracting from the point that we have evidence that the Earth cannot be a globe. We don't even have to go to Antarctica to prove that. What the fuck is that noise?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Sounded like a seal or something. Anyways, so it's just like when they say, "Oh, why don't you go find the edge?" Like you first. I mean, we don't have to go find the edge to show that the Earth can't be a globe the way that it's prescribed. So I mean, it's just like well, if the Earth was flat, then they would have been the edge now. Just like God dang.
It's funny how people talk freely, like the Globers talk freely about like, oh, why don't you just go to the edge? Or they're sending civilians to space. It's like, you guys don't even leave your house without your mask on, and you need permission to go out of certain jurisdictions within a couple miles, you know what I mean, without getting that thing first. And you're talking about, why don't we go explore to the edge? You know what I mean? It's really funny.
Well, I mean, it's almost like they haven't seen people go to Antarctica before and how treacherous it is. It's just like you first, bro.
Yeah, and while you're on your way, make sure you
go to
practice social
Antarctica?
distancing.
But you could go before this happened. This. You could
practice
go 2-3
social
years
distancing
ago.
on your way.
You could go 2-3 years ago. Why you was waiting this to happen?
Yeah.
Bullshit. What's happening now in the world? You could go 5 years ago in Antarctica. Now it's now when freedom comes again, we will go again. But let's wait for freedom first.
You know, the only thing I hate more than people who don't wear masks inside grocery stores is people that do wear masks inside grocery stores.
Do you know what I find offensive? I find it offensive when people find me offensive.
That's a nice lyric right there. I know where you're coming from with that one, bro.
I would agree with that one.
That's a lyric. You just quoted a lyric.
Yeah.
I feel you, though. You find me offensive. Yeah, so this broad asked me the other day what I do for a living. I told her I breathe oxygen and drink water and I eat sometimes. I asked her what she did for a living.
Have I disconnected or has it gone quiet?
It's going quiet.
Oh. Didn't someone just say something last, though? I was going to reply to them. They said something just a minute ago about it was a lyric or something.
Oh, yeah. So I asked her what she did for a living. You know, she said she lives off other people.
So do most women. So do most people.
I'm thinking about putting it into a verse. Wrote a song about it. I'd like to hear it. Here it goes.
That's from Living Color, man. Wrote a song about it. Like to hit go.
I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons.
That's hilarious.
What does that mean? I live off of other people. What does that mean?
Peace out.
I don't know if you guys know this, but they call me the Stephen Hawkins of the flat earth rap world.
Who's they?
Oh, just different people. You know, they say I'm the Stephen Hawking of flat earth rap.
Stephen Hawking of flat earth. That means
Stephen Hawking, yeah.
So it means you sound like a robot?
It's just a joke, but it's a good joke. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm wondering who they, send me a link, man. So let me hear your Stephen Hawking flat earth stuff.
Well, I put Stephen Hawkings in some of my rhymes sometimes because I can't leave him out.
You know, he doesn't have an S on the end of the name. Stephen Hawking is the name of the robot guy in the wheelchair. Just saying. Because I'm an asshole. Wee-oh. Where can I find your music? Hey, Jimmy Jed, I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I just did. Like when I'm trying to talk and I hear some freaking noise, I get a little triggered sometimes.
I'm getting old. I don't know what I do anymore.
What were you blowing your nose? I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
I felt like I thought I heard some seals in the background going.
Yeah, but I never happened to forget my mic open. You know.
Yeah, I try not to do that. I mean, it happens sometimes. It's like when I joined tonight, I was server muted, but I didn't server mute myself.
Yeah.
I must have left my mic open at one point. You know. So,
did you guys get it?
Is that you?
Yeah, co-vagina.
Hey, you guys want to listen to this?
Yeah, let's try.
All right, let's do it. Hold on. Let me copy the
Well,
link.
you might want to vet it first. You don't know what he says in it, like before you if you're talking about on the bot. I don't know.
Yeah.
No. I trust me. There's nothing that's going to get you censored.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's do it.
I've been fighting these algorithms for the past 6 months, and I've been winning almost every time.
Well,
yeah.
I get a copyright claim every day on this channel, so it's like it's not really that big a deal.
So if like for the copyright things, all I do is use different beats, right? But my stuff's not monetized. I'm not selling anything. So
No, don't worry about it. I got it.
Yeah.
It's all good. Let's see if this works. That it?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Flat Today Saint Show. I'll be a host for this evening. They call me Flat Nasty. I got a brand new COVID-19 vagina flown to me all the way from China. No, I don't think that life is a simulation, even though it could be argued that we live in the Matrix. These globetards, all they want to do is debate with me about what the Earth's shape is. Me off the bench, coach, and throw me the mic. Your coffee smells like piss from an astronaut's wife. Yo, I mastered my wipe with the toilet paper. Watergate and at Walmart foiled the caper. Took a rapist on a date and waterboarded him later. I'm retorted as ever. You mean retarded as ever? Tomato, tomato, I'm smarter and clever. Potato, potato, same thing, whatever. Came in this game from the drain to sing but never became Tony Soprano. But I rap much better and I'm fast as ever. When I'm out flat smack and running up on them Karens and get attacked, when all I didn't do was put on a mask inside Ralph's at the checkout line, eating a banana for a step outside. Blew out your candle wax and you was left to dry. Yo, I blessed the sky down in Africa. You mean bless the rain? Damn, Jack, shut up. Yo, I was just getting instrumental on the deck and you just had to come in and sentence correct. Wouldn't have been in this mess if it wasn't for you. You opened up the door just to clean up your room. Got a brand new COVID-19 vagina flown to me all the way from China. No, I don't think that life is a simulation, even though it could be argued that we live in the Matrix. These globetards, all they want to do is debate with me about what the Earth's shape is. Where in the world did COVID come from? Maybe China. My girl got COVID on a shaved vagina. I'm going crazy, baby. Maybe I'm a lunatic. Addicted to the moon. You're addicted to what my prick did to your womb. I'm inflicted with my addiction to shrooms, like the Illuminati is with Egyptians and tombs. On the news, all I see is witches with brooms. That bitch, Maria Abramovich, is one too. Yo, this is the Cool by Lupe fiasco. I'ma pour it on you till you taste Tabasco. Shot goes out to Jake the asshole. I can always depend on you to make me laugh, bro. Take a lasso, wrap around your head. You don't play this song on your channel, you're dead. I'm famished, so I ate the purple crayon, it's the best. I'm learning Spanish in less time than my English. Got that 1491 flat on my fingers. Sometimes I linger and creep in Hawthorne. Outside SpaceX eating popcorn. Run amok on them employees for shits and giggles. I'm annoying, destroying their fibs and riddles. The truth is brittle, but it'll make your brain grow. McToon, Skittles, taste the rainbow. In his house of pain, hip-hop parejo. This is my life. Welcome to the Flat-A-Day Saints Show. Got a brand new COVID-19 vagina flown to me all the way from China. No, I don't think that life is a simulation, even though it could be argued that we live in the Matrix. These globetards, all they want to do is debate with me about what the Earth's shape is. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. Until next time, welcome to Flat Earth. Shirts in the back, snacks on the way, and ladies, don't forget your waters. I'm cracking up. Yo, I'm a one-man show. Peace. Yo.
Yeah. Some points a little crude, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of the comedy shit.
Oh, so at the end, I waterboarded myself in front of the government building.
Did you? That's amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. I just can't believe it.
So dude, I got Witsit to waterboard me in front of the Jimmy Kimmel building, the Freemasonic Lodge on Hollywood Boulevard. I was like, "Hey, bro, come on." Yeah, he wanted to leave from the live stream. I was like, "Just waterboard me real quick before you go." And I had the gallon of water, I had the towel, and we ran across the street to the.
Wait, you're serious, right? Are you serious?
Yeah. I don't always like to get waterboarded, but when I do, it's in front of a Freemasonic lodge, straight up.
Wait, so you were with Witsit in Washington?
No. On Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood and Highland.
Oh, Hollywood. I thought you said Washington.
Yeah, no. My friend videotaped. I was like, "Let me videotape you waterboarding me, so I could put it on one of my videos at the end."
Okay.
You know, it's just like something different, like a signature mark or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, extreme shit. Yeah, that's cool.
At the same time, demonstrating that water cannot adhere to a spherical object.
You mean like your head?
Yeah. So I'm entertaining and demonstrating at the same time. You know what I mean? It's for the kids.
It's for the kids.
You know?
Oh my gosh! Did you hear?
It's pretty funny. I mean, hey, Flat Earth Day. I mean, it's pretty extreme, but it's funny. I mean, bro.
Thank you.
I actually I dug that song, man. I mean, I know a lot of people like the China thing. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's how I beat the algorithm. So.
Well, yeah, because the vagina's never wrong, is it?
You know, you I guess theoretically, you could have the C word on your, your V word. It's possible. And
well,
even if
use the
it's
C
not,
word on here all the time, so they can
I
use
don't. I just try not to say it out of respect.
No, I don't use it. Oh yeah, because I'm not British, I don't use the C word or freaking Australian. I don't use the C word. It's just, but I'll call a motherfucker a pussy.
No. I meant the C word as in like the disease that's going around. That C word. If you use the C word and you're not using it in a tone like melody with a song, then the algorithms can pick it up. But if you're using it in a song like way,
here's a C word. Thank God I'm a country boy. There's a C word for you, country boy.
What I think though, as far as the C word, if you break the word up, it's two different words, right? So if you break the word up, you actually can get divide and conquer through video conference. If that makes any sense to you.
I mean, in what way? I mean, through video conference.
Yeah, like video conference. The beginning of those words are VID for video, and then conference is CO. See what I'm saying? It's a play on words. You divide and conquer people through video conference. That's the easiest way to divide and conquer anybody, through video conference. Give them a safe, false sense of unity with people.
You're overthinking this, bro. It's so easy to distract people through media. I mean, you don't have to really like target focus. I mean, that's what they're already doing, through media. They're targeting groups. I mean, you might be overthinking it, man. You just recognize what they're doing and then just throw it off, It's like, I'm going to monitor what they're doing and then just reject it and try to find people that aren't influenced by this. And then we're going to move forward and find the real world.
Yeah. Dude, where I live right now, it's hard to find anybody who's not influenced by it.
What the fuck? Like, you found us, bro?
No. What I'm saying is like where I live, like the people that are very few and far between.
That's not true. There are people around you. You'll be able to find them. You just have to know how to find them.
True. Yeah.
Where do you live,
bro? In Ventura, California. It's like 45 minutes north of Hollywood.
Anthony, go ahead. Speak your mind, Anthony. You just jumped in. I just saw you.
Sorry, Helio?
Yeah, go ahead. You were asking where he lived. Am I right or wrong about this? You can find people in your area.
He said there was no one around that wasn't influenced by COVID. So I just wanted to know where exactly he was. So California makes sense, I guess.
Oh, you're in Australia, obviously. I can tell by your accent.
Yeah, bro. I've just lost my job, and I'm not allowed to go to any shops except for the normal shopping centres. At the start, I was panicking about it and thinking, "Oh no, my life's over." But I've actually been liberated by it, man. I'm starting my own T-shirt business. I didn't even want to go to those crappy shops anyway. So, yeah, look at the positives later day.
Hey, here's a suggestion for for your clothing line. You could call it Down Under Underwear.
Yeah, not too bad, bro. I'm sticking with some sort of Christian thing. So, I've got some sort of idea that I'm just gonna put like really, really basic Christian slogan on a T-shirt, and then I'm going to go around and find Christian servers, Christian Facebook pages and groups, and even local churches, and see if I can spread the word.
Anthony,
God like that.
do you have your personal press, or are you using it online? Are you using a online?
I haven't purchased a press or anything yet, but I'm thinking of just getting a business that makes T-shirts, and I want to get fairly decent ones, and then buy them in bulk, and then press whatever I want to press on them.
Yeah, man, it's like you can sell them for a lot cheaper if you have your own, your own rig, rather than going through a third party.
Not only T-shirts, but my wife wants to make bath bombs, like natural organic bath bombs. Apparently, they're trending big time as well. But anyway, who cares about my business ideas? The point is that no matter what happens, no matter how much like the world's losing the plot because of the video conferences, there's always a will and there's always a way.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Latter-day Saints is kind of like looking for doomsday. I'm looking toward the future. This is a positive thing that people are waking up to a lot. And it's not the woke people. This is like with this flat earth thing, it's not a cult or anything, because obviously if you talk to a lot of flat earthers long enough, you'll find out that we don't all believe the same thing,
Yeah, true that.
Yeah, so if anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that first of all, no, I'm not looking at everything like a doomsday. In fact, I'm kind of grateful for this whole thing that happened, because it gives me a lot of content for my channel and it gives me stuff to do. I like arguing with managers in stores, and it's a lot more fun going to the store now than it ever was. So I'm making the best out of it. I kind of like it. And people say like, well, when it's gone, you're going to miss it. And my reply to that is, well, it's probably not going to ever go away. They're just tightening the reins right now. You know what I mean? They're not going to let off. But so like, yeah, I'm adapting to it and I try to make the best out of the situation.
Yeah, it's kind of like, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Helio, do you think it's going to go away, bro? Do you think this is all going to come to an end?
No, well, I mean, you mean in my point of view, do you think that the world's going to change this way? It's just, no, I think everyone is pretty much sold out to the system, and they're owning their own reality that they've been presented with, and we're pretty much subject to that as we live inside the government system. We have to function in that reality. People that know that how they're utilizing the mind control and the manipulation, we're going to have to function in that for a while. And I don't know how long it could last, but we're going to have to participate.
How long you reckon? Go on, give us an estimate.
Oh, well, probably till I die. I don't really know.
Get off the grog, that'll probably be like 50 years, bro.
What?
If you lay off the alcohol, you won't die for like 50 more years, man.
Hold on. You think I don't think about this all the time? Dude,
yeah, bro.
All right, check this out, though. Like, people, I don't know why you're giving me a jab on this, when I'm actually talking truth. Do you think you're going to make a difference, in what they're trying to do to us now?
A little bit, yeah.
All right. Well, that's what I'm trying to do too. So why are you talking about that I drink some?
Oh, no. You just said it'll happen until you die, right? Like it, but you might die.
I don't know if I'm going to die 20 years from now or 40 years from now.
That's right,
Why
bro.
are you talking about that I drink some? fine. You know, so let's focus on the conversation instead of me drinking a little bit. You know.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Apologies.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that.
Hey, you guys just remember when it comes to drinking anything, the most important aspect of drinking is water always finds its true level.
And so does booze.
I'm any liquid. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't matter what liquid you want to drink.
Anyway,
just make sure it's level. You know.
Anyway, I don't know why people give me jabs when I'm actually making points. You know, about a certain thing. You ask me about something, then you say, oh, it sounds like you're drinking. Well, yeah, more than likely I am, but that's okay. Let's talk about what we were talking about.
It wasn't
Bro,
a jab, bro. It was a friendly joke.
If you weren't making points, then nobody would jab you. So consider it a compliment.
Okay, well, either way.
Does that make sense?
Sure. So then let's get back to the. Yes, for the projected future, and in my mind, just as a person sitting back, looking at what's happening through social media, general media, which is that's a gross to me, like the media, like the news channels and stuff. Oh, that stuff's so gross. I mean, I feel like spiritually and physically sick when I watch like Fox News, CNN, all those freaking channels. But I
live for the false flags, bro. I live for them. I love them.
We have to look at it. I mean, it's just like, all right. Well, speaking of a false flag, I think the one major one that happened yesterday. There was some major Hollywood event. Can you guys? I didn't even know what happened until I just came across something on Facebook. Freaking Alec Baldwin. You guys see anything about that yet?
I saw something about it, but then it rerouted me to something different.
Apparently, he accidentally shot someone on a set with a loaded, it was supposed to be they have guns, they were doing an action movie, and he accidentally shot someone with a live round on a movie set. That's bullshit. That never happens.
When they say the word shot, when they say the word shot, they literally mean like shot with a camera that has its lens cap off. That's what.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what I mean. I think the whole thing is bullshit. I mean, they had the 5 on Fox News. You ever watch some of theirs? That shit pops up all the time after this stream ends. Like when I stop the stream and I'm listening, the 5 comes up, Fox News, because I'm quote unquote conservative, which I'd never vote or anything. I'm not conservative in that way. But anyway, all that shit comes up. And anyway, so this shit pops up in my feed. It's like Alec Baldwin accidentally shot somebody on a movie set with an accidental live round in a gun. I call bullshit. They don't have live rounds and guns on movie sets.
Just think about it. If you went to the dentist and he accidentally pulled your teeth out or something like that, then those kind of things are more likely to happen than getting shot.
And he's apparently one of the main characters, and he's also producing the fucking movie too. And he had a gun with a live round, and he shot some chick that was in the movie. It's like guy call and now everybody's up in the uproar about Alec Baldwin. It's just like this is a typical Hollywood freaking crazy framed nonsense. I just don't believe a goddamn word of it.
Hey, they're like, not only are we financing the company, the more brick and mortar company that allows you guys to distribute the news throughout the world. Not only do we own that, but we also produce and act. You know what I mean? We also produce and act.
They're going to finish that film and it's going to make $2 million more than it would have if he didn't accidentally shoot somebody in the movie.
Yeah. Right? You know what I mean?
Or maybe
they always have the
$2
movies.
million
The
more.
movies always come out at 8:46 p.m. or 9:11 p.m.
I mean, I just think it's bullshit. I mean, it's Hollywood anyway, so it's obviously bullshit. But whatever. But they're talking about it on the news for the past day and a half, and it's probably going to get more and more for the next week. There's going to be a lot of coverage, and Alex going to be on the going, oh God, I don't know how that freaking live round got in the gun. I it was totally an accident. How the fuck is it an accident that you had a live round in the fucking gun on a movie set? That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
But people
they got to keep up the bread and circus act, bro.
Everybody's gonna believe it.
It's just the bread and circus
retarded.
act. They ever have any of those things happen at bars or schools around where you guys live?
Well, they don't use. They're not setting up movie sets, unless I mean, there's several frame jobs. When it comes to mass shootings.
Yeah.
Certain clubs in Florida and other places.
They were having a lot down here by Los Angeles for a while, right? Well, they had one in Thousand Oaks, and they had a huge banner for like the next 2 years with like a memorial, right? And all the stuff written on the banner is all really weird and vague, pretending like they're cousins or uncles or girlfriends. They miss this person. So I took a Magnum, the biggest marker you can get, the Magnum Black Sharpie marker, and went and wrote huge, just blasted that whole thing, research flat earth, and then flat nasty, Flatter Day Saints, research flat earth, just blasting over their stuff, just making a straight mockery of it, disrespectful.
Can I ask you guys a question? It might seem like it's not related, but I think it might be. Who knows if you can even answer it really, but what percentage of people in the United States do you think know that there's something fishy about 9/11 and the official story isn't true?
Even if you showed them the best proof, I don't think they would give a shit anyway.
I'd say 10%, if that.
Yeah, maybe 10.
If that.
Do you think it's growing? Do you think that
No,
percentage
I'd say
or going down?
10% would be high.
10% might even be high, dude. I'd say out of the 10%, only like 3% really like firmly believe. You know what I mean?
Everyone is freaking cogdist and what's it called? Stockholm syndrome. It's like they love their fucking slavery, man. They love it.
They do. They really do, bro.
Scary because I feel like Australia is like completely retarded on the issue, and I always want to like go to the US because I feel like that's where a larger.
Oh, they love it here too. This is not the oasis for freedom that it once was.
Where do you think is the oasis? Do you think there's a country where like a lot of people are switched on to like what the world and what is going on?
I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Maybe Dubai.
It's pretty angry.
Dubai is definitely not the place. We have a member here that's one of the moderators, MJ. He lives in UAE, and he'll tell you, Dubai is not the place either.
I was on the 24/7 Discord the other day just talking about how when I first started talking about Flat Earth, I was like the most popular guy in the group, right? So before I started talking about Flat Earth, I had all the mates. I had like 100 friends. Like everyone would always talk to me. I was the counselor for everybody. And then I started talking about Flat Earth, and I got wide berth by everybody. My family, my friends.
Oh, shit.
Everyone stopped talking to me, right? Everyone hated me. Suddenly I was just a conspiracy theorist, even though I like got my life together. Anyway, over the last since the video conference, if you call it that, Latter-day Saints, right? Since that started happening, all of a sudden, all these people that stopped talking to me, they've all started private messaging me, and like I'll get phone calls like almost daily. Like someone wants to ask me what's coming next, or they think that they've worked out that this video conference is all bullshit as well. You know what I mean?
Oh, so they didn't want to talk as a group with you about it, but they individually want to talk to you about it.
Correct. I don't get added to any of the groups. I don't get invited to any of the things, anything like that, right? But my point is that I feel like the video conference has woken everyone up to what I was talking about 5 years ago. And now it's not so crazy for heaps of people. They're like, well, he actually might be right about it. So when you guys say it's only like 3%, might be 10%, I honestly feel like in my heart that subconsciously 50% of the people know it's complete rubbish, but they just don't know what to do about it.
Sure. Well, that's what I mean. But at the same time, they're scared as fuck, and they're going to go along. You know,
Yes.
and they're not going to spend their intellectual property, which is their mind.
Yep.
And their physical body has to actually follow the program that we've been following for many years, hundreds of years. Even though their intellectual mind and their spirit says something is wrong, they'll still just go along with the program, you know. So
yeah, exactly right. But they're secretly coming to me now, and they're every now and then, you know, in the dark depths of their night by themselves in their bedroom when they can't sleep for 4 hours, then they'll send me the text. You know what I mean? Well, like, have you got any content on flat Earth? Like, is there anything else? And I'll send it to them, and then the next day it's like almost like they've had a homosexual experience and they don't want to tell anyone about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that didn't happen. Like, it was just do you know what I mean? Though, like, it's a taboo thing.
just like, oh shit, that made sense, but I just don't want to. But hey, man, that's just a little. I mean, if you responded to them and they got a little bit of it, you know, eventually, you know, it might make a change. Because hey, bro, man, when I first heard about flat Earth, it took me a long time to really get a hold of it. You know.
I was opposite, bro. As soon as I heard it, I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, I got it straight away.
I was just like, I was following. It was David Weiss is where I first heard him start talking about flat Earth, and I'd been following him for a while on the Big Three. I don't know if you know about his work before, and then he started talking about flat Earth. I was like, this month. Flat Earth, and that's just too much. I mean, I'm not even gonna listen to that sumbitch anymore. Flat Earth is the dumbest shit I ever heard of. And yeah, it took me about 6 months before it really hit me. After I heard him talking about it. And it wasn't even him that I heard it from. I heard an interview with Edward Hendry on Tex Mars show. That really was like, oh shit! I see what he's saying now. It wasn't even Dave, but it was Edward Hendry, like an interview with Edward Hendry that really was like got me to really look at it. And he wrote that book of The Greatest Lie on Earth, or I think it's called The Greatest Lie on Earth. And Tex Mars was interviewing him about this book, and Tex Mars actually married Alex Jones and his first wife. So I was all into conspiracy stuff way before that.
What are your thoughts on big old boy Alex?
Aurora Borealis?
Big old boy Alex Jones.
Oh, I thought you said Aurora Borealis. Yeah, Alex is he's my favorite comedian. He's one of my favorite comedians.
Hey, did y'all know that Jeranism is signing a contract with Alex Jones?
Oh my god.
Oh, are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Get out.
Yeah,
Is it far?
Ace told me that, and I was like, is he a sellout or something now?
Well,
is it far-fetched to think he really was that comedian? What's that guy's name again?
I don't think he's Bill Hicks, but
You don't think
I don't think he's Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
But it's like when you see Alex naked, like when he's not doing his show, naked meaning like he can say whatever the fuck he wants. I've seen him on Flagrant with Andrew Schultz, and I've seen him on Joe Rogan's show. You know, when he's not just doing his program, he's hilarious, man. I love Alex Jones, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not saying that, you know, I don't believe everything he says, but whatever. Yeah, I'm a fan of Alex Jones. I have been for freaking a long time.
Yeah, I've sort of jumped back and forth, you know, like I was a huge fan, and then all of a sudden I was like, he's controlled opposition. And then I sort of realised, actually, no, he's not controlled opposition. He's just a human being. So he gets some things wrong and he gets some things right.
Well, he's very talented, man, and so that's why they all want him. You know, it's like, you know, the different networks want him, but they also don't want anything to do with it. Some people don't. So, he's one of my favorite comedians. That's the way I look at him. But you know, he tells a lot of truth. I mean, it kind of reminds me of George Carlin.
Are there really any decent comedians anymore? If you can point one or two in my direction.
Alex Jones is one.
Yeah, but is there a flat Earth comedian, like a comedian that's actually would step up and say the Earth's flat? That'd be nice.
Shit, Matt Boylan, I think, is the last one that was like try to do it as a comedic setup that actually thought was a good one. You know,
Howland?
Matt. Well, it'd be Matt Powerland, yeah, but Matt Boylan.
Yeah.
But yeah, same guy. His presentation, you know, and his comedic presentation. But yeah, I mean, I wish there were some flat Earth comedians that could do like what Matt did. Matt kind of spiraled out of control, you know, at a certain point. I wish he'd have kept on doing the comedian thing and not got so butthurt about everybody talking shit about him. And it's like, well, fuck you, I don't care what you think about me, and just went on doing his shit. Because he used after that, I mean, he started making videos about people. He was just started making videos and talking shit, and he's like, "Yeah, these people think this about me," and it's just like, man, you sound like a narcissist. Get the fuck off.
Did he ever visit the Discord, Helio?
No, Matt's never been here.
Yeah, I used to watch his videos. It was some strange content. He would just sit there and play the guitar and like basically.
No, he didn't play the guitar. He was learning to play the guitar live. It's just like nobody wants to watch you fucking learn how to play guitar live. That's fucking stupid. Why the fuck would you do that? That's insane.
Sometimes I sat there and watched it.
I watched some of it too, and I was just like, I can play a guitar, and anybody that knows, even people that don't know how to play guitar, don't want to watch somebody try to learn how to play guitar.
Sometimes he caught me in some sort of weird trance where I thought, like, wow, I'm getting something out of this.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he kind of lost it. It was just like, you should have kept on your comedy skit, man, with your slides and shit, you know, with the moon landing and shit. But just stay on that shit. Don't fucking try to put live shit out. Like you putting a live video of you learning how to play guitar. That's fucking stupid.
It'd be good if we had some like some really powerful comedians come to Flat Earth. The one person I can think of, apparently, that's a Flat Earther that I'd love that would actually become public is Kelsey Grammer. Have you ever heard that?
Has he talked about Flat Earth?
Apparently, there's probably garbage,
Shit,
really.
bro. I mean, he's one of my favorite actors, bro. I love that
Yeah,
dude.
that's right. I loved him, man. And someone
And he's
said
from
that
Seattle. He's from Seattle too.
someone said he's having parties. He's having parties, and he would invite flat earthers, and all they do is talk flat Earth every night. But who knows how legitimate it is?
Either way, I mean, he's from Seattle, and so is Mark Sargent. So fucking hey, Kelsey Grammer and Mark Sargent hooked up. Yeah, if they're that could be a thing.
If Kyrie Irving can come out and just say it might be legit, it doesn't. It proves that you don't your whole life isn't just immediately over if you say the Earth's flat. I think they say most pool players, most professional billiard players are all flat earthers. And I remember hearing a video clip of they said the whole
tables are flat.
The St. Louis Cardinals, apparently, the whole baseball team are all flat earthers. It got into the team.
Yeah, it's gonna come out eventually. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it will come out eventually. I mean, they just can't keep up this farce for much longer. I don't think. I mean, maybe another 20 years, which is a long time. I know I'll be an old man when it finally comes out that they were just making shit up. As far as astrophysics and shit, they don't really know anything about the universe, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
One of my good mates, Billy Zig, he wrote a book, The Elusive Curve. He's been in a few debates on YouTube and stuff on that modern day debate, but he's a good guy. But he just recently was contacted by a famous.
You say he's been on modern day debates?
Yeah.
Is he the Australian guy with the beard?
He doesn't have a beard, no.
Okay, it's a different one. Who's the Flat Earth Aussie? I think is the one that sometimes goes on.
Ross. Yeah, Ross Thatcher. He's a good dude.
Yeah, but he's not a good debater.
Yeah, no, he sucks at debating. You're right.
Anyway,
to a certain extent, Billy does sometimes as well. But he's good. But I was just going to say he got, and this is where I feel like you're right. It's going to come out soon. He got contacted by a famous astrophysicist in Australia, and he's done an interview with him. And they're releasing the interview in the next month or so. But I've spoken to Billy personally. He used to live down the road from me. He's a really good guy, and he said the debate it blew his mind. He goes, wait till you see it. The guy basically had no argument, and he was comfortable with it, and he was blown away by Billy, and he called him a researcher. He didn't just call him a conspiracy theorist. He respected him, and so I don't know. I'm looking forward to the interview coming out, but
Oh yeah, let me know when it comes out. I'd like to see that.
It's becoming a little less laughed at. Just the fact that
Oh yeah, it slowly has been for the past 4 or 5 years. It's like people Flat Earth. It's like almost everyone in the world right now has heard about Flat Earth in one way or another. 4 years ago, it was just looked at as ridiculous. And but if you go out on the street and say, "Hey, have you ever heard about Flat Earth?" It's been mentioned on every single news platform, media platform, social media. People will say, just Flat Earth will be discounted. Just like I did right at first. Flat Earth. Oh, okay. Well, that's too far. Even though I was a conspiratard before that. It will be discounted right off the hand, but everyone has heard of it, and a lot of the people that are against it saying, "Oh, it's dying. Flat Earth's dying." No, it's not, bro. It's growing, man.
It's growing, even though it's been like attempted to be censored in so many different ways. And I downloaded that David Weiss app, and if anyone says that flat Earth is dying, just look at the amount of dots on that app, and that's people that have
Yeah, I've
decided
got
to
it
pay
too.
for
I
the
have it. I
subscription,
have it.
man.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
live
and
in the countryside of Victoria, so I'm 4 hours away from Melbourne, and there's like 6 dots within 30 kilometres. That's just people that have the app, let alone whoever would be a flat earther. I
yeah,
know heaps of flat earthers that don't even have an iPhone because they think it's all garbage.
yeah. Same way here, man. There's a lot of people around me. Shit, we have meetups. I have meetups here in northwestern Arkansas, central United States. We have several meetups a year, and we've had up to 70 people at one meetup. So,
Well, let me ask that question again, right? The one I asked before. I'll ask it slowly. Is it? Remember the percentage of people that think that think 9/11's an inside job, but just the questionable to the official narrative. Like it's got to be more than 3 or 4% or 10%. It's got to be like 20 or 30 guys. Think about. Doesn't mean they've got an opinion about it. Doesn't mean they voice their opinion. Doesn't mean they're passionate about it. But they're not like Osama bin Laden, the knives and shit.
well, I mean, at
I
the
mean?
very least, they say, well, 2 airplanes can't bring down 3 large towers.
Yeah.
That's something. And unfortunately, I think that they don't see how this necessarily affects their life, and especially this long. We're 20 years after the fact.
Well, they should see how it
And
affects their lives now.
oh well, because they're on Stockholm syndrome. That's what I'm saying. They don't even see why they should even look into it.
That's what happened to me, right? Everyone would always, every time I'd prove a point, right? We're in a debate. We're all around the pool table or we're playing poker, and we're having a debate, and I win the debate because I'm like more logical or making sense. And then everyone starts going, "Oh, what does it even matter, Sakoni? How does it even affect our lives? Like, it doesn't affect our lives, right?" But then I get ostracized from the group because like all I want to do is talk about the truth. But then eventually they all start coming back, right? So what I'm saying to them is, I freaking told you this is how it affects our lives. Now we're not allowed to go outside our house. Everyone has to wear a mask.
They put out a buffet of the monetary system and the government. This is how you are supposed to live. This is what you should reject, but you're not. And even when they present this freaking crazy idea that some terrorist from a cave in Afghanistan, was able to take down these 3 towers with 2 planes, and I don't even know where to start. We've talked about this before. I mean, many people have. I mean, that was planned from the time the towers went up, and they're just like, how does it affect my life? I got my money. I'm just like, yeah, you're a prisoner to the monetary system. Yeah, fine. I don't see. I'm happy. Okay, well, I mean, what do you think Earth is? I mean, is Earth that? Fucking weird, man. People just like, I'd rather not think about it because I'm already doing all right.
Well, 50% of the population now is sooking big time, right? They don't want to wear masks. They don't want to be told what to do. So now this is where I'm hopeful that everything happens for a reason. And now all those people that were like, shit, he makes a point, but I'm not looking into this because, I can't see how it affects my life. Now that 50% can see how it affects their lives.
Well, yeah, Yeah, now it's affecting their life, but it's like
all related. So
hey,
I don't know. I'm
check this out. I've seen a lot of people like it's like 50% of them are just like wearing a mask. Just like, hey, the mask is cool. It's like I fucking can't stand wearing a mask. I can't fucking breathe in this fucking mask. I can't. I can't freaking breathe in this fucking mask. I have a beard. You can't fucking wear one of these masks with a beard, It's fucking insane. Why do you feel comfortable wearing a mask? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Are you mask mandated where you are?
No. Well, if I go to the doctor, which I recently went to the doctor, and anyway. But yeah, it's the only place I wear a mask is in the doctor's office.
Okay, and if you didn't, they would ask you to leave or whatever.
There was a few times when Walmart got out of control and they were just like, "Hey, mask mandate, you have to wear a mask." I was like, "All right, fuck it, I'll put a mask on and go buy some bologna and fucking walk out." Where I didn't want to argue with the fucking manager about a mask, so I just wore a mask, went in there, got my shit, checked out. But yeah, for the most part, like gas stations and shit around here, where I live, I didn't have to wear a mask anywhere except for Walmart.
We're in full hardcore mandate where every civilian turns on you straight away. And I haven't worn a mask for 18 months.
What, just walking down the street?
Yep. Everywhere, no matter what. In any situation.
Well, people are fucking terrified of the air where you live?
Yep.
That's fucking sad, bro.
I have not worn one for 18 months, and rarely will you see one person without a mask on. And it's funny because everyone seems to think, oh, well, you have to wear it because that's the mandate. But they don't realize it says in the law, everyone, you can get a lawful exemption, right? You don't have to go to the doctors to get the lawful exemption. You just, if a police officer asks you what it is, you just have to state what it is, and then that's it. So a police officer will come up to me.
Yeah, you say you have a medical exemption and they can't ask.
Got a lawful exemption? No, they're allowed to ask you what the lawful exemption is, and then you have to tell them. So I just say hypoxia or hard of hearing or anxiety.
Hard of hearing.
Hard of hearing is one of the lawful exemptions. Would you believe?
Oh shit!
Because
because I actually am hard of hearing. Now, whether that's physical or mental, we'll figure that shit out later.
Is because the mask takes away about 5% of your peripheral vision. So if you're hard of hearing and then you lose 5% of your peripheral vision, it's dangerous for you.
I'm hard of. I smoke almost a pack a day of cigarettes. I'm hard of breathing. Why the fuck are you gonna make me wear a mask when I can barely? I'm just fucking around. But to be honest, the hearing thing, yeah, I mean, like I do have lower levels of hearing, so I've depended on reading lips, like when I'm talking to people. If I go into public place, like if I'm at a shopping center or whatever, and people have a mask on and they're trying to talk to me, and I'm not reading their lips. I mean, I can hear, but at the same time, I depend on seeing their mouth move so I can hear what they're saying.
Yeah, so it can be sure.
So fucking A, how the so if I have to ask you 3 times to repeat yourself, it's because you have that fucking shit on your face.
Yeah, me too.
And that's been a problem for me for 30 years. I mean, I've always had some hearing issues.
How's this for psychopathic shit, right, Helio? They just brought out a study in Australia that we've all been wearing masks for 2 years now, right? They're saying that children's IQs have dropped up to 20 points because a child learns seeing people's faces. They learn almost everything by the visual content
Yeah.
that's displayed in
Oh, that's
front of them, and
disgusting. Ah,
all they're
shit pisses me off,
seeing
bro.
instead of
Yeah.
seeing
Oh, it's
people's
just
faces,
like I'm saying, when I was growing up, I was always hard of
and
hearing, so
body
yeah,
language
I
being
depend on body
masked.
language, the face, the mouth, the way that the face expressing, all the expressions. If you cover that shit up with a mask, you lose so much of how you express yourself.
Yep.
And it's like when I go anywhere and people are wearing masks and they try to talk to me, I'm just like, huh? What? Huh?
Yeah.
It's like, bro, I mean, you don't even have, like, I can look at your face without the mask on and tell what you think already, but you got the mask on. Which is like, check this out. What did bank robbers do in the past before they robbed a bank? Put a goddamn mask on. That's what they did. Put a mask on, go in and rob the bank. But now you can't even go to the bank without a goddamn mask. What kind of fucking conjunction is this? Pardon my French. And
Good times, bro. Well, you can be thankful that you're not mandated, and literally, there's 5-year-old kids walking around with masks on here.
well, you can't even go to school here without a mask on. They got kids and
wow.
they spread the desks out. The kids have to wear a mask, and they're all scared of each other. Which like they're scared of the air. This is it's fucking putrid. I think the whole fucking thing is retarded, and I didn't imagine this future for anyone. I really feel bad for parents these days having to send their kids to these fucking prisons. I already knew school was a prison, back in the day, but this is even way worse than I ever thought it could be.
Speaking of children, I better tap out, mate. I've just got home and I've got to take the kids inside. Great to chat with you, Helio, and also Latter Day Saint, if you're still around. Take care, guys. God bless.
Yeah, good to talk to you, Anthony. Yeah, I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
Hey, Helio.
Hey, you guys freaking chatted up anyone besides me and Anthony want to talk? Freaking chat it up. I'm probably gonna start a new live stream here in a minute, so we can have some dead air for a minute if you guys don't want to talk. So I think I'm due for a new live stream. Hold on. Because YouTube will only archive 12-hour streams. Yeah, I'm at 12:43, so I'm due for a new one. So anyone listening, thank you guys for listening. And I'm going to stop this one. We'll have another one up within about 10-15 minutes. And you've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Share it around. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Scared of my friends. We can't touch each other. You can't play. No, okay. 6 feet. Okay. Patty cake, thanks for saying. Take the cake as fast as you can. Having freaking mother with me. Took me up for baby and me. I can't do that. Feet away.
Hey, traveling FA Batman.
I'm good, Anthony. How are you?
Really well, bro. Have they banned you from the table tennis center yet?
Well, we're not open as yet.
when you do open up, though, like you're not going back, surely.
Who knows? We don't know what the rules are going to be yet.
Well, fess up, bro. Are you fullied or what?
No chance. No chance, mate. You got to have bloody rocks in your head.
So many people around me have caved, like I must admit. So many people that you would have thought would never have caved have caved.
Some of them have had no option though, because they've been forced. I mean, you've been able to hold the line. I don't know for how long, but they've got
on no matter what,
nothing.
bro.
Yeah, I mean that's easy to say now, but what happens in a year's time if nobody employs you?
Well, I'm going to start my own business. I'll start a
that's fair
business from home. Like I'll bloody put sticks together and sell them. You know what I mean? I'll knock on someone's door that their grass is too long and ask them if I can mow it. You know, you do whatever it takes to stick to your convictions. I would have thought anyway. That's I don't know.
Yeah, it's either that's what it is. You either stick with it or you don't. It's like what? But anyway, I wanted to introduce Kitty Cat to the server and introduce him to everybody. Kitty Cat. Cat.
How's it going,
Sounds like
guys?
a trollish name, but the dude's not a troll. He's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool dude.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just
Hi,
joined
Kitty
this
Cat.
channel today, and first time I reach out after 5 years of soloing research, and I'm really happy that there's a Discord where I could talk and without having to convince or debate people.
Pretty
which
cool
has
place,
been a
bro.
big part of my experience with this for sure. But
where are you from,
yeah,
mate?
so, where am I from? I'm from San Diego, California.
Been to some flat Earth meetups?
I have never been to a flat Earth meetup. There was actually a group on Facebook like 2 years ago about conspiracy theories and stuff, but they believe some crazy stuff, but they didn't believe in flat Earth, which was they believe pigeons were robots, and it was just interesting that my theory, or not my theory, but the flat Earth theory was rejected. So that's funny. That was interesting. Other than that, I have never joined any type of group.
So what got you over the line? What was your number one proof, or what was your number one globe fail?
So like at first, I think like everybody, I thought that it was super ridiculous, not true. So one thing I told Truth Prevails was that empirical science for me is a big one. So something I could do myself, it's big, and there's a lot of things that I guess one thing that really tilted me was the ships not going over the, I mean, being able, you could see the ships or not going over the horizon, and just simply just by perspective they become smaller and just become invisible to the eye, but you could zoom in and see them again, or simple measurement tools like there's a couple of videos out there with laser. There's actually one in I forgot what part of Europe where they did this laser experiment across a frozen lake. So just a aggregation of all of these combined. I was like, oh my God, all these people are doing real experiments. And NASA, all NASA is telling me is the stupidest answers to these questions, either completely ignoring them or just giving me the very bad answers. Not NASA directly to me, right? It's just these videos on YouTube. And
I don't know
and
if anyone else. I don't know if anyone else caught the pun, but I caught it. The thing that tilted you about the Earth. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of things there's a lot of weather balloon experiments, and no matter how high I've been on a lot of planes, no matter how high, I always get a piece of paper and just measure it, because I believe this is a case. Correct me if I'm wrong. Our eyes are actually convex base, and it's very subtle, but there is actually some type of curve. If you look at you could actually see like there's an illusion to the eye. But you could always grab a piece of paper and you could always check, and it's always flat. No matter where you go, it's always flat. You go to the beach, it's flat. You go on a plane, it's flat. And there's never it's just I guess I just woke up from the my programming since I was small about the earth moving and gravity and stuff like that. So at first, the first 6 months I dedicated basically on proving that flat earth is wrong. My first 6 months of my adventure. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized how many facts flat earth had, how many empirical experiments they had, and NASA, which is full of shit with formulas and mathematics. The gravity formula is insane. You have to be like a top physicist to even decipher it. The whole thing is it's just a sham. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, wow, I can't believe there's a chance that the earth is flat. Like the implications of that is insane. But I understand how these people reject that idea because it's such a big idea that we grew up with it. It's in our roots. So nobody likes to feel wrong. So yeah, that's pretty much my adventure. And after the 6 months, I started to really look into it and look at the details. And this is the first time I'm actually talking to flat earthers and not just people that I converted because of just logical arguments.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. People think that physics, the way that's taught in high school and university, proves the flat Earth, but actually, I mean, proves the globe, but actually, it really has nothing to do with the globe. All the calculations, everything you experience on Earth, what you use, actually proves that the Earth cannot be a globe, because when you put the radius value into the calculation, that's when it becomes a globe. But that's a presumption that no one experiences.
I completely agree with that. I think the way that it's just a theory that's based on no fundamentals that trap people from believing something. Oh, I mean, the scientists know.
Yeah, they get the radius value from astrophysics, which is not a science, because they can't actually physically prove what they believe is happening in the sky. Where the sun and moon are, distances and distance to the stars and sun, moon, and stars. That's where the radius value comes from. But how it applies to what we actually physically experience on Earth, you don't need the R to actually utilize any mathematics or physical. When it comes to physics, it's right here on Earth. I mean, you don't need the R value.
And it's actually quite simple. I mean, the buoyancy density formula, I mean, just gravity is just an add-on. I was just talking about this earlier in the
Specific gravity.
Yeah, specific gravity is specific gravity and relative density are the same thing.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly. And gravity, just a definition of gravity alone, and the way people describe it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, they have no idea what they're talking about. It's just gravity is.
Oh, they know what they're talking about, but they they know that it's an assumption. All of it's they're assuming that the Earth is the same size as Venus, that the sun is 93 million miles away, 800 million miles wide. and the moon is 238,000 miles away, and whatever. But they can't actually prove any of it.
Yeah, because they have the fundamentals
it's based
wrong.
on angular size. Angular size.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And not just that, I believe a lot of people know. But there's a big reputation risk when you talk about flat Earth. I mean, I've heard of YouTube videos. I mean, I've seen YouTube videos of people getting fired from their jobs as teachers because they start discovering these things, or they start briefingly teaching it, and there's a risk to talk about it, but I do believe more people know, like at least the people that really look into it at a higher end in colleges or whatever. I think that's a risk a lot of people don't want to take.
Sure, but at the same time, I think it's people just don't want to step outside of their comfort zone to really like get a hold of what this is.
Yeah, too much time invested. I mean, if you have a PhD in astrophysics, you're probably not going to want to even consider the fact that the Earth is flat. People get attached to labels or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Time invested.
Well, I mean, and I mean, at the end of the day, some people say, can you blame them? Well, yes, in a sense. I mean, the truth is truth. I mean, if you're really concerned about the truth, then definitely you should say something about it. But if you're not concerned about the truth and you want to just kind of go along to get along, then you can. I mean,
and that's a big thing, especially nowadays. It's everybody just wants to avoid truth. For me, is priority. It's very important to me to find absolute truth, and that's why this flat Earth investigation has been really overwhelming, because you start to question everything, in general. If Earth is flat, the implications on that, it's massive. Like, there's so much more after that.
Well, sure. I mean, if Earth is flat, which it obviously is, I mean, no one on Earth has experienced the Earth as other than flat, right?
Yeah.
So, with these ideas about creation or how Earth came about, I mean, it's like there are trigger terms in like creation versus evolution, creation versus Big Bang, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
See, the Big Bang is a creation story, whether they want to accept it or not. This is their creation story. But their creation story with the Big Bang involves balls spinning around the universe, which no one on Earth has ever experienced. This is their story.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't really validate that that's actually happened. So, but we can actually prove that Earth is a level stationary plane. It's always existed this way. And now, as far as history goes, I mean, there's a lot. Anthropology, history, freaking archaeology. I mean, there's a lot of differences. Even flat earthers don't agree on a lot of that stuff. But as far as the Big Bang theory, that's all. The ball spinning around. That's their creation story. It's a different type of creation story.
Yeah, which is not, like you said, it's based on thin air. It's based on nothing. There's no fundamentals. There's no empirical science, and that's one thing NASA lacks. Is provable data that one can do, and it's very practical. Anybody could just go outside and try this stuff out with very little on a budget. So it's crazy to me how indoctrinated we are. How triggered we get, because I went through that. when it comes to Earth being something other than round, and it's crazy that it's so easy to prove this. It's very easy and practical. But people always mention other things like, what about comets? What about satellites? And what about the ISIS? You could see it, and they're missing the point. It's like, wait. None of that matters. First, figure out if the world is flat or round with this simple experiment. Just go test it out. So,
yeah, bro. Yeah, you get it, bro. That's what's up. Yeah. How long have you been here, Kitty Cat?
So this is my first hour in this channel. I didn't even know there was a community on Discord or anything.
Yeah, we try to spread the word, but I know there's hundreds and thousands more people that need to talk to people like us that are like minded. But yeah, it seems like you get it. How did you find us?
On Google. So this guy on a comment on a YouTube video, which I don't really remember which one it was, said something about Discord having flat Earth channels, and I was like, whoa, no way, trip out. So I just Googled it, and I think a Reddit forum told me this, or Google itself. I don't remember.
You probably found it on a Reddit forum that was against what we do, but that's what.
Yeah, probably, because there's a lot of trolls. For sure,
Yeah,
there's
I
so
know.
many
Yeah,
trolls.
there's shitloads of them, man. Yeah.
That's why I had to go through the VC check-in. I get that, and I'm happy I did. It's a good filter because there are so many people just not even doing this for.
Yeah, we've been doing this for over 3 years.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you see
Where
how many
have I
members
been?
we have freaking I think almost 25,000 members here now. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's amazing. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, we try to filter most of it. I mean, some trolls get through. It was just like you could start saying nigga, and then we just mute you, and you would never be able to talk to us again. You know.
And I was talking about. I was talking to Truth Prevails about the trash that there is on YouTube. When I started searching this up in 2015, I think you could look up flat Earth and you could see some legit videos on the first page. Now you put flat Earth and the first 20 videos or 30 videos are just NASA just brainwashing people into saying it's a sham or stupid
Professor
videos.
Dave, or just like it's like top 10 reasons that the Earth is not flat, and it's just
it's
like,
ridiculous.
And those guys, when we we'll try to get them to come in here and debate us. None of those guys want to talk to us, so they're just they have a different agenda,
Yeah, exactly. It's the intent.
They're
They don't
actually
have the intent
they're
to learn.
actually scared to talk to us.
That happens a lot, especially when I debate people. When I start debating people, they hear me talk about certain things, they're like, "Wait a minute, how does that work?" There's always a few people that always get like that curiosity and go like, "Wait a minute, that does make sense. Water always finds level." Stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm glad you found our server, man. This is a good place. It's actually the best. Well, this is the largest flat Earth server on Discord.
Yeah, it's great. Especially these live streams are really cool. So they're on YouTube.
Well, that YouTube live stream. We have 2 live streams, and the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. That's my channel, and I restart the stream every 12 hours because YouTube won't archive the videos after 12 hours with the live streams. So I just start every 12 hours. I try to anyway.
Yeah.
Try to keep up on it. But I also live stream on Twitter and DLive as well.
Yeah, this is a great channel because it's up there. Truth Prevails was telling me about searching this up as 24/7 flat.
Yeah, if you go on Google and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we're on the top of the list on every search engine.
Then that's important because people get lost. You know, I know a lot of intelligent people that really want to inquire about flat Earth, and they go on YouTube and they just go like, "Ah, this is a sham," because they see the wrong video and it's a real thing. So I'm happy
Well,
that
even you don't even have to put 24/7 in. You just type in Flat Earth Discord on any search engine, you'll find us like on the first page of any search. And yeah, we do the best we can. It's a fun place to be. If you've been like looking into this topic for a long time and you didn't have many people to talk to, this is the right place to be because we're always here, 24 hours a day.
nice. I'm happy to hear
Good
that.
stuff. I ain't saying the room's full, all the time, but sometimes it's too full. It's just sometimes it gets crazy in here.
I can imagine different topics going on, different conversations.
But yeah, this is if you want to talk about flat Earth, we always try to, if like we have a good moderator team here, a good moderation team, and if a lot of new people start jumping in, we try to keep it on flat Earth because that's what people come here to talk about.
Yeah, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, and it's sometimes people combine different conspiracy theories, and flat Earth is just it's not one of those. I don't see it as a conspiracy
they
theory.
do actually connect though. I mean,
Yeah, because this is the king of all conspiracy theories. If you think about it, you solve this, everything just goes nuts. Oh, like the moon landing automatically becomes false, and
yeah,
so it's crazy. But
yeah, it is.
Okay, so I'll probably join later today. I'm probably gonna go to sleep now. But it's nice to meet all of you, and
Yeah, hey, you sound like a flat earther to me, but you're brand new. Usually, if you're a flat earther, you come in. If you participate a little bit more, we have roles. Are you familiar with Discord?
yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not Discord savvy, but I could figure it out. I'm tech
Well,
savvy.
what will
So.
happen? All right, so once you participate more, and you want the flat Earth role, then I see you have VC verified, which is that means you talk to one of the moderators.
Oh, so I went through that.
Yeah, you
I
went through that. You talked to Truth Prevails.
Yeah.
See, are you looking at the live stream voice text? Like right above this voice channel, there's live stream voice text, and that's where we post pertinent information following the conversation that we're having.
Oh yeah, she told me about this. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And so the more you participate, then you'll get what's called the flat Earth role instead of VC verified. Or
nice.
If you're a Globie, you can get the Globe Earth role, but we don't freaking pass that out too much. But I can already tell you're a flat earther, but you won't get that right away. You're gonna have to like participate and.
Like for example, if I join later today, right, the live stream, will I be able to talk or?
Oh yeah, you can come right back in, talk, and we have a separate role for you can type in the text in the live stream voice text, but in order to post images and stuff, you'll have to have a separate role for that with the flat Earth role. That's a separate role. But yeah, you'll be able to type in there. It's just like the more you participate, the more you roll up. So
awesome. Yeah, like a filter system, which is needed nowadays for sure.
Well, cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, get you some sleep or whatever. I'm gonna have to check out pretty soon too. But that's kind of the way
I'm
it
actually
works
pretty
here.
excited.
Yeah, man.
start talking about flat Earth. It's one of my
get your ass
favorite
back
subjects
in
for
here,
sure.
man. Dude, I mean, it's early in the morning here on Saturday. But yeah, at around, I think at noon Central Time where I am, we have a special. It's called Precious Metals Show, which like after you get the flat Earth roll, if you participate a lot, and then you get silver and then gold, which just means that you're an important part of the team.
Nice
Yeah,
incentive.
and that's what we do. So at noon today, we'll have a precious metal show, and it lasts for about 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer. So yeah, get you some sleep, and then come up and come back in and listen to the precious metal show, and then you can actually meet some of the silver and gold members here too, and you'll be able
Nice.
to talk in there. So
Yeah, so I was talking about with Truth about she was saying something about channel about for newbies or just I know a lot of people get frustrated with newbies because it's really hard to deal with them. But that's actually one of the things I really like to do is help new people out. So if eventually, you ever
hey
need
man,
help with that, I could definitely help you out with that.
oh cool. Oh, well, hey, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're gonna have a precious metals event today at around. Are you in America?
Yeah, and Cali.
Oh, so it'll be like 10 o'clock for you, I think. 10
Okay.
a.m.
Okay, honestly I'll probably be asleep at 10 a.m. But I'll try
Well,
to
anyway,
participate as much as possible. And
yeah, when you wake up, I mean, we'll join anytime, but yeah, we're gonna have a precious metal show at noon today, which is 3.5
okay.
hours from now. But if you're sleeping, fine. But yeah, come back anytime. You sound like you already got your shit together, basically.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a while. Like I said, I was running solo. It's
How
really
long have you been
frustrating.
a flat earther?
So about 5 years.
Oh yeah, me
Back and
too.
forth,
Me too. About
I
five,
would
6 years. Wait,
for
there's no back and forth on flat Earth.
no,
Once
not
you
back and
see it.
forth on my belief. More like sometimes I'll like forget about flat Earth. In the sense of do other stuff, work and life gets in the way.
Yeah, I know
But
that. Yeah, sure.
but yeah, it's there's always someone that reminds me. And like yesterday, somebody reminded me. Wanted to ask a question about flat Earth and round Earth, and I answered them, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I got to get back in this because
It's
there's a lot
fun.
of it's great, yeah,
Yeah. Hey,
it's
cut
great."
the shit. Hey, cut the shit. Did you steal that meme from me? I think I made that one.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later then. I'm
All
pretty
right.
hyped about it too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, jump back in tomorrow, today, whatever.
See, bro.
Awesome.
I'm not too far behind you on the going to sleep.
Yeah, it's I work night shift, so it's pretty hard.
Oh, what is this, Smile? If anyone was here yesterday in the live stream, at one point we disagreeing about atmospheric refraction, dude. I think I remember this listening. For the person who said light can only bend through different mediums, this one's for you. You guys remember talking to this guy yesterday? And I drew a straight line between A and B in the drawing above.
I think it was last night. You weren't in here yet.
Yeah, I think I
You were asleep.
remember. Well, I think I remember hearing some. Was it? I think I remember hearing some. A basic idea behind geometrical optics is that light travels in straight lines, but there's a catch to this statement. Light only travels in straight lines in a perfectly uniform medium, like a vacuum. Why every single fucking time that these guys hold on, why does every single time they come in with an idea, they come in with our point and prove themselves wrong? Light only travels in straight lines in a perfectly uniform medium like a vacuum, but real transparent materials such as air, water, and glass always have small internal variations in their optical properties that bend the path of light. So light. I remember this conversation. I'm not sure if it was the same guy. Smile of death. Bro, the conversation was about the black swan. He's probably trying to say that the reason that the horizon appeared to be beyond 10 miles from a 1-foot observation is because of refraction. But we are pointing out that that's impossible. It's impossible. Smile, are you in this call? Jump your ass in here instead of typing in a live stream voice text. Yes, you have posting perms, but why are you posting in here when you're not actually in here? Because I can explain this shit, because I know what you're talking about. Hello, Smile. Jump your ass in here. So light doesn't quite travel in straight lines in real materials. Particularly, light doesn't travel in straight lines in air because air isn't uniform. Its density varies from place to place. Yes, I'm quite aware of that as well. Still doesn't address the black swan. It does. So smile of death. Get your ass in here. I got an answer for you.
Hey, what up, Flat Earth homies?
What's up, Wade?
Not much, man. I'm just taking the grandson out on a walk right now. But
did you read what he just posted?
Yeah, I did. That's why I was trying to actually ask and see, like, kind of what the conversation was. I wasn't in the live stream yesterday when that conversation.
Well, I was just talking to somebody else, and all of a sudden this popped up. He's posting in here, and he's not even in here. You know.
Oh, well,
that kind of pisses me off. You're not supposed to post in here unless you in here. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, I mean, I do sometimes when I'm listening. Either you're listening, and you can respond. Anyway, go ahead, Wade. What were you about to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was trying to just get like a general idea, like what he was talking about with like the refraction and the light bending. I mean, I don't understand like what point he was trying to get across to you though, or to anyone about that the conversation that with the light. I mean, everyone knows that it's not
that's him just randomly posting nonsense that he can't back up.
Yeah, Yeah, that's like seeing that news
Oh,
channel.
now he's about to respond with action without actually coming in here because he's a pussy. He won't come in here and talk to us about this.
Yeah, I mean, that's how some people go. Some people are fingertip warriors. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to say though is wait, he's just trying to say that light is not bending. Here, let me look at this text real quick again. My bad, man.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Here's what he's saying. I mean, he said it's Andrew Thomas Young saying that somebody earlier had posted Andrew Thomas Young as a gotcha for him, saying so light doesn't quite travel in straight lines, and real materials, whatever the fuck that means. Particularly light doesn't travel in straight lines in air because air isn't uniform. Its density varies from place to place, especially at different heights. All right. So when it comes to the black swan,
right,
we're talking about 1 foot.
Right.
1 foot observation. That's what the black swan is. So Smiles, get your fucking ass in here and talk to us about this. Quit being a puss.
Yeah, because I was just watching a video because that was like one of the biggest things that I struggled with was trying to get what they would call you know what I mean, getting your observations or like what everyone always kept on referring to refraction or mirage, you know what I mean, to try and say, oh, I busted the flat or this is why blah, here's the curvature, and you know what I mean, it's all turns out to be perspective, refraction, you know what I mean, a lot of things that obvious things that people don't take into consideration, and I didn't either until I really started trying to you know what I mean, retain the information to actually learn, not just to regurgitate it, but learn what I was trying to figure out. And it made a lot more sense. It makes perfect sense now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's like we're not. I mean, there is no gotchas here. You know, we actually want to have the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think this is true, come in and tell us how you've you know, just like Roger said, hey, this chat is reserved for people that are in here in the chat and listening. Boom, and then he said, oh, I can't talk right now. I have to eat. It's like, well, obviously this was on your mind. I mean, can you reserve your freaking snack so you can come in here and defend what the fuck you just posted?
Yeah,
give me a fucking break, man.
My personal opinion, like if I'm gonna throw something out there like that and try, you know what I mean, try to, you know what I mean, throw out some facts, what I think are facts, or something that I'm trying to back up. You know, I mean, my food's gonna take a sidestep real quick because this is gonna fire me up. You know what I mean? Like, so
well, that's why I wasn't gonna say shit until he posted that. You know, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't." Well, you know, you don't want to talk about it now, so you freaking spammed our fucking stream, and then you're just like, "I'm sorry, I'll come back later," but you probably won't because I just fucking debunked that shit.
you know what I mean, you're gonna Google some shit and come back later. You know what I mean?
Smile of death. Come back later with something better than that bullshit.
Well, anyways, on a good note, I'm new to this community here on Discord, and I mean I've been here the past few days, jumping in here and there, like at lunch on work and stuff, and meeting people. I met Creation Bear whenever I come in and got.
Oh yeah, Creation Bear's the shit.
I liked him. I had a good conversation with him for about 10-15 minutes, so that was great. But and Dandelion, she's
she's
feed me a bunch of information, and then I can't remember the other guy's name. But anyway, people that are real regular in here, you know. But you know, I heard that I think this is your actual live stream or whatever you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I just hit start and play on the live stream.
Well, yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to get myself known in the community. You know what I mean? That way, because I plan to make myself available in here because I can't. You just can't go into Walmart and tell someone like, "Hey, check it out, man. This is what I believe in. I believe that we live on a horizontal stationary plane." And then if I say that, they're not going to catch on.
Well, is this your first day here, Wade?
No, I've been here probably about maybe a week or so, maybe.
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I mean, I see you have VC verified.
Yes, sir.
And same sincere role.
Can I?
Hold on. Yeah, you do it, Roger. I mean, ask him. We want to give like real flat earthers the flat Earth role.
Well, no. I want to come back to what Smile of Death just posted. He just because the last line, they make light travel along curved paths, not straight lines in air. So where was this ever being demonstrated? This is just Andrew Thomas Young assuming this, right? So he assumes curved air and he assumed a curved surface. Then he made calculations for this. It's never been proven, never been shown. Refraction only makes your vision be shorter, not further. Cannot make you look beyond a hill or around a corner. But yeah, so Effie Wade, you're
yeah. I mean, hold on. Let me say this about Smile of Death. I pretty much showed him that he can't bring that bullshit in here without some real facts. And you're exactly right, Roger.
I just wanted to say good morning, guys.
More important, Effie Wade. He's VC verified. Been here for a few days. He's actually excited, and the other guy that I was talking to earlier, another flat earther. I mean, it's like, hey, the more you participate here in the server, you found the right place. These idiots that come in here with some bullshit like Smile of Death just posted, then you'll see why we exist. So yeah, Effie Wade, since you've been here for a few days, can you answer some questions for us about flat? I can give you the flat Earth role. Are you okay with this, Roger?
I haven't talked to him.
I'm sorry, guys, if I can interject, because I just took my grandkid on a walk, but I'm about to run upstairs, and I'm going to throw in my Bluetooth headphones and stuff so I don't have background noise and everything. But I'm not hopping out of the live stream or nothing. I'm just not going to be able to turn my mic back on right away.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Okay. All right. Just give me a few minutes, guys.
Cool.
I just wanted to say good morning, everybody.
Who's that, Flathead?
Yeah, I was just saying good morning.
What's happening?
What's going on? Did you get right into this Discord server this morning?
Man, it's almost 9 a.m. for me here.
Yeah, it's almost 9 a.m.
Oh, you in Central Time?
Yes. I live in Florida.
That's Eastern Time.
I feel like I'm on the west side of Florida.
Oh, like Pensacola and shit.
Yes.
I didn't even know. I thought all of Florida was in Eastern Time.
Unless I'm mistaken. I mean, I could be, but I mean, it is almost 9 o'clock. That's what it's
What the fuck? Right, you don't even know what time it is?
Not really. I just woke up.
Just play it. Well, see, you must have looked at the clock. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I know how Florida works. It's like west, like Pensacola areas, like the western part of Florida. I didn't know that the time zone changed in Florida. I was just being totally honest about that.
Well, I know we're. I got back from Jamaica 3 months ago, and I know we're on the same time slot as Jamaica, so that was kind of interesting. I didn't know that until I went there, actually.
Do you have an electronic device that automatically changes?
Yeah, I
time?
do. I mean, and sometimes it,
All right.
it actually.
So is it 8:55 for you right now?
Yeah, on my computer it's saying 8:55. My phone.
Okay, then you're in Central Time Zone. God damn, this is fucking. How hard is this?
No, I was saying, yeah, there's got to be Central Time Zone. You had me second guessing myself because I was like,
so you're in Western Florida.
Yeah, exactly. So what Eastern?
I'm in Northwestern Arkansas, still Central Time Zone.
I got you.
I try to intimidate her, but that's funny. But I thought that all of Florida was Eastern time, but I didn't know that there was a portion of Florida that was Central Time. So it's the only reason.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider Pensacola almost a part of Florida. It's so close to Alabama and stuff. So many people from Alabama.
I've been there. It's a crazy place, man. That's freaking. I like Pensacola. It was fun. When I went there, it was fun.
I just wish there was more flat earthers around me. I mean, I have to get on the Flat Earth app and try to meet people. And I wish I could go to Flattoberfest this year, but I just, I'm so far away, and I'm getting married in a couple weeks as well. So, don't really have time to be doing that right now.
Oh, you getting married? Why? I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
That's such a broad.
I've been married twice, and so I'm kind of whatever.
Yeah, I understand. Trust me, my dad was married for 25 years. My mom divorced him.
What? Yeah. So yeah.
Sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Every relationship's different.
So you're getting married, huh? Is your wife a flat earther?
I'll be completely honest with you. She's the one that actually brought me to Flat Earth.
Really? She said, if you don't get this fucking shit, I'm not marrying you.
No, that's actually not the way she approached it at all. I mean, I've always been conspiracy based. About 4 months ago, she just walked up to me in the living room. She said, I think the Earth's flat. And when she said it like that, I was like, okay, you know what? I pushed it off. I'm about to objectively look into this shit. And then after, I'm pretty, if I really look into stuff, I mean, it took me a couple days. And after a couple days, when I was really trying to because I went about it, I was trying to prove the Earth was a globe, and try to go through all the old proofs.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You have to back up a little bit. So she brought up the flat Earth, and you were like, the Earth can't be flat. And so
it wasn't like it can't be flat. It was just kind of like.
Hold on. But she knew it was flat before you figured it out, right?
Oh, she was questioning it. She didn't even look into it, because she was kind of skeptical. It was almost kind of like her telling me to go do the research, really look into it.
Wait, is she in the server here?
No, she's not.
Oh, okay. Cool. Go ahead. No, so tell me how she showed you that the Earth is not a globe.
So I think it kind of came across when all that crap was going on last year with the the V and the freaking
right. We don't necessarily have to talk about it. I want to hear how your fiance said, "Hey, you need to look at this flat Earth stuff because there's something to it."
Well, it kind of goes back to her when she was a younger child, and same thing with me. She'd sit there when she was a kid in her bed and be like, "Well, that don't make sense." She's talking about sitting still, how we're sitting still right now, and they tell us the numbers about how fast we're moving, and I understand what she means because. It's all we're all flat earthers at the end of the day. It's just if your cognitive dissonance is kicking in, or more than in somebody else's, And I've always thought the same thing. It's a certain numbers they've told us, and then when she said that to me, it just jogged my memory of times that I'd question it, but I'd still go out at the heliocentric model because I'm like, I mean, there's people that are smarter because, you appeal to authority so much. You're just in that paradigm. There's like, it can't be, and then I thought back, I was like, yeah, we're not moving no freaking 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You know what I'm saying? I was like, it's just, no, it's just, this isn't lining up correctly. Something's, and I went back and then and then once I started looking at it, I was like, God, this is even more obvious than I originally had, and I was like, God, this is by design,
You know what? You sound like the classic Floridian because a flathead is a catfish.
Well, I'm originally from Georgia, actually.
Yeah, it might have been. There's flathead catfish there too, in the rivers. Anyway,
I just try to come up with a name that was funny.
I ask people like leading questions to try to get their character and whether they're telling the truth or not. You seem genuine to me. I just do this.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. Well, there's so many trolls out there nowadays. It's just hard to differentiate.
I mean, other people have vetted you before, but I haven't really talked much to you before. So anyway,
I appreciate it.
Flat, you just kind of remind me. But a catfish is like it's a derogatory term as far as the like social media stuff goes. But I like your flathead freaking catfish stuff. It's like I'm a Southerner because I'm a Southerner too. Even though I was born in as a Yankee, but I moved to the South when I was young, and I can tell.
Well, exactly. That's kind of the reason I chose the flathead for the image for the server, because it's just like, oh, he's just some ignorant Southerner, that just dicks around with electrical. Because I'm an electrician, just dicks around with flathead screwdrivers, and he's a flat earther. It's just, I don't know, just punny. I thought it was kind of funny, but
you were thinking about screwdrivers when you said flat. I was thinking about catfish.
Yeah, because I mean that's why. That's why I have my image as a flathead screwdriver, because
I didn't even look at it.
Yeah, because when people call flat earthers like, stupid flathead, we call them globe heads. I was like, call me a flathead. Call me a flathead screwdriver. I think it's kind of funny.
I like it.
I'm just and when you even read my description, I'm just a random appliance you'll find in your local hardware store.
Yeah, sure. Hey, I build cabinets. I'm a cabinet builder. Have been for freaking almost 30 years now.
Awesome. Cabinetry work is very, very hard. It takes a lot of detail. It's an art, really.
It does. I mean, it depends. It really depends on. I mean, what the customer wants. You have to pay attention.
Exactly. So I've been having this idea about going downtown Pensacola actually sometime in the near future after I get married, actually, because I'm just so busy right now. But starting up like some type of like kind of like change my mind, like the Earth is flat kind of thing. And I'm not going to do exactly that, but I don't know, just going into some public place where speech is protected or whatever in a public area, and just like I want to videotape it. Just to try to get some reactions and maybe try to red pill some people in the process.
Are you talking about going to the beaches and just interviewing people, or like
setting up like like how just a little booth, like kind of like an art gallery booth,
get people to come up to you.
Yeah, and then have different facts and stuff. We can have some. I can have maybe some different experiences from like
a couple of signs, a laptop, where you can say, "Hey, what about this?" I mean.
Exactly. It'd be like, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. Go look into it yourself, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But I just I've been wanting to do something like that for a while and videotape it and put it on the internet and stuff.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to do that too. I mean, you always want to have a couple people with you because people are fucking
most
crazy.
Definitely.
You want to have some lookouts. But I've thought about doing the same thing, and I live in Fayetteville, where the Razorback country.
Exactly.
I've thought about going downtown and doing the same type of thing. I haven't done it yet. I would love to. I wouldn't be embarrassed. Why
would you be embarrassed?
I know people just like, oh, flat Earth! I've heard about that. I'm picturing college students coming up to me going, I've heard about flat Earth. I'm curious. This kind of thing.
Exactly. And you can just plant some seeds. And I
Yeah,
think going out in the
just
field
like
is just as
thousands of college students. I mean, I live like freaking like 5 miles from the university campus. Where the Razorbacks. And the whole freaking university setting, and you can set up on a public street, and I just have a table there with a couple of banners, and it's just like, hey, Earth is flat, whatever. And I could just picture college students just jump, walking down the street. But I wouldn't want to do it by myself. I want to have at least a couple of other people do it.
You're gonna have some other flat earthers
Good
with
morning,
you.
my flat friends.
Good morning,
But it's just like I can see like these college students going, "What? Flat? What is Earth is flat?" And I'm right outside I'm right in the middle of the freaking college.
You need to have like a big AE clock behind you or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, I could even bring. I think I already know where I would set it up. I've been thinking about this for a couple of years. I just haven't done it yet. And then this fucking COVID shit happened.
Well, yeah,
and most of the bars kind of shut down. I was already planning to do it. But I have several people. We've had some meetups here in this area, like Flat Earth meetups, and so I know I can get a few friends to come and do it with me. But
Serious question, real fast. Are there any conventions, like flat Earth conventions, that are like?
There's one happening this weekend, starting tomorrow. Yeah, it's in North Carolina.
Oh,
yeah.
I was actually gonna try to go, but I just couldn't. Yeah, it's gonna start tomorrow.
That's actually pretty cool. I want to attend a flat Earth conference / convention. Just
it's flat.
see everything in real life.
Yeah, just type in on Google Flattoberfest. You'll find it's going to start tomorrow in North Carolina.
That's absolutely incredible.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's like I think everyone needs to be doing more field work. I think getting on the server is awesome, but I think going out in the field and actually interacting with real human beings is just as important.
Dude, it's fun. I've been to several meetups. It's so fun, man. Meeting other flat earthers, man. It's so fun.
Penetrate the community.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Helio, I was going to say, if you got that Flat Earth Friend Finder or the Mark Sargent one or whatever,
David's
you could find
David's
people
app.
to help you.
On David's
you
app?
could find people to help you like that. I would think so.
Yeah, I mean,
that Mark
like I
Sargent
said,
one
I mean, I
supposed
was. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Broken Curves. Go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say
Your
that
name's
Mark
Sean.
Sargent one's
Your
supposed
name's
to have
Sean,
like
right?
Yeah. The Mark Sargent one's supposed to be able to where you can put out like a request for help on it, or just for stuff.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, it's just like I was kind of planning. I already have the corner where I want to do this, and it's going to be so easy. There's already, if I remember right, there's already like electronic ports where you can plug your freaking laptop and everything in. You got to make sure everything's charged up. Just make a couple of banners and just sit there with 2 or 3 people. Because when the students are walking down the street, dude, it's right down from the university, and it's like all the bars are set up right there. That's where all the people go from the different clubs and shit right there on the street. And you just sit right there on the corner. Just bring a table and a banner. And say, and some flyers and just like Earth's flat, or whatever, whatever your stick is. I just need a couple of people to support. It's so easy, and it's it's right down from the largest university in Arkansas. It's freaking, it's right. It's perfect. So, yeah, that would be. I think it would be such a blast, man. Because Because everybody's heard about flat Earth by now, especially university students. I mean, this shit is it's hot shit right now.
It really is, and a lot of people don't even know. Most people's. Well, here's the thing about flat Earth. I'll tell you, to be honest, something like I was saying about my fiance. When I went and I looked back into it, it's crazy because I really feel like the the elites, the 1%, whatever you want to call them, they've done such a fantastic job with the disinformation campaign of putting that idea that it's the flat pancake in space idea with the water going over it, that most of the time you've never thought of much outside of that. So it's like when I started looking at it and then I saw the ice wall concept, I was like, okay, I ain't even thought of this before. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people out there, they don't even like that has not even crossed their mind one time. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of people need to be hit with this information at least one time. They have potential.
Yeah,
They just never had the idea.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that you already know. It's just nobody's ever pointed it out to you in the correct light to actually think critically about it. You know what I mean?
Right. And I think everyone deserves a fair chance to make, to look, because I mean, like I said, you're not going to wake everybody. Some people are just, they're done. They're indoctrinated for the rest of their life, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I do think everyone deserves at least one good chance to objectively, critically try to think about it, but they maybe never even had that opportunity ever, so.
Yeah, it's
thing I think would help with.
Go ahead, John.
I was going to say one thing I think would help would be to have a blackboard behind you so you can write down their claims of truth so they can't violate it. Like whenever they say something, you point at it and say, look, you just said that.
Right.
Yeah, either a blackboard or whiteboard. Oftentimes inside this survey, we bring up the top 3 claims of the globe, right? So it's just like, the curvature, the spin, and gas pressure, right? So those top 3 claims, every time, if you had a board behind you that had those top 3 claims, it's like, you can go through those 3 with every single person that walks by you, But oftentimes when I meet new people, inside here, I'm just like, so have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Have you heard about this topic? Just kind of get them, and just kind of get them, into the vein of the conversation, and then you say, hey, well, here are the major claims that the Earth, that the globe Earth is, that there's curvature, spin, gas pressure. And it just, then you kind of roll from there.
Most definitely.
I don't even like addressing spin anymore because you have to beg the question of a radius to do it. Like
right. That's why you start with curvature. I know, it's just like, yeah, it's kind of strange. But it could be fun to actually stand on the street, with a few people, like-minded people, and just like have a little setup and say,
yes.
Hey, you guys ever talk to anyone about flat Earth before? Hey, here we are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I honestly think it'd be really intriguing coming from. Sorry to kind of just kind of blast in. Being a glober, I think it'd be really interesting seeing a booth put up with flat Earth information, because that's one of the main reasons I still hang around in here, is because I've never encountered you guys in the wild. I've never seen, I've always kind of the wild, I haven't, I haven't like spoken to someone with these beliefs. I haven't.
But
the weird wild world.
Alex, have you ever encountered the globe in real life?
Oh my God. No, I haven't, but nor have I encountered a flat Earth as well. But
you do, Alex. Every time you walk out your door, the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating. What are you on about?
What are you on about? I'm not here to debate. I was just saying that it'd be really cool to see a booth with people talking about flat Earth. I was perpetuating.
We're here
you guys'
24/7 talking about flat Earth. So
I know, but
okay. So
I'm
why would you
I'm not
believe
here to
you're
talk
on a
about flat
globe?
Earth.
Why would you believe you're on a globe if nothing, everything the Earth presents itself to you, right? It's flat and non-rotating. Why would you believe you're on a spinning water pair hurling through
I
space?
barely grasp the concept of my own existence, let alone the existence of everything else around me. So whether the Earth is flat or a globe is irrelevant to my whole day. I mean,
Well, you
I don't
called
care.
yourself a glober.
Yeah,
You
because
called
that's what
yourself-
you guys have labeled me. I'm literally a globe earther in here.
Okay. Have you looked into the things we present?
Yeah, I've absorbed a lot of the things you have said. I've tried to, I've Googled things and I've tried to, find opposing opinions on a lot of things I can't, and there's just that. But I don't know. I don't obsess about it necessarily. I don't care if we live on a globe. I don't care if we live on a flat plane. We can live on
Why
a
are you here
triangle
if you
for all I
don't
care.
care?
You guys are cool.
Right.
I can't just hang out. I gotta be steered one way or another. Yeah, you can't just hang out
How
here.
long?
You can't just come in here and hang
how long have
out
you
and
been
listen.
looking? Alex, how long have you been looking into this information or been presented with this type of
I've been
information?
in this Discord for probably 3 days, maybe 4 days now. Whenever you guys start hounding me with questions, I get on Google and hound Google. Yes, cut the shit. I don't care. I still deny. You're very right.
What made you come? What originally made you come to the server? Like what? Yeah.
One
what
of
made you
my
come?
friends was. All right, I told the story last night. One of my buddies, we were hanging out in our group chat, and then boom, he leaves, comes back about 10 minutes later, and he's laughing his ass off. And he goes, "Man, those flat earthers are going crazy over there." And then he invites me over there. I come over here. You guys were going freaking crazy, but then you guys ended up being a bunch of cool bunch. So I'm hanging out here.
Yeah, well, something you'll notice about flat earthers, whatever you want to call, true earthers is a better term that I like to use.
There we go. I like true earthers. I like
more often than not. True earther, flat, whatever. Our disposition tends to be a lot nicer than globe earthers, and I'm not just saying that. It's like it's a true thing because we're at a different mind state, and I'm not trying to come off as egotistical or I'm better than. No, I'm just saying we have a better understanding, so we know how to interact better with our fellow human beings, if you will. I don't know, because we're more connected to the truth. That's probably what you're experiencing.
I think you guys are a bunch of cool and interesting bunch. I'm not like I've said several times before. I'm not here to be steered one way or another. It's like It's like if this was a bar where all the flat earthers would hang out, I would go to this bar. That's kind of what it is.
If you're nobody's gonna be able to convince you. Nobody was able to convince me. It's gonna be a very personal thing for yourself. I'd say just objectively sit because you're so fresh in this. Just objectively sit back and listen. There's probably a lot of stuff you hadn't even heard yet, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's why I come up in here. I like hearing other people's opinions. I like, or facts, whatever. I like hearing other people's views.
Yeah, but measurements aren't opinions, Alex. So, if the Earth measures flat, how can that be an opinion then?
Yeah, I don't like you, Roger. You're picking apart everything that I say, and I can't just sit here and state my claim about how I just like hanging out here. You're so focused on steering me one way or another.
I'm not. So it's not about feelings, Alex. It's about what can we prove in this reality, right? What is our observable, objective reality, right? And we're all in this objective reality, and we try to figure out what we are living on, Alex. And opinions are great, right? Everybody has an opinion, awesome stuff. But when it comes to measurements and actually knowing stuff, right? Something you can do for yourself. I'm not trying to steer you. I'm trying to maybe open up your mind, right?
I'm always open to opening my mind. I'm not in here, yelling at you guys saying whatever the hell you guys say are bullshit. I sit here, I listen, I take in what you guys have to say. I may have tried to rebuttal here or there, but for the most part, I sit here and I just listen. I don't try to dispute. I don't try to say, nah, man, the Earth is globe, or you're wrong or I'm right. I just kind of listen. I don't sit here to debate. I don't sit here to argue or to do this or that. I like to sit here and look at the side, from the sidelines, and that's kind of how I absorb things. A person directly making it personal to say, hey, man, the Earth is fucking flat. It's not a globe. Like, you're wrong. Like, that's not gonna help my case or a lot of people's cases in general. Just sitting here kind of listening to what you guys have got to say is enough for me, is enough to kind of see, all right, well, I sit here and Google the shit that you guys put out here and etc. and try to understand where you guys are coming from.
That's a reasonable place to be, and that's usually where most of us started. But
I'm not a religious person, but I've sat in church,
Hold on, I just wanted to say I just wanted to say that you said that you've never met a flat earther in the wild, and a lot of that is because people who understand that the Earth is flat don't want to discuss it in public.
And I can
because there's a lot of ostracization that comes with discussing it in public.
No, and I get that, but that's why I'm so intrigued with this group, is I get to interact with people that I don't get to see normally, and I get to understand something that's been such a wild concept to me on the internet for so long. That's my whole point in being here.
You're trying to understand it a little bit more objectively than just being made fun of. You're actually trying to understand,
I'm trying to, because obviously, you guys probably understand, there's a lot of shit on the internet that makes you guys look like a bunch of crazies, and that's a bias that the internet puts out there. But I have an opportunity to sit here and actually listen to human beings with voices and thoughts and ideas, and I think it's cool, instead of just like getting on Reddit and seeing someone like flaming the flat earthers. It's like, oh, haha, that's funny, whatever. But then you get in here and actually listen to what you guys have got to say, and it's incredibly interesting.
That's pretty awesome, man. To be honest, I respect that. I mean, I'm glad you're listening, and that's the purpose.
Respect that too.
Yeah, of the YouTube channel. We want people to listen because not everyone wants to interact. A lot of people just want to listen. Like Alex, it's really cool that you've come in here and said, "Hey, I want to hear what these guys really have to say," and not just go watch some debunk videos about flat Earth, from Professor Dave and all those other guys that will just say, "Hey, Earth can't be flat because of this, and this, and this." You're actually sitting here listening to our opinions and how we've come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Exactly. Like you hit it on the head there. I'm here to hear real life experiences and firsthand words coming out of it, rather than things being conscripted on the internet all crazily.
Yeah, man, credit to you for that. So now, but since you've been here listening to us, you know that we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat.
I mean, there's some people in here that seems like their full-time job, but for the most part, yeah. I mean, I understand that a lot of the times it's just for the sake of debate, and whether or not at the end of this whole, I guess residency here, whether at the end of all of this I believe the Earth is flat or I continue believing with my current beliefs.
Check this out. Check this out, though. Check this out. Nobody here is making any money trying to convince people the Earth is flat.
Oh, no, I understand that. I mean,
hold on. On the other side, though, the anti-flat earthers, they're making YouTube channels.
Guys to hell, yeah,
making money off of trying to convince people that the Earth is not flat.
And
they're
I can't trust
making money.
That kind of shit. I can't trust.
Yeah, we're not here making money. We're actually here being honest people, open discussion, and so you should consider that as well.
No, and I do. I don't think I've ever sat here and looked up on YouTube, why isn't the Earth flat, or why isn't it? I don't sit here and watch these big, multi-million-dollar or multi-million subscriber, YouTubers talk about shit like this. Like that, you're not going to get anything.
Not to say that flat Earth channels shouldn't make money. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. But there are other flat Earth channels that do make money, but this, mine doesn't.
I've done as much due diligence as I possibly can about this place.
They demonetize my channel, so I'm not making any money from YouTube on my channel. And Roger's not making any money either. He has a channel too.
Right.
But
whether or not you guys make money or not, I mean, that's irrelevant to me as well. It's like, I don't know. I like hearing actual ideas coming out of actual people's mouths instead of sitting there.
So listening to us, you feel like that we're being honest. In our opinions.
You're being as honest as you guys as I could believe you guys are being. Yes.
All right. Cool. I think you really kind of.
I think you're being genuine. Alex, have you? I understand you said you've been Googling things. Have you been just Googling, or have you been using DuckDuckGo? Because I mean, it's very hard to find credible flat Earth information or true Earth information on Google. Sometimes that's why I'm asking.
I just kind of, I kind of just try to reference the the material that I get presented in like the live stream voice text. I get linked things there, which is cool, and I try to cross-reference the things in the links that I've been given. I try to do my due diligence. I'm trying to be a financial analyst, so I'm trying to I try to analyze things to the utmost degree, no matter where.
Have you downloaded the Flat Earth clock app?
I have not. No.
You should really look into that. There's probably a butt ton of information on there. I'm going to assume that you haven't been presented with. That Flat Earth Dave, he's the one who created the app.
Old dude sent me a bunch of stuff too. He sent me the wiki. He sent me a bunch of Google Drive links as well that I'm kind of scared to click on because Google Drive links are scary. But
right.
But yeah, he sent me a lot of stuff.
I would go to the Flat Earth clock app personally because there's a lot of questions on there. I'm sure that they're floating around in your head, and there's a lot of YouTube links in there to videos that are shadow banned. You're not going to have find it even if you type in exactly what it is into the search bar. And I highly suggest you look into that.
Yeah, for sure, I will. I'm not opposed to it.
It's like $3 or something. Very cheap.
What are you talking about? David Wise's app?
Yes.
I mean, that's on the Play Store. I mean, there's no. Yeah, I have that app. I paid $3 for it. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd be scared of putting that on your phone. That would be weird.
Yeah, like the Drive thing, I understand, but the app itself, it's Blue Water Bays who makes it or whatever. It's a very, very solid app, and it has regular updates as well.
Yeah, that's a production company that Dave works with. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good app. Matter of fact, DITRH was here last week. And so he actually added the Discord to the app. Link to this Discord to the app.
Did not know about that, Helio. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, just go on the app. You can find a link to the Discord in the app now.
So, quick question: has anybody found any curvature yet?
Personally, not.
Any evidence of bending water? I'll take that silence as an answer.
Your silence is your consent. Thank you very much. I did not say that.
That's pretty funny. Cut this shit. That kind of reminds me of that last meme. They cut the shit posted. It kind of reminds me of that meme. What's that movie with Tom Cruise? He's like, "Help me, help you." Where he's talking. The football guy. He's like, "Help me, help you."
What movie is that?
I can't fucking remember the name of the movie. You know what I'm talking about? It's
Yeah.
Tom Cruise and
Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire.
oh, is it Jerry Maguire? Yeah, it's Jerry Maguire. Help me, help you. There you
Yeah,
go.
they're talking in the bathroom or in the showers.
Yeah. He's like, "You're fucking this up. I'm your fucking. What was he? It was an agent. He was like, "You're fucking this up. Help me, help you."
Oh, yeah, so cut the shit's got the scene posted in a
Yeah,
GIF.
yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
That sounded familiar. Are you from Scandinavia?
No, I'm about as American as it could be. I'm sorry.
Okay. You sounded a little bit like a Scandinavian because
I might have like a speech impediment. I don't know.
Okay.
A speech impediment.
Oh my gosh. That might be one of the funniest things I've heard all morning.
You know what? You know what's really funny is like a lot of Americans or English people would be like trying to guess people's accents, and but I hear so many people that are foreign, to America, try to say, try to figure out where they're from. It's like you can't tell I'm American. This fucking crazy. What the? I'm messing with you.
I mean, I'm in a European household, but I'm about as American as you can be.
It's all good. I always wonder. It's weird to me when people can't tell when people are American. That's just always
I'd really like to hear what an American accent would sound like to anybody else without an American accent. Does it sound as unique as like someone from Liverpool or Scandinavia or et cetera, or does it just sound like normal or whatever?
I know a lot of people that do come from Europe. If they came to America when they were very young, there might be collection say, "Hey, I'm from this," but for the most part, I can tell when someone's American. Now, Canadian and American, it's a little difficult to tell, but if I listen to Canadians talk enough, I can tell if they're from Canada.
Right, yeah.
Because it's very similar.
They might just be from Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, it could be North Dakota or freaking Minnesota. They could still be American, but anyway.
Yeah, I've got a client. He's a very, very fresh Russian person. He's I think he's been in America less than, he hasn't even been here all of 2021 basically, but he learned English in Russia, and so when he came here, the American, the way we say things and pronounce things are different than how he was taught we pronounce things in Russia. So it's really hard for him still nowadays. You'll say something that's, a pretty simple phrase, but he doesn't quite understand it because it doesn't sound like how he's been, interpreted it in Russia. So talking with him is definitely a little bit of an, it's not an issue, but you got to like kind of tiptoe around. But it's super interesting in that regard where, someone with a heavy accent taught him English, and now someone without a heavy accent speaking English to him kind of confuses him.
Yeah. I thought Flathead was going to say something, but he... Go ahead, Waterball.
Yeah, so Alex Jones, why do you think that Earth is globe? What is your best proof for that?
I'm currently taking a piss, hang on.
That's a very good proof, yeah.
Did he say apparently taking a piss?
Currently, sorry.
You guys seen the Apparently Kid video?
Apparently,
I've
never been on live television before.
I've never been on. Yeah, you've seen that. I thought you were apparently taking a piss, Jones.
No, I was currently taking a piss.
Yeah, I love that video. He's so cute, man.
What was your question, Waterball?
Yeah, what was your question, Waterball?
He's deafened now. He didn't like the sound of my urine.
Oh, he's deafened. God dang it. We're trying to produce content on here. Open your microphones and talk. They're turning the frogs gay!
I refuse to go along with this! All right, well, smoke them if you got them.
Jones.
Yeah.
Have you been? Do you still listen to Alex Jones, or have you been, listening to him for a long time? Because, bro, I was listening to that motherfucker for a long time.
I listened to him after the Joe Rogan podcast, like the first one.
What? 2 years ago, or how long?
2 or 3. It was 2 or 3 years ago, I think. I
was listening to that motherfucker since the beginning.
Oh yeah, see, I got introduced to him through Joe Rogan. Watching the Joe Rogan podcast, and I'm like, I've heard of Alex Jones. I've never listened to Alex Jones. Checked out the podcast. Thought Alex Jones is a freaking hoot. Started, actually, I'd have InfoWars in the background most of the time.
I don't listen to him anymore. I mean, I haven't.
I don't listen to him anymore.
Years, but
the reason behind my name is that's my name. So that's just kind of how it works.
Wait, that's your real name?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. So I had an Alex Jones profile picture, but I don't know where it went. I think I got drunk and changed it a couple months ago. But
you're lying.
No,
that's not true. I mean, my real name is out there. But your real name is Alex Jones?
Yeah, and I went to school with two other ones, actually. One of them was a female. It was fucking weird.
What? There was a chick named Alex Jones?
Yeah.
So her... Oh, Alexandra.
Yeah, but we called her Alex.
And your name is Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
It's a crazy common name. Like I went to school with 3 of them or 2 of them, Yeah.
I guess it's
the funny thing is the female
one.
Well,
it's just like of course in a platform like this, we're gonna be like, hey, this guy came in with Alex Jones as his name.
Right, yeah, and my profile picture has been Alex Jones for a while,
Yeah, but that's I still don't believe you, but you can say that your name is Alex Jones, even though I don't believe you. I mean, you can find my real name pretty easy by the with my Helioskeptic thing.
Right.
You can find out. I have a Facebook profile.
You can't really find a whole lot of
I have
things.
I have a Facebook channel with my real name. So it's not even hard to find me. But your real name is Alex Jones.
Yes, sir.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Funny though.
Here, okay. So it's my server profile on another one.
What is it, Alexander?
Yeah.
Jones? Oh, okay. But Alex is easier to say.
Yeah.
But if my name was Alexander, I would be like, call me Alexander.
No, that's how my clients address me. That's how my work
Alexander.
That's how I'm addressed at work. It's pretty nice, but
well, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, it's a pretty strong name, Alexander the Great.
Exactly. That's where the name came from.
Yeah.
My grandmother said, "Oh, we should name him Alexander after Alexander the Great."
Yeah, it's good stuff. I was named after my father. He died when I was 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I didn't know him. I'm sorry too. I wish I did.
That's what I'm sorry for. I didn't get to know mine really.
What? But he was alive, but you didn't know him?
Yeah, he's still out there.
Yeah.
He texted me a couple days ago, but
What's up, man? I have a son. We don't talk a whole lot, but he just put an album out.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah.
You want to hear it? You want to link to his album?
Yeah, I'll check it out. What kind of music is it?
It's metal.
All right, yeah. I'll jam some metal at the gym.
Let me. What? You don't like metal?
I like metal. I went through a huge phase.
What kind of music you like?
I listen to literally. I mean, I'm gonna be a head ass and say I listen to everything because I literally listen to everything.
All right, cool.
I've got almost 10,000 songs on my phone. That you can't tell whether or not I listen to this or that. Cut the shit. That one's funny. All right, I'll give you that one. That one's hilarious.
Let me find the link here.
If that's original content, I applaud you.
Yeah, they just my son's just put out a new album. Shit, it's on Apple, SoundCloud, and shit.
Hell yeah!
Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. What platform would be?
I use Spotify primarily.
Spotify, I think it's on there too, but I don't. So.
Oh, I did pack a bowl. Holy shit! Let's go. Smoke them if you got them, fellas.
And the altar becomes very prominent.
Oh, that's J. Vernon McGee. That's Through the Bible. Have you ever listened to J. Vernon McGee Through the Bible? Good stuff. Hold on, let me find this shit. Hey, you know what? Instead of, well, I'll provide the link to his new album, but I actually have some videos on my channel. They're private videos. Well, they're not private, but they're only shareable through private link. Hold on. This is live videos. My son's a drummer.
Drumming is so crazy.
Yeah, he's the drummer. What the hell are you laughing at?
They're dogging on me here in the live chat.
I know people are
just perpetually harassing me.
People are strange when you're a stranger.
I guess so.
Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're wanted.
I think Alex Jones did a good job. I mean, he's woken up a lot of people. So he's definitely stopped the New World Order, put them back a lot. So he's done quite a good job, I think.
Strange faces come out of the rain.
When you're strange. When
no
you're
one remembers your name.
Such a banger.
What the fuck, man? Where are these videos? I know I uploaded them to my channel. God dang it.
Yeah, everyone makes him out to be a bad guy, but I took him on in YouTube. I said, hey, Alex, why don't you preach the real gospel? Because you're preaching all this mumble bumble junk, you know? You're not even clarifying anything about Jesus and the cross or anything.
Is Alex Jones a religious man? I can't really recall.
Oh no, he definitely is a Christian, but he hides the gospel. He doesn't. I believe that if you're a Christian, you shouldn't hide anything. You should tell people exactly what the gospel is, the real gospel. You shouldn't hide around, beat around the bush, and give it like a, to try and be popular and get more people to follow you. Obviously.
I respect that.
So I told him that straight in his face, and he blocked me. But I mean, I like him. I think he's a great guy. I mean, he's still a brave guy, and he's done a lot for the world. He's actually, the amount of sacrifice and things that he's done, I think is awesome because he's woken people up. If it wasn't for him, I would never have known any of this stuff. I wouldn't even have come to Flat Earth because I wouldn't have known any of the stuff before it that would have got me to Flat Earth. Because it was like a progression. Flat Earth is kind of like the last thing I would have ever thought of. But if it wasn't for
he puts
Jones,
ideas in your head that aren't out there for sure. Like he's
I wouldn't be here otherwise. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be even close to knowing anything. I would just be a zombie. I'd just be going through my life, working, eating, sleeping, and I wouldn't know a thing of what's going on.
That's why the man's is censored so hard as he is because he's such a provocative person, and he invokes all these different ideas in people's heads that shouldn't, that should be there, but on the broader spectrum of things, people look at it as those that shouldn't be there.
But I don't need him anymore in terms of that because I've been learned so much from him that I can think like him now. I know exactly how he thinks. So I can see the same thing that he'll see when things happen. Then I'm thinking the same thing that he's thinking about what's happening, and I'm looking deeper and I'm researching like he is. So
you should change your name to Alex Jones.
But I give him credit though. I do give him credit for his work. I mean, he's definitely deserves the credit. I mean, he's definitely done a good job. But he's made himself expendable, which he doesn't even now. People don't even really need him, so they just diss him. But he's still done a great job in the past. Yeah,
for sure. He's a very passionate man about what he has to say.
Yeah, I like him. But I don't think he's. I mean, he does get on with people that I like and respect as well. He gets on with pastors and stuff, but I don't think he really clarifies the gospel very well. He talks about space and going and he's got this fantasy about going into space, and he's got this fantasy about being one with the cosmos, and it's kind of there is.
He should focus. He should just go back to focusing on overthrowing the government. That's the Alex Jones we need.
I mean, he's a little bit new agey for me. I don't like his preaching because it's not about relationship with Jesus. It's about this mystical force in the sky kind of, and I don't go for that kind of preaching at all.
Right.
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm more into relational, real, authentic, like to the cross, mystical, but mystical through the cross. To the finished work of the cross, that kind of, Protestants. But I don't believe anything the Protestants say. I don't believe everything charismatics say. I don't believe everything any denomination says. I take all.
Are you more on like the Catholic side of things, or are you just more Christian than anything?
No, I take everything from every denomination that's good, and I throw out all the bad. I take everything that everyone says. I take only the good, what is real, and I throw out all the junk because there's a lot of junk in every denomination. But if it wasn't for those denominations, there wouldn't be truths that they're holding. There's a lot of things that they hold that certain denominations have certain things that they hold that really are really good. But I take bits and pieces from every person, but I don't agree with everything that everyone says in history or now. there's a lot of things I throw out and say that's a lot of junk, you know.
For sure.
So I pick and choose what people say. I mean, I'm not gonna hold on to everything that even like the Protestants or even John Calvin or Luther. There's a lot of things Luther says I like, but there's some things I don't like that he says. You know, there's some things that Calvin says that are good and some things are bad. So yeah.
Hey, Alex, what was the platform you said you use for music? Spotify.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's on there. Let me find the Spotify link. I think that's it. The link he sent me originally. Hold on. It's called Blast, but it's Blast as an acronym B.L.A.S.
Okay.
It's Being Loud at Shitty Times. That's the name of the band. Being Loud at Shitty Times. Blast.
Blast, found him.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy on drums. Good stuff.
All right, the first song's pretty sick.
When the shit's on Apple and Google Play. I
Yeah, it's
listen
got
to it
some
on
great
Google
energy.
Play.
I'm gonna for sure put it on at the gym. Fucking next time I'm at the gym.
They just had their album release party last weekend. So, yeah.
Heck
My
yeah,
boy
that's
on
awesome.
drums. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll for sure give it a like and a listen at the gym tomorrow. Or wait,
Sweet, man.
tomorrow's
Appreciate
Sunday.
that.
Monday morning.
He's my favorite person in the world.
Hell yeah.
That's my son.
That makes me happy to hear, man. Hell yeah, that's awesome.
And he's the sweetest freaking dude you ever meet. He's so nice, man. He's not a big asshole like me. But I wish, I hope he has some of the energy, you know. But I don't want to, I don't really have a lot of interaction with him as much as I want to. But
Is it something like preventing that, or is it something like within your control?
no, it's just
how it
kind of
goes.
like, during his teenage years, we were kind of estranged, and then we've connected again, and it kind of reminds me of me, just like there ain't much, I don't really have. It's like I'm on my own, rolling. So he's just rolling out there doing his thing. So, and I was a musician, which I still am, I guess. just trying to, find my place in this world. My place in this world. You know what I mean? So that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing, as far as I know. So. And we obviously it didn't come from affluence or anything like that. So, so that's what we're doing, or what he's doing, and I mean, it gives you energy, and I think that comes out through his music, and so that's good stuff. And he's when you meet him, talk to him, and he's just got a really good spirit. It's good stuff. He's a good guy.
That's good to hear. Hell yeah.
I love that boy. I love his drumming too, though. So I've always been a fan. I've never been a drummer, but when I first started hearing him play drums, he was like, I thought he was trying too hard, and but then there was a certain point. I don't know what it was. There was just like this certain point where he hit. I guess he hit a line, and then it was like, oh shit. He like took it. I didn't think he would ever. I mean, this is, I guess Dad's like going, you can try that, but just because the first time I actually like heard him play drums, it was like he was trying, but it wasn't really this. And then a couple years later, dude, within 2 years, I was like, oh fuck, he fucking hit it, So anyway, yeah, he's freaking got it now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never been a drummer. I mean, I'm a singer and guitar player, and so but with the drums, he just like freaking, he owns it now.
What didgeridoo?
It's just like I was like, hey, I said, I played with him. I was like playing guitar, and was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then a couple years later, he's all of a sudden just like, whackity whack whack whack. I'm like, all right, well, fuck it, you got this.
You got this shit.
Yeah, so that's my boy.
Hell yeah, man.
Let's see. I shared that. Where did I share the link? Seems like he signed with a label, so I can't. I mean, a lot of people can't hear it unless they're subscribed to that service. So.
Then I got him saved on my phone now, so.
Cool. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
They had their album release party last weekend. I mean, they're not big yet or anything like that, but they're having a good time.
I've been to some album release parties at some venues, and they get pretty nice. I've been to like the silent ones where like you got your headphones on, and those are actually really cool. Those are a different experience. You focus more on the music than everything else around you.
Have you ever heard any of my music, Alex?
What kind of music is out there?
My shit's from like the 90s.
How do I find it?
Oh, it's on my YouTube channel. I have a playlist. I'll send it a link.
Yeah, DM me that link. Ooh, I do not like that. I opened up Spotify on my phone and it opened on my computer as well.
See if things. Let's see if this link is good. I'll DM you this. Tell me if this link message. There we go. That link work.
Let me see. Looks like it works. Let's see.
There's a bunch of music on there. There's like freaking live shows and albums and shit.
On the on the YouTube channel here.
Well, whatever I just sent you. I mean,
Right, yeah.
There's different channels, but it's a playlist. Yeah, that link should work. Got a playlist, a bunch of shit.
I like this. This is awesome.
There's a bunch of music on there. Yeah, I'm the singer and on all of that stuff. I'm the vocalist. Play guitar on some of it. Some live shows and shit on there too.
Progressive stoner rock band. That's awesome. This is sick.
Yeah, it's me, the vocalist.
Hell yeah. You got some pipes.
I had a full tuition scholarship for vocals out of high school.
Hell yeah. I was in choir 2 years in high school.
Oh, you're a choir? You were in choir?
Yeah, I joined it. A girlfriend at the time convinced me to join it. I was really reluctant on it. I joined it and ended up absolutely loving it, and then continued on
It
with
was
it after.
so fun, man. I mean, you get to travel all over the fucking state, you know.
Oh yeah, and so I ended up staying in. Yeah, traveled all over the place. You know, had an awesome time. Went to a bunch of guest concerts and whatnot. I was in like the men's choir.
Oh,
fest.
you can
That was
sing. You can
awesome.
sing too.
Quite a little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But then they made it basically impossible to letter in it. Like I joined in late, like it was I think I came in like sophomore year or something like that. I can't remember, but I came in too late. And so I was unable to letter in choir had I even stayed in it the entire time. And I'd have to get like a bunch of extra credits, and like it was literally like impossible. Like we broke it down, it was impossible. And I was super bummed about that. And then like my passion for it was just like out the window because I wanted that fucking letter on my jacket, But
I mean, I was.
And I don't know why that was so important to me
I
back
was
then,
from is just like I was a choir nerd. Basically, it was just like.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, my senior year I was second chair, second tenor, and in the all state choir. So I don't know where the letters come from, but as far as that,
so like the way they wanted us to letter is like you had to have a certain amount, you had to have a certain amount of points. I think it was like 12 points, and you got a certain amount of points per semester, but only if you attended every competition, every concert, every this, every that. And I'd already missed out on several of the competitions.
Because you were skipping school and shit.
No, I just came in late. I just I joined choir a semester or like a whole year too late, and so then I couldn't, I wasn't even eligible to receive the, required amount of points, even if I stayed in it all the way to senior year and did my, competitions and whatnot. Like it was going to be a ton of work for something that wasn't going to be an accolade to me.
you didn't start singing choir until you were
like sophomore year, yeah.
Oh yeah, sophomore. Okay, see, I was already like in 7th grade.
Right, yeah, and I had no interest in it, and then this girlfriend of mine decided to intrigue me on it, and yeah, and I just I have a passion for music. I'm just not talented, or have the patience to practice.
Well, see, it's like I got the scholarship, to college, and I actually went on the full scholarship, and after the first year, I dropped out because I was going to be a fucking rock star,
Right, yeah.
So that's what happened to me.
how
But
it
yeah,
goes.
but I learned a lot in that first year of college too. And I mean, with the I was actually impressed a lot of the people in the college too. But well, I actually had a privilege too. Between 11th and 12th grade, I went to what they call governor school here in Arkansas, which the choir director at governor school, which was like a liberal arts kind of thing that you can do between senior year, junior and senior year, prepare you for college or liberal arts college. Which I don't even want to get into that shit. I was young, whatever. But anyway, I had a lot of fun there. The choir director at that liberal arts intermediate school or whatever, which was totally free for me. I was 6 weeks at this college while it was down because it was between school years. I ain't gonna lie, it was I had so much fun. It was a blast. And then he offered me a freaking full tuition scholarship when I graduated with a 2.5 grade point average. It's like, I graduated at 2.5. It's not, I'm not proud of that, but at the same time, I just never did homework and shit. It wasn't because I wasn't smart. It wasn't because I wasn't smart, I just, I graduated 2.5, but I got a full tuition scholarship to college, right?
Right. This is a couple trade-offs.
So it's like, who gets a full tuition scholarship to a university with a 2.5 grade point average?
Right.
Me. Anyway, and then I only lasted there a year because I'm not a scholar, right? I'm not going to finish college. I mean, there's no way. I'm just not a scholar that way. I tried. Well, I will say I tried, but I didn't really, because then I
didn't even give it a solid attempt.
Well, I did give some classes a solid attempt, and I was definitely, the choir was where I was focused, but college was so much different than high school and shit. It's just like, you know what? I'm not gonna do this. It's like they gave me the full tuition scholarship because of my talent, not because of my
academia
freaking scholarship. So I was just like, there's no way I'm going to finish this, and so that's why I left, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to be a rock star, and that's where I started doing that. What you're listening on the playlist, if you listen to it.
Oh yeah, I'm listening to it now.
That's what I did.
10 minutes.
Yeah. And then I started building cabinets or whatever. And now I'm just.
I did some cabinetry. I cut the tip of my pinky
I
off.
ain't gonna lie though. I mean, I was doing a lot of drugs and shit back then.
Hell yeah.
That's. But that's. It was just like I turned my music form into something else, and I wasn't concentrating on the education part of it. But at the same time, when I was working, I started listening to like different podcasts and like news platforms and stuff, and I started paying attention to what's going on in the world. And I'm like, oh, these political fucking vampires are trying to utilize the faith of the people in the government, which government means control. It's just like, all right, so this is that, this is that, this is that. Here's how I was put in this position. It's like I was never actually supposed to finish college that way. You know what I mean? And so it's like, hey, I've got my own university of the mind to figure out. It's like college wasn't meant for someone like me, you know. It's like, I mean, at a certain point, it was just like, it's like people were trying to make me feel bad for not finishing college, but I was never going to finish college anyway. They gave me the scholarship because they wanted to exploit my talent. No, because I'm not a scholar. It's like if I would have been able to go through, say I majored in music performance, which some of those classes I could fucking ace, you know, but the rest of the shit I didn't have a chance, you know. I just couldn't do it. I ain't gonna lie. I just can't do it. You know, like English 101. I can't even fucking pass that class.
English.
I did try. Now, English 101 isn't understanding English because obviously I understand it, right?
Right.
It's like trying to write shit down, you know, and do like writing. I've never been able to do it. It's just something I can't do. It's impossible for me. It's like, why don't you try hard? Try hard to get a C. Okay, well, fuck you. I stopped going to English 101 within the first few weeks of college because I was like, I just can't fucking do this. I don't really see what this, even though I love to read, I love reading books and comprehension, all that shit's there. Writing, fuck that. I just can't do it. I can write songs.
Back in high school, I could probably, I was definitely a kick-ass writer. Nowadays, I don't know. I'd probably sit there and
I couldn't do it
like
in high
that
school.
SpongeBob
Either.
episode where he writes the word, spends hours writing the word "the." That'd probably be me.
Well, I couldn't do it in high school either. It's just never been a thing for me. It was like once I got to college and they said, yeah, you're going to have to write.
A lot. I watch
And I was
one of my
like,
homies streams his homework.
oh
every once
shit,
in a
I
while.
can't do this.
Right,
and it wasn't because I was like, I literally can't do it. I just can't. So once I got there, I realized that I'm not going to be able to fucking pass this class. It's not going to happen.
A lot of, I mean, you were on a full ride, but I mean, it's a lot of money for a lot of people when it comes to that, and I mean, it's I don't know. For me, it's still intimidating. Even at my age, it's like, wow, I'm gonna go spend all this money and I might not make it.
It's like I was decent at math. I mean, I could pass some of the math stuff.
Yeah, I'm good with
But when it comes to
numeric
writing,
math,
when it
but
came to
even
the
with the
writing,
geometry, fuck that.
when it came to the writing, I was never going to be able to do it. I just, I don't know, and also I've never been a scholar. I fucking breezed through high school barely, Not because I'm, not smart. It was just because I
had other shit to do.
it was just my mind was somewhere else.
I get it. I like to think of myself as a pretty, I don't know, intelligent individual in my niches, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I
I
I
think
did other shit too, man.
I think I only graduated high school, which I had good grades in all my classes except for English, which they call English something that it shouldn't be, in my opinion. But I got a D in English, but I should have had an F. But I think my teacher gave me a D because she really
She want to see your ass again.
she didn't want to see me again in the summer. Because that's what I'm saying. I mean, the writing part is like the literary. Even though I love to read and listen to audiobooks and stuff, I love this. I love literature, but I can't write. You know what I mean? But they want you to write shit, and I just can't do it. It's just not in me. I can do math like nobody's business. You know what I'm saying? But I can't fucking write worth a shit.
Right.
I can write poetry, which I call lyrics to songs.
Right.
But those are very, very abstract. But as far as like writing an essay or shit, like I can't fucking write an essay.
No, yeah, you don't catch me with that.
So that's why, I pretty much failed English because of essays. I can't write an essay. It's just like something in me just makes me not able to do that. I don't even know what that. I can listen and read articles. I love reading articles, love reading books and shit, but I just can't write them. It's like when you put pencil in my hand, paper, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I've definitely lost the touch in that regard, but I think it's just because I smoke too much weed.
Well, I've never been able to do it. So if you used to be able to do it and you smoke too much weed, then that's on you. But I've never been able to do it. I've never been able to write any kind of
I haven't really
essays.
tried. I've never had like a need to, I guess, either. Like I didn't go to college, so it's like I don't have a need to like sit here and write an essay. But I don't know. I feel like when I got to write emails and shit to people at work, like I feel like I can get the point across pretty good.
Yeah,
I might still have it somewhere,
email
but...
and get my point across, but it's short and sweet.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to make things short and sweet. I overcomplicate things, and I don't know where that habit comes from, but if I'm supposed to send a one-line email, it's gonna have paragraph breaks in it.
I guess it depends on the situation, but yeah. Well, it's just like, I listen to audiobooks like constantly. And I'm like, how did you come up with this shit? I listen to a lot of fiction and shit. So I'm like, where and how did you come up with this shit? Now, news articles, at least they have some content. It's just like when people write a news article, they have a background of what they're finding. A reporter or whatever, they're gonna write about what they're reporting on, what they know so far based on information. Like fiction writers come up with this shit in their brain and just write novels. Shit, that's just weird. It's like what the what the fuck is going on in your mind that you just... It's like I'll listen to an audiobook that's 15 hours long, a fiction audiobook. I'm like, you just came up with all this shit in your mind and wrote it down. Just made it up. But they didn't make it up. They based it on, just paying attention, to humanity and the potential of everything.
Oh my god, it's 9:30 in the morning. I gotta go get some breakfast. I'm an hour late for breakfast. But I appreciate all your conversation with all y'all.
Wait, does breakfast have a certain time?
I mean, technically, I should have been eating during my anabolic window, but that's gone out. That's gone. So,
Well, help me understand this anabolic window. What is this?
So, once you're done working out, first thing in the morning, you should be intaking calories the moment you're done working out, within the hour you're done working out, because that's the best.
Because you're still burning, and then
Yeah, so your body's gonna go into recovery mode basically the moment you're done working out. So you need energy to recover. And by being on an empty stomach, I don't eat before I go to the gym. I just roll out of bed and drive to the gym. Being on an empty stomach, working out, I'm gonna be burning my fat reserves for my recovery, which I'm not trying to do. I'm trying to gain muscle and gain mass. So if I eat within that anabolic window, my calories are just used in a better way. So right now, I mean, eating now is obviously going to do something for me, but not as much as it should have. I should have been intaking calories the moment I stepped in the door, but I sat down and decided not to.
I think you'll be all right, man. Go ahead and eat your bagel.
Yeah. I'll just go. No, I have a bagel. I got 2,000 calories to intake in this meal. I gotta hit 4,000 minimum today by the end of the day.
What? 4,000 minimum today?
Minimum, yeah. I'm trying to become not so much a bodybuilder, but I'm trying to go and do an amateur competition at some point in the next year. In regards to bodybuilding, amateur competitions are a lot less crazy than these meatheads that you see in like the IFBB pros and whatnot.
It's a little overboard, isn't it?
They're overboard, yeah. Me, I don't know. I just got to get strict on my diet more so and eat when I'm supposed to eat.
You want to get involved in the competitions though?
Basically, yeah. I wanna just have like I want to have something that'll push me to like work harder on my body. Like right now I'm doing like a bodybuilding program, but it's all on my own. Like I don't have a coach, I don't have guidance. But if I have like a goal and like a time frame and crunch times, like it'll help motivate me a hell of a lot more to like get my diet right, get my routine better, work a hell of a lot harder, and just kind of care about my overall bodily health, because I'm in good shape, but it's like I want to be in better shape. I'm more so just obsessed with the way I look, so that's the whole thing.
Are you pretty?
I mean, from the neck down, yeah, I'm pretty nice.
From the neck down. What, you're saying your face is not so...
I'm a butterface, yeah. I got like a weird European Hispanic, like genealogy going on, so...
Holy shit. Hold on. Hold on, man. So it's just like you're working on your body because your face ain't so much.
Basically, yeah. You
what the fuck, man?
You gotta distract them somewhere,
What if I told you my head is very attractive, but my body isn't?
You'll probably still find a better wife than I.
I'm not trying to find a wife. I've had two, and it never worked out.
I've had half of one, I guess, but yeah.
You had a half a wife?
Yeah. We didn't get quite there yet,
All right. So, hey, man, just, do your thing. But yeah, man. What? I just hate to think that you think you're ugly. That's
I
weird.
mean, I don't think I'm ugly. You know, it's just I don't know. I don't like. I'm not vain. You know, but it's just like I don't know. I care about more about my body. Like just for my own. Like I like looking in the mirror and going, yeah. You know, like
No, that's good. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, my body's disgusting. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a fat motherfucker,
hell yeah, there ain't shit wrong with it. I don't care.
but my face is pretty. You know, I get looks from the ladies just because but I'm almost 50 years old, but I got this big ass freaking gray beard. Ever since I've been growing my beard out, like I used to have like shave my head and freaking have my goatee and shit. I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna grow my hair, which I've been balding since I was 16 years old, so I'm bald. Like, I have like the bald thing, like on top. I'm bald on top, but I have the
Right.
wrap around. But then I grew my
Skull it.
beard, full beard, and
It's a game
dude,
changer.
I get second looks from ladies all the time. So
Yeah, one of my buddies, we're the same
what do you
age.
do?
We're in our mid-20s, and he's got a chrome dome almost up on top, and he lost a tooth not too long ago. He lost like the third tooth to the left of his front teeth, up on top. So it's pretty obvious. It's very clear that he lost his tooth. And he keeps like growing out his beard, and I keep telling him that he's looking great. I'm like, yeah, man, like you should keep the beard. Like it makes you, it fulfills like what's going on up top, And then I think he gets like really upset because then he loses the beard and he just looks funny as hell again. But the beard definitely helps with him.
So like I've been like smooth shaving my head and just like a goatee look for a long time. And then I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna grow a beard and grow the whole beard and keep bald. And then I was like, hey, you know what, I want to just go ahead and not grow my hair long, in the back or anything, but like keep it, like clipper short, like 1/8 inch, on my head, and have the bald top with my full beard. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, I get second looks from the ladies all the time, man. Now,
Hell
so
yeah.
I got that shit full.
Beards
I
and
got
bald
the
heads
full
are in,
beard. I got the I got the full beard now. I mean, it's gray, mostly gray, and a little bit of black. But yeah, man, I get more looks from ladies now. But I don't even date or anything. I don't really give a shit. It's just like
It ain't worth the
I
time. They're
just
succubuses.
yeah,
Women
I
are
know.
amazing
Well,
in
either
general.
way, I mean, it's like, but I just noticed the ladies looking at me more. It's just like, oh, that's an interesting looking motherfucker. It's just like I ain't got time for them, but whatever.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna go make some breakfast. Y'all enjoy the
All
rest of
right,
your
brother.
morning. I
Yeah,
appreciate the banter.
get it in. Yeah, good talking to you.
Hell yeah,
Hey,
y'all take it easy. What's
hey,
up?
Earth is flat.
It might be. It might be.
It might be. Yeah, think about that. And if you have time, invite some of your friends over here.
Oh, they've all migrated. We are all here.
All right, cool.
Hell yeah, we'll be back. Peace out, buddy.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Hello. Hi there. Hello. Hello, is anyone there? Enough with kindly. See your flashing tags.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you wanna push up? I'm just like, I feel like I have not enough knowledge about like the flat Earth, and I would like to get to know more like how it works and what the some explanations and like how the flat Earth quote unquote model works. I know you don't really have a model the same way like that, but what do you want to know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, first of all, is there like a general model which most people use, or are there multiple theories about the flat Earth?
I think it's pretty individual. I guess everyone has their own belief or theories.
Okay.
I think the most important thing is to stick to what we know, and the measurements prove that there is no curve, and we don't have any proof of rotation, and gas can't exist, or gas pressure can exist without a container.
Yeah.
It's not really about the flat Earth model. It's more about the globe model, and that it doesn't work in reality, I guess.
Yeah. I guess that's fair. Yeah. But like do you know about like ionizing like rays, and English isn't my primary language. I don't know the word, like radiation.
Hey, Pegasus,
Yeah.
if you're, I understand your question. You're asking if, see, for the most part, people that are on the globe side would like flat earthers to present a model that they can take apart and say, well, this couldn't work on the flat earth model because reasons. But but you also said something about a generality, right? Generally, we all observe the Earth as we experience it as a level stationary plane.
Okay.
The sun, moon, and stars move above our head in the same pattern year after year. That's the model. We don't necessarily have a model like the Earth claims to have. The globe Earth claims to have, because their globe Earth model, they can't even present their own globe Earth model. They claim to have one, but every time we ask them for the globe Earth model, they don't have one. So why would they ask us to present a flat Earth model when they don't even present us a globe Earth model?
Okay. Yeah, but like, I guess the word model is a bit like weird, because it isn't really a model as you usually call a model, like a train model or something. It's more like just all the information with all the equations and all the theory for all the explanations.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When they start presenting their equations, we can show them that cannot possibly be true based on what we observe here on Earth.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so why should we present an alternative model to their model that doesn't even work? What are we supposed to do with that?
You know, like, that's good question.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. It's only that, like, if you also can start to explain stuff from the flat Earth plane, then I think a lot more globe Earthers would jump on the flat Earth
No. Hey,
train really quick.
listen on that point, Pegasus. We're not trying to convince people the Earth is flat. They're going to find this idea for themselves. It's not about us convincing anyone. This is us just sharing our ideas, taking a look at the information, coming to our own conclusions, and then moving forward.
Yeah.
And anyone that says, "Hey, flat earthers are too dumb to figure this out. That's why they think the Earth is flat," that's absolutely not true. And you've been following this topic for a very long time, Pagus.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy that was the robot thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you already know that we're not dumb, and we're not going to come to a conclusion that's not solid. But what we do see is that the Earth presents itself as a level stationary plane. That's how every airline pilot, every person that uses a car, every train, every planar surveyor utilizes their instruments as if the Earth is a level stationary plane over hundreds and hundreds of miles. How can the Earth be flat if they're utilizing the Earth as a level stationary plane? How can it possibly be a globe?
Yeah, like, personally, I still think that you can approximate to a flat plane in most circumstances, and then it works.
So how many flat spots on Earth make it a globe? I mean, it's just like this portion's flat, this portion's flat, this portion's flat, and then it's a globe.
Yeah.
Tell me how that can happen.
Like, maybe like if I can show maybe a good analogy for that is like a sinus curve in math.
What curve?
Sinus or cosine.
No, cosine.
Oh no, I can't stream here. It's just like a good analogy, I think, for how it can work. It's not a proof or anything.
Sure. Apply that to Earth itself. Apply it to Earth. Natural, observations here on Earth. Apply it. Application on Earth, not calculations.
Mm-hmm. Or like, when the calculations can describe the Earth itself, so then it's like just good.
Sure. Yeah. Well, how about you give me a real example of something that shows Earth curvature? If you want to apply these, if there's an observation of this, these mathematical things you're talking about, if there's something that shows the curvature of Earth, freaking, present it and convince me that it shows Earth curvature.
Yeah, like I do not really have that right now, and I don't know.
Yeah, nobody else does either. That's
Yeah,
why the flat earthers exist.
Yeah. Yeah, but honestly, I would very much want to just have a discussion and try to make a. I would be
But
very
why?
interested in trying to
But
make
why?
a flat Earth
Why?
model.
Why do you want what flat Earth model?
If
What are you looking for here, Pegasus?
well, if I can do that, then there would
You'll be the hero of the globe.
then there would be no way of disputing a flat Earth, and you might even both theories might be as good, and I would just think it would be very interesting to see how the mathematical model for that would look, like just out of curiosity.
Well, are you looking for something that? See, here's what's frustrating to flat earthers. Once we figured this shit out, we've had what we understand about ancient history. Throughout most cultures, they never had to have a shape of Earth. Earth has always been Earth, the way it presents itself. Sun, moon, and stars move in patterns in the heavens above us, right? Earth didn't have to have a shape itself, right?
Yeah.
Earth is obvious, right? We live on Earth. Sun, moon, and stars move above us.
Yeah.
Now there's this globe idea that came in. Oh, it's shit. About a little over 100 years ago, not even that long, where they're just trying to shove this globe idea down everyone's throat, through the education system, and so it's really not necessary. We don't need the globe.
Yeah. Can you in the daily life, there is no reason to promote or even the
Hold
focus
on.
as society
On
shouldn't be
that
on.
point, everyone, not everyone, but most people on Earth believe the globe now, but it's really only 100-year-old idea. It's a really new idea, but most people believe it. Where prior to 150 years ago, everyone they didn't even consider that the Earth might be flat or a globe, because it was just Earth.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to the stars. Nobody's freaking going to the moon. All that kind of stuff. That wasn't even something that was considered important, I guess. What I mean. So why do you think it's important that people understand Earth is a globe or flat? I just don't understand why it's important now at this point in history.
It isn't that important, to be honest. At least not for most people. It just doesn't matter that much.
Oh, I think it is. I think it really matters to people, because when you bring it up, so most people think the Earth is a globe, or when you bring it up, it's very important to them because they get triggered really fast. They want to defend the globe, but they have no idea why they think it's a globe. That's why it's important now. It never has been a globe, never will be. But when you bring it up and they get triggered, that's why it's important. Because they have no idea why they think it's a globe.
Yeah, that's not good.
Because they've been brainwashed.
Yeah.
Pagus, that's exactly why.
I don't know if I completely agree with that. I feel
Well, you
like
don't have to agree with it, but that's exactly what's happened.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth. It's all brainwashing.
That I feel like most of them.
Why do you think we're here 24 hours a day asking people to show us the globe and they can't?
I don't
know. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you believe that you live on a globe right now?
Yeah, yeah, I haven't really seen, or for me, it feels like most things which have been brought up against the globe, I've been, for me, able to fit into and explain by the globe Earth model. I haven't really seen any clear contradictions when I've actually looked into it super deep. So that's kind of why. And also, there is some contradictions in the globe Earth model. I can give that, but I also find a lot of contradictions with the flat Earth. If it would be a flat Earth.
Which?
All right, Pagus. Yeah, give us one. Give us one that you're concerned about. What are the? Give us one contradiction you're curious about.
Yeah, one of the things is like when you, or this could maybe be explained, but this kind of why I was wondering earlier about like with the radiation. If you go higher and higher up into the sky, you will find more ionizing radiation, more cosmic radiation, because it can then travel through the atmosphere, and that's the explanation the globe Earth model gives. Why you can.
Pagus, let me ask you this: which sensors? What are you referring to with the radiation higher in the atmosphere? I mean, was there certain sensors that you're familiar with?
Just get if you take a Geiger counter,
travel did you say a Geiger counter?
Yeah.
I thought that was Geiger. Geiger is actually supposed to.
It's measuring radiation of some kind or what?
Yeah. So what level of atmosphere are they using the Geiger counter? I mean, you said there was a test. Are you saying there's a test? You know, the higher you move, there's more radiation higher in the atmosphere. Is this what you're saying? I'm just trying to follow you.
Yeah, the higher up in the atmosphere you go, the more radiation you will be, the more sieverts you will be able to feel. Or not feel.
All right. So can you help us with the some links for a test that's been done that's confirmed that?
Yeah, I don't have any links on me right now, but I think like if you just Google, there's a lot.
You don't have any links on you right now.
No,
dude. Are you not in front of a PC?
Yeah, then you can do the same.
If you're gonna make a claim, start posting shit. If you're gonna say, "Hey, this is true because I said so," we're not gonna freaking just take your word for it. Post some links, man. Hey, Pagus,
Okay.
You've been here long enough to know that if you're gonna make a claim, you're gonna have to post that shit.
I thought this was just like a thing people knew.
You thought it was just you can just come in here and just talk willy nilly bullshit?
Sorry.
No, that's not what we're about. If you're going to make a claim about radiation differential patterns, higher in the atmosphere, where did you come up with that? Are you just coming up with this shit off the top of your head, or are you going to freaking show us where you came up with this idea? This is why you got roasted last time you were here. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm starting to. I'm Googling.
Yeah. Show us a link that backs up your claim.
Have you actually tried a long distance observation?
But what do you mean?
Like going to the ocean and watching a ship disappear?
Oh
my God. I want him to show us a link about this radiation differential. I'm not to piss you off here, SV.
No.
But he's trying to make a claim that he's not. Now he just wants to back off of that and go on to what you're talking about. But
no.
He's actually not going to be able to do it. So go ahead and he's not going to be able to do it. There are no sensors in the atmosphere that will show the differential in radiation. I already know that's true. So go ahead and do your thing, SV, with Pagus. He just every time he comes in here, he just makes bullshit claims that he can't freaking back up.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because you said there was like some flaws in the flat Earth model and some flaws in the globe Earth model. But I mean, the lack of curve is a pretty big issue. So I was wondering if you actually tried to, if you tried the numbers, if you tried to make like a long distance observation.
I haven't done an experiment like that, but I have. But I've seen ships disappear.
So did you know the distance?
No, I did not.
So I would suggest that you try out the numbers that are provided in this server and make your own observation. Because if there is no curve, then it means it can't be a ball. That's a pretty big problem because everything relies on the measurement.
Sure, I could agree with that, kind of.
Do you live close by the sea?
No, I don't.
Oh.
That's a big. So it's a few hours trip.
Then it's harder.
Yeah.
Poor Pagus.
I mean, there's a lot of videos that shows the lack of curve as well, but
hey, well, let me ask you that. I mean, specifically, Pagus, have you been on the shore of an ocean?
Yeah.
Standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So when you see a ship move away from you, which you probably haven't.
Yeah.
And I'll agree. I haven't actually been on the shore and watched a ship move away, from me and disappear. The concept is real because many people have, and I don't have to actually be there to know that it happens. A ship moves away from you. it gets smaller and smaller and smaller off in the distance, and then you can't see it anymore because it's too fucking far away. Pardon my French. Now when this ship by your naked eye, you can't see it anymore, and then you pull out a high-powered zoom camera or a telescope, you can pull that ship back into view once it moves away. Now, did it go over the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no, in your opinion?
That scenario, probably not.
What? Probably not?
Yeah. But I'll come back to you with the.
There's no other question when it comes to shape of Earth, because there is no shape to Earth. Oceans don't curve around a ball. That's the question, Pagus.
Yeah. But I got some company coming home right now. Some family friends, so I kind of have to go. I'm very sad about this now.
No, that's cool. Hey, come back anytime.
Yeah.
And the same question will be presented to you every single time.
Next time I'll have the links with me.
All right. Yeah, bring your links and then bring the answer to the question whether you can zoom into something you see disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Bring those answers next time.
Yeah, I'll go and do some research.
All right. You should have already done that. You've been here for a while.
Yeah, I've done research into a bunch of stuff, but I'll look into more details.
And the last time you were talking about robot sex, so
yeah, that was more of another topic.
no, it's not. It's the same thing. It's fake curvature and fake robot sex.
True. Yeah. Well, it was a lovely talk.
All right.
See you.
All right. Well, have fun with your family and your friends. All good. Yeah, Pagus is funny, man. He's a trip.
Do you have the link to the Numpty clip? I want to show it to my girlfriend.
Oh, the one about the robot sex. Yeah. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, it was the same guy. I was just like, that's why I was giving him shit. I can't believe he came back after that shit.
Yeah, me neither.
We fucking roasted his ass. Oh shit! Where is it? I thought I freaking. Let's see. I think I made a mirror of it on. Hold on. It'll take me a minute to find it.
No worries.
Oh wait, yeah, here it comes. Here it is. I think this is it.
Let me ask you a question, Pagus.
Yeah, I have one with music and one without music.
I can take both, man.
I think it was on MacGyver's channel. MacGyver freaking originally posted it, and he posted two versions, one with music and one with no music. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Hold on. You guys want to just listen to it? I can play it. It's like 10 minutes long. No, it's 18 minutes. Or do you guys want to talk? I got it. I like it.
I don't hear any objections.
I mean, I don't see any globies in here. We might as well listen to it. This is Pagus. Hold on, let's do it. Hell, it's not playing. What the fuck? Hell? Shit.
I saw the bot jumped in there and out again.
Yeah, what's going on with the bot? Look, do you have to hold on? I think the bot is in like some type of pause mode. Hold on, let me see if I can. Look, now let me do this. Let me try it again. Fuck. Why is it not working? So I hit stop. It says player has been stopped. Queue has been cleared. And then I hit play again for this video. And now to begin playing. Hold on, let me try something. All the words right. Oh, that didn't work. Just guessing it. Fucking bot. What's going on with the bot? Damn it. Well, it might be the video. It says this video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. That might be the problem. Let me try the other version with the music. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question, Paddy. Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or
no? Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing A sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being that is being because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door.
Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbour, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to assume it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes. Target, quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look. But when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I have no way. There's a difference. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor. But there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So,
you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flat earth.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get up to
please, like, I can't repeat the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
So, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. there are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell, and so somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense. Yeah, we can make a model for that. Makes sense to you.
I'll have to get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where it went. This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this is
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think it's to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit done.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then give him a new model.
Wait,
explain that he fell.
Wait, no, this I need to get, so Pagas, right, you check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell and well, actually, that's beside him. So, yes. But
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need you to be serious. Pagas, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I see, oh, it's very unlikely that they fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor and therefore I am divorced. I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait a minute. We can, because we verified it.
No, but to verify it, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah?
Yeah. But
and now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So, the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's. And
they can't see evil demons, right? Okay.
And then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation, it's absolutely likely, but it's very unlikely, it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't look at that.
Go ahead. Pagas, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagas, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yep, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh yeah.
And really.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The end of the beginning. Robot sex master or immaster. That'd be I am prefix. Immaster. It's like I think Pegasus is the what if master. Well, what if this? What if that? What if he was just here? He's the champion of the what if.
I've heard a lot of Scandinavians talking like that, like almost delirious, autistic.
What's when we present them with facts and it really like scrambles their mind, then they just go, well, what if this? What if that? It's just like, well, what if what you experience as reality was reality? How about that?
It would be amazing if people could just realize that what they see every day is actually the reality.
Dude, that would be really a hard pill to swallow, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it'd be the red pill, right? You're gonna eat the red pill, and it's like, oh shit, I see the world for what it actually is. Now I can actually believe what I see. Oh shit. Somebody told me the truth for once in my life.
I felt kind of relieved when I knew I could trust my senses. When I found out about the flat Earth, it was kind of relieving.
It is a hard pill to swallow, no doubt.
He keeps coming back here. Has he been there like 6 months?
Oh, you talking about
Pegasus?
Yeah, Pegasus. Yeah. Dude, a lot of these people like him always want to come here because they like talking to people that are genuine.
Yeah.
It's not that they don't feel. I don't feel like they think they can convince us. I just really don't understand how they might convince themselves that I mean, just listening to that video with Pagus, and then with our prior conversation with him, where he feels like he's going to end up, on this idea, it's like, why are you here? It's just like, where do you think this is going to end up? It's just like, what the fuck are you doing here? I know, it's just strange.
It can only end up in one place. It's gonna
Well,
come
I mean,
out.
it can end up in two places. There's only two. You showing yourself as a fool, or you showing yourself as at least a rational human being. You don't have to agree with us, and that's not why we're here. We're not trying to convince or convert people. You can come up with your own conclusion at the end of the day, and we can disagree. But Pagus is on a different level. It just like he doesn't really follow either of those formats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like there's not only two, there's several formats, and at the end of the day, rational people kind of feel bad for people that cannot use reason and rationality. Which I mean, I can't help someone that can't be reasonable or rational. So that's on them, and I'm not. It's not my fucking job to do it anyway. Pardon my French.
I like your French, man.
Do you like my French? I think a lot of people do, but yeah, I mean, reason. I mean, reason and reasonable and rational. I mean, shouldn't we make that a priority in and as far as like coming up with the truth? I mean, when we're sitting here for hours and hours on end trying to come up with the truth of what we experience, shouldn't we use reason and rationality to that should be a part of determining this, right? So would I be irrational to require that? And somebody like Pagus coming in, and he's just like, I mean, he might be a kid or whatever, and I mean, this is the internet, right? It's like, Pagus, bro, you're putting yourself out here, and to be honest, we all warned him not to do what he was trying to do, and so even though we took the piss out of him, it sounded like he was a little more humble this time when he came in, and so hopefully, he'll be more reasonable next time.
Because I didn't recognize his voice because he sounded so calm at
Well,
first.
I recognize the name, and
Yeah.
so he wasn't banned, and it's like all these Globers are like, oh, you just ban anybody you disagree with. No, we don't.
Oh.
And Pagus sounds like a cool kid. I mean, it sounds like he's very young, but he sounded more reasonable this time, and hopefully next time he'll be a little more reasonable. So yeah, it's all cool. I mean, hey, I've had the piss taken out of me by fucking Globies, even by flat earthers too. So I don't freaking hold a grudge. So whatever, do what it do.
Yeah. The truth doesn't care anyways.
Yep.
I think.
That's exactly right. Dude, I'm wrong a lot of times, So, and it's not even about being wrong. It's
admitting.
There,
Being able to admit when you're wrong.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I'm sorry if I said being able to admit when you're wrong to yourself, so you can be right instead. A lot of people they can't let go of the pride. A lot of times they come in here and think people are stupid, and they think they're much smarter when they realize that they are the stupid ones. It's hard to let go of the pride.
Well, I mean, it's like, yeah. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Never mind. You're right. You're right, because I was going to say something out of pride. Well, I mean, it's pointing out prideful people can be prideful, at times. And so then you're both prideful, so it's not necessary. And that's why, you know, I was like Pagus, he doesn't sound prideful. He sounds insecure, but at the same time, he feels like he can just say whatever the fuck, you know. And it was like weird, you know, that, and he's not the only one that does that comes in here. That's still welcome here, you know, but it's just like there's, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's all kinds of different people across the world. Maybe I'm sheltered. It's like, where do you come up with these weird ideas? You know, I just don't know where people come across these ideas. You know, it's just like I'd still find it really interesting. It's like, so I actually want to hear them like give their whole spiel. You know, it's like, ooh. Did you just come up with that? I mean, that's pretty creative if nobody told you that, but you came up with this and you said this, you know, with the sex robot thing. You know, I was just like, because if I remember right, I think I was listening live at the time, and then you know, and then we all caught on to it, and then freaking made videos about it. But that was pretty creative. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you know, for him to come up with the sex robot thing, even that was completely wrong, and we made a video about it. But he has balls enough to come back in here and talk to us. But now he's probably making a good dinner for his family and shit. He said he had to leave because he's making dinner for his family. But dude, if you're that creative, fucking, he's probably got some good ideas. So, and like I told him, you know, we're not trying to convert him. The sex robot thing is fucking hilarious. And MacGyver captured that. That's where I got the video from. Is MacGyver? He's one of the members here on the server. He put it up on his channel. I didn't have. Maybe I was at work or whatever, but MacGyver recognized it. He said, "Oh, I'm freaking downloading that shit." He put it up on his channel, and that's where I got it, and mirrored it on my channel. That's where we got that from.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
Yeah, it is.
Even if it turns, I mean, hopefully you can laugh forever.
Well, I think it's actually good that Pegasus actually comes back, even though we took the piss out of him with that video, and he's probably watched it several times. So I mean, props to Pegasus, man. You know, bro, come back. You know, I mean, you're welcome back anytime. He's a decent Globie. He's fun to talk to.
Very entertaining.
And that's the end of my thing, you know, spiel on that. But, you know. What do you get? You guys want to listen to something else? Anybody have any suggestions? I think we should do What is the World? And Chocolate saying, What is the world?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Chocolate the Sun.
I just don't have the link. Oh, fuck. What is the world?
Is it to the YouTube? Do you need a link to the YouTube?
Well, I mean, no, not really. Hold on, let me find it. Chocolate sand. Just the world. Shit's in my head right now. Chocolate sand. I mean, if you can find it before I can, send me the link, so because.
Wait 1 second. I found it, but it was to my channel. 1 second.
Yeah, it's like YouTube fucking sucks. It's like we need to, inside our server. We're gonna good.
Live stream voice text, bro.
All right, cool. Thanks. Check. What is the world? I love that song. All right. Here it comes. Boom. Shalak, lock, boom.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ship would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. But you didn't listen. I told you so. I told you so.
Well, here's another one that, since nobody's talking, I can play this one. This is when Mick West joined here on 24/7. Pull it up. You guys want to listen to it? You guys want to listen to it, or you want to talk? Because I mean, it's a long video.
Hello.
Hello.
The seal is back. Oh.
Who's back?
The seal, yeah.
Oh, the seal. Shit, I guess that's gonna be a classic now, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's just like I have this video saying, you know, the Mick West thing.
I wanted to ask, who is Mick West?
Who is Mick West?
I'm 100%. I don't know him by his name, but if I see his face or something, I probably. He made flat Earth videos.
No, yeah, he's an anti-flat earther. He's like got this huge debunk channel, and shit. But he actually made it. He found his way here to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord one day, and he talked to freaking. I think he talked to Crypto and freaking all the admins and stuff.
And he got crushed. Huh?
Well, yeah, he got crushed. Yeah.
So, cool.
I
mean, when I heard crypto, that's by default.
Yeah, crypto's one of the best, and freaking. I think he talked to Meme for a while, but yeah, let's see if this works out. Hold on.
Go ahead. Play
for the 200th time. Zanuck.
Hang on. Already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames. You can't leave reference frames. Like he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate.
I don't know why this is. Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic!
Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking.
Behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the first.
Is he like famous?
Zanuck was in there, and then Mick West came in.
I always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
my ears are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe you could DM.
No one cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah. We are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
Hey, I just realized that my Precious Metals is about to start. I don't know if I should play this.
Yeah. When is it going to start?
It's supposed to start in 5 minutes.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah. So to make sure that they're going to be here.
Not enough time to play that video.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 3-hour video, so we need to make sure. Precious Metals, are you guys here, ready to start?
Well, I'm here.
Well, I know you're here. You know, of course.
Yeah.
But it's sure like the host is Redford Bear and C most of the time. But I don't see them here. So, so I just want to make sure they're going to be here before I don't want to take up their time.
They're in a different VC. If they're at the bottom, probably discussing what they're going to discuss on the silver.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I don't want to start the video, but I posted it, in the live stream voice text. So if you guys want to,
I seen that, Helio. Yeah, thank you.
It's if you haven't listened to it before, it's golden. It's good stuff.
I'm gonna give it a listen. Yeah, I will.
But yeah, I won't even. I won't start it. If precious metals are coming in, I won't do that.
Yeah. Hey, talk while
I'm
you can.
usually on Saturdays. I'm sleeping right now. At this time, I'm sleeping because I usually have a long Friday night and then I'm sleeping. But yeah.
Oh man, I missed last night, the ladies' night. I got to sleep.
Well, ladies' night was pretty much kind of a dud. There was like a couple ladies came in, started it, and then Mary Mom had to go, and then the guys kind of took over, and then some other ladies came. I didn't know, so a ladies' night was kind of a dud last night. But
I heard that.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, and I think they changed the schedule. It was like back in the days, it was earlier for me, like in daytime. So I was.
What are you talking about? It's always the same time.
Yeah, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Couple of months ago, I think it was a different hour.
Well,
it was starting
it's 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. That's pretty much what it's always been.
That's
matter.
what I remember. It was like 5 p.m. for me.
Well, it's like I started at 4 p.m. Dandelion was in here, and then I was doing something else, and I came back in, and then I heard a bunch of guys talking. I was like, "What?" It was Hank and some other guys. I was like, I guess ladies' night fell apart, last night, which is fine. I mean, we can't expect all the ladies to be available every time.
Of course,
it's fine.
Nobody's getting paid, Yeah.
Yep.
It's not a job. It's.
Oh, it's fun though. I mean, it's so fun.
Yeah.
Ladies' night is a blast.
They end up taking the conversation back from Hank and them for maybe another hour or so.
Yeah, and then Jenny and Damsel Medic came in for a couple hours too. That was good. So it's just like it wasn't a standard ladies' night, but it still ended up happening. And, Wolfgang came in. Wolfgang Hope came in for a little bit too. It was good stuff. Because I mean, it wasn't a total. But I'm not going to post it as a ladies' night because it was mostly.
I like it.
It was like ladies for an hour, and then men for a couple hours, and then a couple ladies for.
I like it when there are Globers too.
Yeah.
Where are the Globers?
It doesn't always happen the way we want it to. It doesn't always happen the way.
Are they?
But yeah, precious metals is supposed to start in a few minutes. So somebody said, hold on, let me see. We got lovers. Yeah, the hosts. I don't know how you hostesses. Well, if it's a female, you can say hostesses. Host, but I'll say host of precious metals are C and Redford Bear for the most part, but I don't see either one of them in here. And that's
I learned a little bit of English grammar. I can teach you, Helio.
Oh, can you help me out here? Because English, I wasn't even though I was raised in America, English wasn't my best subject.
Yeah, I can give you that. School is no fun. Yeah. I was also going behind the school. I learned smoking and stuff, drinking.
Hell yeah, that's what I learned in high school.
Yeah, I was like every day I was going to the bar next to the school, and yeah, play poker,
Okay,
drink.
well, I wasn't there. There were no bars around my high school, but I definitely was out back smoking with. You know what's funny though? Like the year before I started my high school, they actually had a smoking ramp, a place where the kids could go smoke. But then they got rid of it the year before I got into high school.
Well, in high school, I couldn't bother. I was smoking on the hallway inside the school. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it was allowed the year before I joined, or before I hit 10th. Well, it was 10th grade for me. The year before that, they had a smoking ramp for the students.
Yeah.
And then they passed the law, and you have to be 18 to smoke and shit. And it's just like you couldn't smoke at school anymore.
Yeah,
but I didn't. That's why I was, it was like I did smoke at school, but I had to be careful.
Yeah, somehow the same in Romania, but it was very weird because you see, we had a regime change in 1989 from communism to democracy, but we were not part of European Union and stuff like this. Despite that,
let me ask you this.
the word Europe has been invented in Romania.
Well, let me ask you this. So prior to that, Romania was under the USSR, right?
Yeah. We were not part of USSR. We were communist, and it was dominating over us. It was,
Now wait. So it went from communism to democracy. I mean, what's the difference between the two? I mean, I know
it's huge difference. Yeah,
I know it. As far as definition goes.
Yeah.
But as far as the politicians, how is that? I mean, can democracy? I mean, I can see where they can help, but democracy is actually 50-50, right? Whereas a republic, is at this point, is Romania a republic now, or is it still a democracy?
It's a democracy.
Yeah, well,
it's not a republic. Yeah.
Yeah, but you understand the difference between. I mean, I know communist country.
I know. Yeah,
that's government control completely. So how can like me growing up in America as a republic, a democratic republic, which is the way they describe it, doesn't actually. It's really a corporatocracy or all this kind of weird shit. So how is Romania different than that? I mean, like people in America, they're so dumb that they think America is a democracy.
For us, it meant that the godfather, Nicolae Ceausescu, the communist president, dictator, blah blah, has been taken down, has been shot dead, executed. Justice has been made. But after that, there came this party, National Salvation Front, something like this would be in translation. And
so going from communist to democracy, there are parties involved.
Yeah, and now it didn't exist before this party. It has been made right after the revolution. You know.
Well, wait. How can it be a democracy? Hold on.
Shit.
How can there be a democracy if there's one party? Is there only one party?
No, there's more parties in Romania now. Yeah. We have liberals. The liberals were also in the communism, but they were like just for show off or something, you know. Nobody was a member of it.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of freaking.
You need to have balls to stand.
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared.
Yeah.
They're scared. They're scared. Well, anyway, but how did it go from communism to democracy? Which democracy doesn't work, you know, in any way, you know. So, what do you have now? I mean, is it
free speech? We can swear at anyone we want, you know, nobody cares. And
hold on, I mean, do you have elections?
Yeah, we
all right, so you have party.
Now is a clusterfuck. Let's let Precious Metals begin.
Yeah,
gentlemen.
let's
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure if Precious Metals were here.
Right on. Okay, Steve, take over.
Okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Things just fell over. While I pick up my stuff, show must go on. 7 minutes late. My fault. Whatever.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. I am announcing before we do the typical intro thing. I am announcing my return. I'm back. I'm still getting over my stuff, but I'm back. So, any silver concerns, DM me. I'll help you. I'll be your advocate. Precious Metals, right? I'm not gonna talk as often as I usually do.
Why not?
I still have a little bit of sick. Anyway, unless you guys don't mind me hot miking with my coughing. Okay, Precious Metals. Welcome to Precious Metals, the program where silvers and golds and the voiceless will have a platform to speak. Me and Redford are both the hosts. I don't like using the term co-host anymore. That's kind of dumb. Me and Redford should be equals. How did I used to do the intro again? It was just something like, hello, welcome to Precious Metals. I sound dead inside. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's nice to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
How are you? And I feel like is there a point to asking this question? Because there's like a social response. There's like a social response bias to that question. Because if you don't say good, then you feel bad. And then everyone gasps at you.
Yeah.
It's like, how are you?
I know. No, I get that. Sorry, I'm just trying to, because I think the ping went through that MJ did, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I know it is, because most people, when they ask, it's just like a reflex almost. And people, I just assume that you're going to say good, because most people, they're like, oh, I don't have the time to oh, you're not okay? What? So that's kind of a problem with society.
Well, it's important that we check up on the community, because we're real people with real jobs, with real responsibilities. And sometimes people drop out and need help with things outside of the server 24/7, and it's important to check up on people. And as much as PMT tries to praise positivity, sometimes not everything can be positive. I mean, it's kind of hard to be in a good mood if you have a cold or maybe someone close in the family is struggling with something. So just because people aren't positive doesn't mean they shouldn't show up. I mean, sometimes people are very important and don't realize the impact they have on others. I mean, that's something I realized while I was gone. Truth be told, I forget how much impact I have on the community. I don't really view myself as a person who really has a lot of influence, but I do, and that surprises me. It really, really, it really, really surprises me. Like people, like, okay, I know like this is a really weird intro, but like I haven't been here in a bit, so I'm sorry.
No, sorry, necessary.
Ugh, fuck. We both say sorry too much. But something very important, okay, is people should not exclude themselves just because they're in a bad mood, because people have more influence than they think. Maybe they're not like a big name in the server. Maybe they're just the type of person who posts gifs or stuff from time to time. You still have influence because you're adding commentary to live stream. And other people may find your stuff funny. Everyone has impact and everyone has a specialty. Even if you don't think that specialty is important, it really is. Everyone has a purpose. Not just in this server, but even in real life, you have impact on your family and friends, whether you recognize it or not. So it's important to look at yourself and realize that you have people that care about you, and you have people who you impact. And sometimes there are people who really, really admire you, but you just don't even realize it. And then once you realize it and they're gone from your life, or you push them away by accident, then you feel like a piece of shit because you're like, oh my gosh, this person actually liked me and I pushed him away, So I had to deal with that while I was sick. One of my best friends just, I don't know. One of my best friends, I really like him, and I feel bad because I've been kind of ignoring him because like my social my social battery has just started draining, and I really like spending time with him, but I'm just kind of tired of people as well. But I still will spend time with people even if I'm tired of them. Anyway, I'm monologuing.
Oh, it's okay. And I think that that's important too. What you're saying is that, well, what you said before too, that people come here, and I know I've come, like I just come every week regardless of how I feel. And like the community makes such a difference. And if I'm not having a good day, right, and just to see so much love from people and just to see us all come together and have such good conversation, it definitely can pick you up in your spirits. But I think that with your friend, that's the other part of it. We're all human. We get tired, right? Your battery gets drained. But as humans and as friends, we should be able to recognize that and try to provide support and space for that person. And if they don't understand that, well, how can you control what they understand or not, right? And you shouldn't feel bad because they can't fathom what you need. It's not your problem, unfortunately.
Well, it's not that he's not the type to resent me, which is why I feel guilty. In fact, quite the opposite. He's extremely loyal to me, and I feel like I'm abusing that loyalty in a way because I'm not.
Have you tried to communicate though how you feel?
No, I'm letting it out here first, and then I'm probably going to talk to him after this. But
because I think that well, I mean, as we know, I'm all about the communication. So I think that that's part of it because people make assumptions all the time.
Really
and then
similar
that
to you, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, he might appreciate the communication then.
He's very similar to you, actually. He's like you if he was like 16 and male.
Oh. That's interesting.
Well, he's not 16, but he acts like it in a good way.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. It's weird. There's like a relationship where like we both really admire the other one's musical ability because like, oh, crypto, cool. Sorry, I'm looking at live stream voice text. We both really like each other and admire each other's musical ability, but he thinks I'm more musically inclined than him because I actually make stuff and I just go for it. And I feel like he's more musically inclined because he actually can play a bunch of instruments and he's perfected the manufacturing aspect of it. So he can like play very quickly and play like difficult pieces. But he only does it because he's ordered to and not because he's actually passionate about it. And he feels like his passion's been stripped away and mine hasn't. So it's weird because we both look at each other for inspiration. That's why I'm saying, like, in this server, people don't realize the impact they have on others. Even if you only have a close circle of people you talk to or actually trust, if you're gone, how are those people gonna feel? If you're if you're gone, how are those people gonna feel? Okay, I've been monologuing. We should probably get to the question. I apologize.
To apologize. Okay. Flatman can. Are you there? Yeah, but you didn't say sorry. You apologized, but do we count that as the same thing? See, I don't know.
Shake and bacon.
Shake and bacon. Well, we have a question today. I gotta find. I want to make sure I get it right. Okay. Would you rather be deaf or blind, and why?
Wow. Well, I suppose deaf would be easier, I would think. But if I was blind, then I couldn't see how people are ignorant. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a tough one.
I know.
I know when I was living down in Windsor, I had some deaf neighbors living across the street from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they ended up separating, and one of them was there to pick up the kid because they had a kid together. And I suppose they were in an argument because the hands were flying pretty fast. And my buddy says, someone should go over there and tell them to keep it down.
Oh, geez.
Like they were a deaf couple arguing, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I think I'd go with deaf over blind.
Go with deaf. Okay, why? That's the most important part. Why would you pick that one?
Oh, then I'm not walking into walls, I guess.
Oh, we could get a dog, right?
Yeah. No, I know. I don't know. I don't know. Deaf just seems. Then I don't have to listen to all the bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's true.
No. I guess I don't know. I think it would be easier. I don't know why. It just would be. And then I've had a few people come up to me doing the hand sign thing and like with the cards with the little pins, and I take donations and this is how I make money, and they leave. I'll give them a few bucks and they'll leave, and I'm thinking, is that person really deaf, or did they just sell me a card with a pin on it? I don't know.
Well, that's good. Okay, so no, thank you. I know it's a tough question, and Sasha, I'll ask it again. And yes, you just posted it. So get be get. I'm on the edge of my seat. You got a great answer, apparently. Are you there?
Hello, guys.
Hey, how are you, get be get?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. I was having a pizza,
A
a vegan
pizza.
pizza. Yeah.
Very nice.
So, yeah, I said I have my best answer is I would prefer to be blind,
And
but
why?
yeah, because knowledge is actually uh, very much like when you see. Um, when you go inside the house of a man, of a blind man, you will see him doing cooking, uh, cleaning stuff, because he knows where everything is in his house. He knows the order, the place. He doesn't really need to physically see them, where things are. And to understand the shape, he has the touch feeling to recognize objects. But uh, being deaf, I think, um, is very important sense, um, because the spoken word is the tool, the main tool of creation, and um, it is very important to have the ability to hear people, because that way you can choose to believe them, to understand them. You know, without that disability, everything becomes very, very hard without hearing. And through light, yeah, what we see with our eyes, a lot of lies are coming. So I think there are less lies when we hear. It's not that easy to be lied to when we have the ability to hear. So
Well, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Get be get.
you're welcome. No problem.
Anybody else that wants to
We,
volunteer to answer?
we should call on Sasha or maybe someone like Truth Flat Earth or something.
Oh, do you want my answer then?
Yes. Hello, Sasha. Let us know which one would you would
I
rather be.
prefer, I prefer to hear and to see, obviously.
Obviously. So why? Why would you
Because
pick that one?
no, you didn't hear me. I prefer to see and to hear.
Okay.
To be healthy in every case if I can.
All right.
But if I can, this is difficult to choose. I will choose maybe opposite, but it's if I say reasons, the both things are bad. It's not good.
No, I know. It's
That
tricky,
means it's not
right?
good to choose. Let's choose bad. Yeah, that's bad things, but it's not. You cannot put that on how to say on scale and say okay this with this. But I think I on the end, if I need to choose, I think I will be deaf. I don't know. Somehow I think doesn't matter. Maybe I will not hear people or voice. Yeah, no, yeah, music, anything. But at least I can see. I think to be in the dark or life, it's I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It's a tricky one, hey? Because, I mean,
That's for me, but yeah, like I said, I prefer to be healthy.
well,
If you
thanks for answering, Sasha. Only K Manahan? Are you there? I'm so bad with pronouncing names. Well, would you like to unmute your mic, only K-Manian? Are you there?
Hi, sorry, yes. My name is only Kimanian.
Welcome. Are you new to the server?
Not necessarily, but I just wanted to ask a question because I wanted to see what people's responses would be.
Okay, so yeah, you can go ahead and I know you asked it in the voice text, but you can ask it here if you'd like.
Well, it still applies. How do we have gas pressure without a container? Because so far I've seen two answers to this. Okay, I am a flat earther, I'm gonna say it. But I've seen two answers to this. It's gone from being gravity to now I'm confused about atmospheric pressure and gas pressure.
How something what is never proven do something, anything to be something?
Wait, what?
Talking about
You
gravity.
said gravity. It's doing like it's a container. What was your question? I don't understand gravity. But if you say what is gravity and that is thing what is never proven, that means it's doing something. And how? And my question is how something what is never proven doing something.
Oh, well, okay, no, for me, like, I've asked, I've said this, like, I've asked this in another group. It's on Facebook, and I asked, is like, how is it that we have gas pressure without a container? I've gotten answers going from gravity to I'm confused, apparently, about the difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure. So in my head now, I'm reading up on both of these, and I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I'm not confused. It's just that I don't understand how they came to that conclusion that I'm confused about atmospheric pressure and gas pressure.
Well, that's the whole issue, right? Because they claim gas pressure without containment, but you can't replicate that anywhere on Earth, right? You need, that's a prerequisite. Like, gas pressure needs containment, so there has to be some sort of containment.
That's exactly what I am saying. And then they come back and they'll say gravity or I'm confused.
Then they need to prove what gravity is. They're making the positive claim that gravity exists. How can gravity contain gas? Like, it doesn't, again, that goes back to what Sasha was saying. They first had to prove that gravity actually exists, and they can't. So throw that at them.
And even if in narrative gravity exists, in that narrative you don't have anything that gravity is affecting something that gravity can affect gases. You don't have anything written about that. Even in narrative, what they had about that two pseudoscience gravity things, Newtonian and Einsteinian, they're all both pseudoscience. In both, you don't have any effect on gases.
Yeah, at MIT University, they say that gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics, not to physics. So,
Does that help you at all?
It helps me feel more secure in a sense, in my own belief, my own feelings, my own knowing of gas pressure, because I'm reading and I'm listening to what everyone's saying, but it's like when you try to explain to other people, it's not like they're, because all right, I am new to flat earth. Like, my brother was telling me all about this for years, and when I say years, and I'm very open, I'm a very open person, and I'm sorry if I sound echoey. I'm outside on my porch,
Oh no, you sound fine. That's
Problem.
awesome that
That's
you're
very
outside
good.
on your porch. Nice.
Also, if you hear any birds squawking, it's because I have a lot of parrots in my almond tree. Right now, I live in the
Ooh,
Oh,
tropics.
nice.
I'm in
nice.
the Cayman Islands, so yeah, sorry.
Don't
Um,
apologize. That's awesome. Wild
Try,
parrots.
try
Pretty
also
sweet.
this what is atmosphere for you?
Sorry?
What is atmosphere for you?
For me?
Yeah, how do you understand atmosphere? Like, how would you define it? Do you know what it is?
I haven't gone into everything. For me, the atmosphere is just there, but it's not like
Listen, this contradiction in terms. Yeah, that's what atmosphere, gas sphere. Yeah,
All right, so
gas,
you need a sphere to have atmosphere, right? It's called
gas
atmos and
make
then sphere.
the shape of the sphere without.
Gases do not have a shape, correct?
Yeah.
The word itself is a paradox. It's a contradiction, yeah.
yeah. Okay, I understand that. I can agree with that.
When you use this word, actually, you acknowledge that you are obedient to this religion belief system. And you're not talking about science, you're talking about a religion when you use the word atmosphere. Yeah.
Is it that atmosphere for you big or small?
You mean on a whole? Or where am I? Because I'm looking at them as like
On the
what?
whole atmosphere. Is it big or small for you?
I would hope it's big.
Okay, now think how big that atmosphere is comparing to all this vacuum of the space universe.
Wait, sorry, repeat that last bit again. You kind of chipped out for me.
Imagine now how big that atmosphere is comparing to all this vacuum of the space where we are
Yeah.
Yeah. And then imagine now this gas pressure what we have we are like an electron, some small point in some big space with the low pressure. But we still have this gas, it's around us, nothing's happening. And plus we are going 66,000 miles per hour. That means all this gas is going together with us.
Yeah, I know.
With that speed through that low pressure medium, through that vacuum. Is that that is everything what I have to say. After that, you need to use your brain and think, okay, this is really possible.
Because for me, I was asking, I was like, because I brought it out there into the discussion, and at this point, I was like, so gravity is a theory, it's also a force, and then it's also a container. How is that possible when gravity is literally only a theory?
Exactly, right. That's good.
Gravity is not a force
And
because it does not meet the basic requirements to establish a field.
Well, that's what they say though, that it's a force, it's a downward force.
No, man, they're saying
a force.
They're saying that it's bending the space-time now. It's not anymore force. It was force 100 years ago, but it stopped to work now. It started space-time to bend.
Yeah. Can I answer to Sasha?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a force can exist and manifest only inside a field, and the construct of a field requires binary
charges or polarities, like north and south pole for magnetic field, and positive and negative in the electric and electrostatic fields. But for gravity, you don't have such a thing like positive and negative. You don't have anti-gravity. If you search academic literature explaining why anti-gravity is impossible to exist, you will understand that it's just a nice story,
Because so like when people bring up the whole like theory of gravity, I've watched a few videos from this guy. I don't know, maybe you guys have heard of him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how well known he is. From what I've gathered, like a lot of his videos have been like silenced for like decades upon decades.
Yeah.
And I think he goes by Nigel Cheese. I would have to look that back up. I think it's Nigel Cheese. And this guy is autistic, and he was a part of the Navy. He was high up there with people. And they he literally took out everybody, like all of Newton, Einstein and shit. Like I'm just like thinking like I'm watching the video because it's like an hour long, where he like literally wipes the slate on these things, and I'm like, holy shit! Like we literally can have cancer-free lifestyle. We can have clean energy, and we're down here working day in and day out, shitting
there is
ourselves, trying to pay bills for fossil fuels, polluting our air.
The concept of clean energy is actually a doctrine. It's evil propaganda. It's monopolizing the energy, itself. The methods you can achieve energy. Back in the days, like for thousands of years, people warmed themselves in wintertime using wood, firewood. This was the main energy source for thousands of years. And nowadays, it will become forbidden because it's not a clean energy, right?
No, it's not clean. That's what he was stating, was like he did everything with literally like I think it was one magnet with a north, and he had it written a north and a south.
Yeah.
And he literally like took out like wiped the slate on everybody with any laws, any physics. He even talked about gravity. And I was like, holy shit, because he's like, gravity does not exist. Like I just showed you, gravity does not exist. And I was like, what the fuck? Like I watched this over and over, and it like I wanted to make sure I wasn't going nuts, a little cuckoo, because living on a 14-mile long island will make you kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie, but it just made sense. Like ionizing water, so it's basically a cure for cancer. Like, come on, like why isn't this shit like brought up out into the open? Oh, then he goes on to explain that they fucking destroyed his career in the Navy. They took his kid from him, and he's had to restart and live off of charity.
Yeah.
They took all of his evidence, all his experiments, all his papers and whatnot when they raided his house. Like, who the fuck does that?
They do. And I know for a fact, I was watching in the early 2000s a video about a doctor in Italy who discovered that injecting soda bicarb solution into cancer tumors was actually killing, destroying the tumors, and healing the people. And this doctor got killed, was assassinated, and he vanished. He disappeared, and yeah, nobody knows how he died. It's just, yeah, they can make people disappear just like that.
Because,
They're
like,
gonna
I know.
take you down and family and stuff, and yeah, because they represent the law. They are the law, and
If you discover something, do not go on mainstream television. Come here first.
yeah.
Don't tell them anything.
But, yeah, to return back to your question, you were asking how can you have gas pressure without a container, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
something I posted inside of another flat Earth
Yeah.
discussion Facebook group. And I
So
literally have people, like, I could screenshot this,
yeah.
have people coming at me saying that I'm confused between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure. I'm just like, what?
So, do you know of any kind of setup where you can have a higher gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, the bottom of a building and the top of a building.
Yeah, it's the same pressure.
No, it's different. There's higher pressure at the bottom.
Matthew,
than the
one
top.
moment. At the bottom, you have the higher, and at the top, you have the lower. Correct?
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, how can you have a higher gas pressure at the bottom where you already have a high pressure? Or to have a higher gas pressure at the top where you have a lower without a container?
How you can have all these gradients without container?
If you go to the top of a mountain and the bottom of the mountain, there's no container, but yet they have different pressures.
Matthew, you do know that the world gas is contained, and it means we are already inside the container. Yeah, we don't know what that container is, where it is, the edges or its walls or whatever, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.